Chapter 3172. A black shadow pounced on Lu Ming at an astonishing speed. However, Lu Ming was prepared for it. He dodged the black shadow's attack in a flash and quickly retreated a distance. He then looked at the black shadow and saw its appearance. It was a ferocious-looking ghost. Its eyes were wide open as it stared at Lu Ming. Its mouth was wide open with greed. Eat, eat, eat. I want to eat. Give me your life. The ghost screamed and pounced on Lu Ming. This is the hungry ghost? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. During his time in the Nether Ape Battle Tribe, he had done some homework and had some understanding of the ghosts in the Ghastly region. The ghost in front of him was the legendary Hungry Ghost. This Hungry Ghost was only an 8th level heavenly god. It was not worth mentioning to Lu Ming. Lu Ming threw a punch. His fist energy penetrated and killed the Hungry Ghost, turning it into dust. Kill. 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 Give me your life. Just as Lu Ming killed the hungry ghoul, there were sounds of killing coming from all directions. There were at least dozens of hungry ghouls pouncing on Lu Ming. Divine Sun Force. Lu Ming controlled the Divine Sun Force and a layer of flames appeared on the surface of his body. His entire body shone like the sun, shining brightly. These ghosts were most afraid of the extreme Yang Force such as Saint Force, Flame Force and Lightning Force. These ghosts were the nemesis of these ghosts. The dozens of hungry ghosts were enveloped by the light on Lu Ming's body. They melted quickly like ice cubes meeting fire. In the blink of an eye, all of them were turned into black smoke and dissipated. After killing these ghosts, Lu Ming's figure flashed and he left this place to look for the Hungry Ghost King on the first level of hell. However, after a few hours, Lu Ming searched a large area and killed a large number of hungry ghosts. He still could not find the Hungry Ghost King. The main reason was that the first layer of hell was too big. It was like a small world. It was easier said than done to find a Ghost King. Lu Ming patiently continued his search. 2 days later, Lu Ming arrived in front of a valley. In the valley, ghostly chi soared into the sky, far denser than in other places. Such a dense ghost chi. Is the Ghost King of this level here? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Then he rushed straight into the valley. When Lu Ming rushed into the valley, it was as if he had rushed into a hornet's nest. Countless hungry ghosts screamed and rushed towards Lu Ming. They were so densely packed that it was impossible to count how many there were. Sun God Power. Lu Ming circulated his Sun God Power to the extreme, and his entire body turned into a sun. Light shone in all directions, and all the hungry ghosts that were shone on by the sun turned into black smoke. Although there were many hungry ghouls, most of them were 8th level celestial gods or below. They posed no threat to Lu Ming. Lu Ming easily rushed into the depths of the valley. Then Lu Ming saw an especially huge hungry ghost rushing towards Lu Ming. Heaven God Layer 9. Lu Ming sensed that this huge hungry ghost had the cultivation of a Heaven God Layer 9. However, it was only equivalent to the most ordinary Heaven God Layer 9. Lu Ming punched out and a 9-clawed dragon appeared. This 9-clawed dragon was condensed with the Sun God Power as the core. When this 9-clawed dragon pounced on the huge hungry ghost, it was easily torn apart by the 9-clawed dragon. It also turned into black smoke and dissipated. When this huge hungry ghost was killed, the other hungry ghosts screamed and stopped attacking Lu Ming. Instead they fled backwards. In the blink of an eye there was not a single one left. At this time in front of Lu Ming the space rippled and a pitch-black vortex appeared. This is the entrance to the next layer of hell. It seems like that huge hungry ghost is the Ghost King of this layer. Lu Ming smiled faintly. As long as he killed the Ghost King of this layer, the entrance to the next layer of hell would automatically appear. Lu Ming took a step forward and stepped into the vortex. In the next moment, Lu Ming appeared in another layer of hell. Outside, Yuan Huan, Yuan Song and the rest were watching. At this moment, the second floor of the stone pagoda that was as tall as a man suddenly lit up and started to shine. The second layer. Someone whispered. No one's expression changed. The first layer of the 18 layers of hell was very simple. The Ghost King's cultivation was only at the Heaven God Layer 9. Killing it was easy. They weren't surprised at all. If Lu Ming couldn't even pass the first layer, they would be surprised. The second layer of hell. When Lu Ming appeared here, he was quickly surrounded. This time it wasn't the hungry ghost that attacked him, but another kind of ghost, the big head ghost. This kind of ghost had a big head and was incomparably hard. However, their cultivation level was not high. In fact, it was not much different from the first level. Lu Ming easily killed a large number of big head ghosts and then looked for the king of big head ghosts in this hell. This time, Lu Ming's luck wasn't very good. It took him more than 10 days to find the Big Head Ghost King and kill it. Lu Ming discovered that the Big Head Ghost King's cultivation was also at the Heaven God Layer 9. However, it was slightly stronger than the Hungry Ghost King. The Hungry Ghost King's strength was roughly at the Heaven God Layer 9, while the Big Head Ghost King was a Heaven God Layer 9 that controlled Divine Grade God Force. After killing the Big Head Ghost King, the entrance to Hell appeared and Lu Ming entered the third layer. The ghosts on the third layer were different from the first two layers. They were slightly stronger. Moreover, Lu Ming discovered a problem. The deeper he went, the larger the area of Hell would be. Naturally, it would be more difficult to find the Ghost King. Moreover, there were ghosts everywhere. While Lu Ming was searching for the Ghost King, he also had to fight non-stop. This time Lu Ming spent even more time. It took him a full month and a half to find the Ghost King of the third layer of Hell and kill it. At the same time, Lu Ming discovered that the Ghost King of the third layer was also at the Heaven God Layer 9. However, compared to the Ghost King of the second layer, it was a bit stronger. It was equivalent to a Heaven God Layer 9 that had awakened the Origin Divine Power Factor. After spending more than 2 months, he passed the third layer. Lu Ming entered the fourth layer. The moment he entered the fourth layer, Lu Ming felt a little different. The cold wind whistled and the atmosphere became more oppressive. Bang! Suddenly the ground exploded. A skeleton rushed out, holding a rusty saber, and attacked Lu Ming. A long spear appeared in Lu Ming's hand, and he shattered this skeleton with a spear. However, the ground cracked open continuously. Skeletons rushed out continuously, charging at Lu Ming. The long spear shook, and hundreds of spear lights burst out in an instant. The hundreds of skeletons were instantly destroyed. Lu Ming executed the 9 Heavens Rock technique, and in a flash he left far away. The fourth layer of Hell was a sea of skeletons. The number was shocking. Lu Ming could not be bothered to tangle with these skeletons. He executed the 9 Heavens Rock technique with all his might. Like a rock soaring in the 9 heavens, he searched for the Skeleton King of this layer. However, the area of the fourth layer of Hell was much larger than the third layer. Moreover, the Skeleton King was hidden underground. It was even more difficult to find. Lu Ming spent a full 3 months before he found the Skeleton King. Chapter 3173. The Skeleton King of the fourth layer was even stronger than the previous ones. He had reached the half-step Divine King realm and was equivalent to a half-step Divine King who had grasped the Divine Grade Divine Force. WW? 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 However, he was still easily killed by Lu Ming. Then he entered the fifth layer. The Ghost King of the fifth layer was also a half-step Divine King, but it was equivalent to a half-step Divine King who had awakened the Origin Divine Force Factor. Although the Ghost King of the sixth layer was also a half-step Divine King, it was equivalent to a half-step Divine King who had awakened the Origin Divine Force Factor twice. Lu Ming used a total of 2 years to pass the first 6 layers. The top 7 layers of the stone pagoda outside shone brightly. This meant that Lu Ming had passed the 6th layer and was now on the 7th layer. Not bad to be able to pass the 6th layer. Someone nodded and praised. Lu Ming was only an 8th layer heavenly god, but the Ghost King of the 6th layer was a half-step Divine King who had awakened the Origin Divine Force Factor twice. Lu Ming being able to pass the 6th layer meant that Lu Ming had killed the Ghost King of the 6th layer. With his 8th layer heavenly god cultivation, he was able to jump several levels and kill the Ghost King who had awakened the Origin Divine Force Factor twice. The difference between the 6th layer and the 9th layer is like heaven and earth. Passing the 6th layer can only mean that you are talented. Only by passing the 9th layer can you be considered a peerless genius who is worthy of the Dark Ape Fighting Tribe's allegiance. Yuan Tsong said. The other Dark Apes kept quiet and continued to wait. When Lu Ming arrived at the 7th level of the 18 levels of Hell, he discovered that the ghosts on this level were more powerful on average. Countless ghosts were densely packed and they charged toward Lu Ming. There were too many of them. If it were anyone else, they would have to spend a lot of energy just to deal with these ghosts. They would not have the energy to search for the Ghost King. It was no wonder that some people had to spend thousands or even tens of thousands of years to pass the first layer. Those who were not strong enough would have a hard time dealing with these ghosts while searching for the Ghost King. It was normal for them to spend more time. But to Lu Ming, these ghosts were nothing. Lu Ming unleashed his full strength, killing a large number of ghosts. Lu Ming easily broke out of the encirclement. Although a large number of ghosts tried to stop Lu Ming along the way, Lu Ming easily broke through them all. Lu Ming fought these ghosts while searching for the King of Ghosts. Finally, after half a year, Lu Ming found the gathering place of the King of Ghosts. It was a huge cave. Lu Ming charged forward all the way to the depths of the cave. In the depths of the cave, the temperature plummeted. The temperature was so low that even Lu Ming shivered. These are building blocks. Lu Ming swept his gaze and discovered a small tree with the thickness of an arm in the cave. However, the terrifyingly low temperature was emitted from this small tree. Ha, kid, you're rich. Building blocks are a kind of extreme treasure. Like extreme cold treasures, they can also fuse with the energy of the stellar core and speed up my refining of the stellar core. In his sea of consciousness, the quantifying character formula laughed. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He did not expect that there would be such a treasure in the 18 levels of hell. Obviously, this was something that the 18 levels of hell had nurtured over countless years. It was not very useful to ordinary nether apes, but it was very useful to Lu Ming. Then I can only take it. Lu Ming smiled. Brr. At this moment, a loud roar was heard. A terrifying ghost charged toward Lu Ming. The vast pressure of a divine king filled the air. As expected, the ghost king of the 7th level is equivalent to a divine king. It's a divine king with divine-grade divine power. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. This was not beyond his expectations. With each level, the ghost king's strength would increase by a notch. A first-layer god king with divine-grade divine power. If it was any other 8th-layer heavenly god, it would be impossible for them to pass. However, it was nothing to Lu Ming. Lu Ming activated the battle character formula to increase his combat strength by 4 times and stabbed out with his spear. The third move of the Armageddon 3 strikes, Supernova. Destructive energy surged toward the Ghost King and enveloped it completely. After a few breaths, the Ghost King disappeared completely. With the Ghost King dead, the other ghosts fled without a trace. Then the gate to the next level of hell appeared. However, Lu Ming was not in a hurry to enter the gate. After all, if he did not enter, the gate would not disappear. Lu Ming walked toward the building block, took out a saber and cut the building block. Lu Ming did not uproot it. He left the roots so that it would continue to grow in the future. Old Liang, I'll leave it to you, Lu Ming said. Leave it to me. The measure character formula flew out. A ray of light enveloped the building block and swallowed it. Kid, if you can get more of these extreme treasures, my refining speed will increase greatly. At that time, your cultivation speed will also increase greatly. The measure character formula said. Lu Ming's eyes were burning with passion. This was only the 7th level of hell. Lu Ming found that the further down he went, the denser the ghost chi and chi would be. It was very likely that extreme treasures would be born. If the 7th level had such treasures, then what about the 8th level, the 9th level, or even the 10th level? If he could find more extreme treasures, Lu Ming's cultivation speed would definitely increase greatly. Let's go to the 8th level. Lu Ming took a step forward and entered the whirlpool. He arrived at the 8th level. After a period of searching and killing, Lu Ming finally found the Ghost King of the 8th level. The Ghost King of the 8th level was also in the first layer of the King God realm. However, it was equivalent to a first layer of the King God realm who had awakened the origin divine force factor. In the Ghost King's residence, Lu Ming found a building block. Moreover, the chi from it was much denser than the one from before. After Lu Ming killed the ghost, he cut down the building block and let the measure character formula devour it. There really is a building block. Let's go to the 9th level. Lu Ming's eyes were burning with passion. Previously, he wanted to complete the Dark Ape Fighting Tribe's assessment. However, he now had another goal. That was to find building blocks and extreme treasures to refine the energy of the stellar core. After arriving at the 9th level, Lu Ming continued to search for the Ghost King. On the outside, many Dark Ape Fighting Tribe members were shocked. He passed the 8th level. He actually passed the 8th level. He's only in the 8th level of the Heavenly God realm, but he passed the 8th level. Terrifying. His talent is really terrifying. Some of the Dark Ape Fighting Tribe members exclaimed. On the 8th level, not to mention the other ghosts, even the Ghost King was in the first level of the King God realm. Such strength was already earth-shattering. A peerless genius. The patriarch of the Dark Ape Fighting Tribe, Yuan Huan, muttered. His face was filled with joy. On the other hand, the great elder of the Dark Ape Fighting Tribe remained expressionless. No one could tell what he was thinking. However, the Ghost King on the 9th level is equivalent to a first level of the King God realm who has awakened his divine power factor twice. Can he pass it? Someone asked. Chapter 3174. That's very likely. After all, he didn't take long to pass the 8th floor. This means that the ordinary ghosts on the 8th floor can't trap him at all. I'm afraid his strength is much stronger than we thought. That's right. If he can pass the 9th level and complete the test, it might not be a bad thing. At this moment, many of the Dark Ape Fighting Tribe members were hoping that Lu Ming could pass the 9th level. Passing the 9th level was enough to prove Lu Ming's talent. With Lu Ming's talent, the Dark Ape Fighting Tribe might become even stronger in the future if they followed Lu Ming. On the 9th level of the 18 levels of hell, Lu Ming was besieged by a large number of ghosts. The ghosts on this level were a type of zombie. Their bodies were as hard as iron and their defense and strength were shocking. They were not afraid of death and were very difficult to kill. Most of them were level 9 heavenly gods and some were even half-step divine kings. It was not easy to break out of the encirclement when surrounded by a large number of these zombies, let alone find the zombie king. Moreover, killing these zombies consumed a lot of divine power. Boom, boom, boom. Lu Ming waved his long spear and the spear light was like a mountain, pressing down on the zombies. The zombies were sent flying like cannonballs and fell to the ground, turning into meat paste. Sky Piercer. Finally, Lu Ming became one with his spear and turned into a dazzling spear light. He shot up into the sky and killed a bloody path as he flew into the distance. Roar! On the ground, countless zombies roared and chased after Lu Ming. There are so many zombies. If I continue to be entangled by so many of them, my divine power will be depleted soon. Lu Ming's face finally turned serious. He was not afraid of the zombie strength as he could easily kill them. However, there were too many of them. If this continued, even if he had a large amount of divine power stored in the quantifying character formula, it would be depleted sooner or later. How could anyone else complete this level of difficulty? There should be a place to rest and recuperate. Lu Ming thought to himself. Without a place to recuperate, Lu Ming did not believe that anyone could complete this level of difficulty unless they were much stronger than him. Lu Ming killed his way through, carving out a path of blood. He randomly chose a direction and flew. After fighting for a few hours, Lu Ming's own divine power was almost exhausted. He could only use the divine power from the quantifying character formula. Not long after, Lu Ming saw a huge stone pillar standing between heaven and earth. The sudden appearance of a stone pillar on the ground was very abrupt. It was definitely not ordinary. Lu Ming's eyes flickered a few times before he flew towards the stone pillar and landed on it. The strange thing was that when Lu Ming landed on the stone pillar, the zombies that were chasing him suddenly stopped. They looked left and right as if they had lost track of Lu Ming. After wandering around for a while, the zombies all left and disappeared from the ground. They were all gone. It really works. Lu Ming smiled. It seemed that the stone pillars were meant for people to rest and recuperate. Otherwise, not many people would be able to stand up against so many zombies. It was only a matter of time before they ran out of god power. With this kind of resting place, he could calmly recover his divine power and then slowly search for the zombie king. But speaking of which, the difficulty of the 9th floor was much more difficult than the previous floors. Lu Ming sat cross-legged and slowly recovered. Several days later, Lu Ming set off again. However, not long after he left the stone pillar, he was surrounded by a large number of zombies. Lu Ming continued to fight with the zombies. As he fought, he flew. After rushing for a long distance, Lu Ming found another stone pillar. Obviously, there was a stone pillar at every certain distance in the 8th floor of hell. Lu Ming landed on the stone pillar, and the zombies disappeared without a trace. Just like this, Lu Ming walked and stopped. It took him a total of 3 years to find the location of the zombie king. It was a zombie cave, and there were a large number of zombies living inside. As soon as Lu Ming arrived at the zombie cave, an angry roar came from the zombie cave. Then a large zombie army rushed out. The strength of this zombie army was obviously stronger than the zombies scattered in other places. Most of them were half-step divine king zombies, and there were more than 300 of them. The 300 half-step divine king zombies were impenetrable, and their bodies were as tough as divine weapons. They roared and pounced on Lu Ming. After the 300 half-step divine king zombies rushed out, a golden-furred zombie walked out from the zombie cave. This zombie was tall and sturdy and it was 3 meters tall. It emitted a powerful aura. Zombie King. Lu Ming concluded that this was the Zombie King. Before Lu Ming could kill his way into the zombie cave, the Zombie King had already led his army out. Lu Ming shouted, and his body began to expand rapidly, turning into a green-armored ancient god. After turning into a green-armored ancient god, Lu Ming's battle strength skyrocketed, and his huge spear was like a mountain range, smashing towards the zombies. Given Lu Ming's current strength, when he transformed into a green-armored ancient god, his strength was unimaginable. No matter how strong these half-step divine king zombies were or how strong their defense was, how could they be a match for Lu Ming? Bang, bang, bang. One by one the zombies exploded and died on the spot. Soon the 300 half-step Divine King zombies were mostly killed by Lu Ming. The Zombie King let out an angry roar, and like a golden lightning, it rushed towards Lu Ming. Its long sharp claws were like blades, and it clawed at Lu Ming, making a terrifying whistling sound. Lu Ming waved his long spear and swept it out to meet the attack. Dang! A violent collision sound was heard, and the long spear vibrated. Lu Ming felt a powerful force rushing towards him, and Lu Ming could not help but take a few steps back. As for the Zombie King, its body also retreated. What shocking power! This Zombie King's strength is probably on par with Yuan Yu's. Lu Ming's heart moved. This Zombie King was equivalent to a first-layer Divine King who had awakened his divine power factor twice, which was similar to Yuan Yu. In addition, the Zombie King was incomparably tough, powerful and fearless of death, so its overall strength was not weaker than Yuan Yu's. Back then, when Lu Ming was a 7th-layer Divine King, he was not Yuan Yu's opponent without using the Gate of Domination. Now that he had broken through to the 8th-layer Divine King, he could compete. Seeing that he did not kill Lu Ming in one move, the Zombie King became even more furious, and continued to pounce towards Lu Ming, its sharp claws like blades, constantly attacking Lu Ming. Kill? Lu Ming shouted and also attacked the Zombie King. Lu Ming did not use the Gate of Domination. The Zombie King was a good opponent to train with, and could be used to train his various secret techniques and divine skills. Lu Ming used the Divine Dragon Aspect technique, the Yin-Yang God Eye, and the world-destroying 3 strikes to fight with the Zombie King. Although Lu Ming had many methods, after dozens of moves, Lu Ming was actually at a disadvantage. Lu Ming still did not use the Gate of Domination, and continued to fight with the Zombie King. Chapter 3175. Lu Ming and the Zombie King fought for more than 200 moves. Although Lu Ming was slightly at a disadvantage, it was not that easy for the Zombie King to defeat him. My world-destroying 3 strikes is about to break through. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Lu Ming had broken through to the 8th level of the world-destroying 3 strikes a long time ago and had been stuck at the peak of the 8th level. Now that he had fought with the Zombie King, he finally felt that the world-destroying 3 strikes was about to break through. At this time, Lu Ming would not use the Ruler's Gate. He would only use the world-destroying 3 strikes to fight with the Zombie King. Sky-piercing, moon-slashing, star-shattering. Lu Ming used the world-destroying 3 strikes in turn, constantly clashing with the Zombie King. Swish. Suddenly, just as Lu Ming used the move moon-slashing, an even brighter crescent-shaped spear light burst out and slashed towards the Zombie King. This time, the power of the moon-slashing strike was clearly a notch stronger than before. Breakthrough. The world-destroying 3 strikes had broken through to the 9th level. This was also the highest level of the world-destroying 3 strikes. Breaking through to the 9th level allowed the power of the world-destroying 3 strikes to increase by another level. Boom. The crescent-shaped spear light collided with the Zombie King's sharp claws once again. This time Lu Ming and the Zombie King both retreated. This time they were evenly matched. Lu Ming revealed a happy expression. In other words, he did not need to rely on the Ruler's Gate to fight with Yuan Yu. It's about time. Lu Ming's mouth curled into a smile. After breaking through the world-destroying 3 strikes, Lu Ming was already satisfied. It was time to kill the Zombie King. Ruler's Gate, come out. Lu Ming whispered as the Ruler's Gate appeared above his head. Boom. The Ruler's Gate shook and then suppressed the Zombie King. The Ruler's Gate was extremely powerful and its power was incomparably terrifying. The Zombie King tried his best to block, but he was still sent flying and smashed into a huge mountain. Kill. Lu Ming continued to control the Sovereign's Gate to suppress the Zombie King. The Zombie King rushed out of the rubble and faced the bombardment of the Gate of Dominion. The Zombie King's body was once again blasted to the ground. Faced with the attack of the Gate of Domination, the Zombie King had no way to retaliate. After more than 10 consecutive attacks, even with the Zombie King's defensive power, he couldn't withstand it and his body exploded. 9th floor cleared. In front of him a pitch-black vortex appeared. Clearly this was the door to the 10th level. Lu Ming pondered for a moment and decided not to enter the whirlpool. Instead he wanted to walk into the zombie cave. The Zombie King's lair had not been plundered yet, so how could he leave so easily? Sure enough, in the Zombie King's lair, Lu Ming found another Yin building block. Moreover, the Yin Qi of this Yin building wood was much denser than the previous 2. Lu Ming was overjoyed as he cut down the Yin building block and fed it to the measuring character formula. Then Lu Ming walked out of the zombie cave and arrived at the door to the 10th level. This time Lu Ming did not hesitate and stepped through the door to the 10th level. Passing the 9th level meant that he had passed the test this time. However, Lu Ming did not want it to end like this. He wanted to keep going down and see how many levels he could pass in the end. The more levels he passed, the stronger his talent would be. Wouldn't the Dark Ape Battle Tribe be more convinced and loyal to him? Also, Lu Ming wanted to obtain more Yin treasures. The 18 levels of hell were simply a treasure trove for Lu Ming. From the 7th level onwards, every level had Yin treasures that were of great help to Lu Ming in refining the energy of the stellar core. Moreover, the ghosts here were also good targets for tempering. Through constant fighting, Lu Ming's understanding of various divine skills, secret techniques, and even various divine powers would greatly increase. Anyway, he still had plenty of time. Cultivating here would definitely be faster than cultivating back at the Starry Camp. It would be better to cultivate here, killing many birds with one stone. Why would he want to go out? Outside, a large number of Dark Ape Battle Tribe elites were staring at the stone pagoda. Suddenly, the 9th level of the stone pagoda shone with a dazzling light. After a breath, the light dimmed a little. After each level's King of Ghosts was killed, the corresponding level of the stone pagoda would shine a few times. When the 9th level shone, the hearts of the Dark Ape Battle Tribe members began to beat faster. He passed the 9th level. I didn't expect him to pass the 9th level. It's a miracle. It's really a miracle. Great. An 8th level heavenly god has passed the 9th level. He's a peerless genius and is qualified to be the new war progenitor of the Dark Ape Battle Tribe. I have no objections to this person becoming the new war progenitor. The scene was noisy as all the Dark Ape Battle Tribe members discussed spiritedly. Seeing that Lu Ming had passed the 9th level, almost all of the Dark Ape Battle Tribe members agreed that Lu Ming was the new war progenitor. Even Yuan Tsong, who had been strongly against it, smiled. On the other hand, Yuan Huan was ecstatic. As expected of the person chosen by war progenitor Startled Feather. His talent is amazing. Yuan Huan exclaimed. All of the Dark Ape Battle Tribe members were waiting for Lu Ming to come out and support Lu Ming as the new war progenitor. However, no matter how long they waited, Lu Ming did not come out. Why hasn't the war progenitor come out yet? Someone was puzzled. Suddenly someone screamed, "Look! The 10th level is shining. The war progenitor has gone to the 10th level." What? The other Dark Ape Battle Tribe members were shocked. They quickly looked at the stone pagoda and saw that the 10th level was shining. This meant that Lu Ming had reached the 10th level. He actually reached the 10th level? Is he going to challenge the deeper levels of hell? Amazing! As expected of the war progenitor. Many Dark Apes could not help but exclaim. How many levels do you think the war progenitor can pass? It's hard to say. I think the war progenitor can pass the 11th level, but I don't think he can pass the 12th level. Not necessarily. After the 9th level, every level has a different difficulty. Maybe the war progenitor can't even pass the 10th level? That's very possible. You should know that the 10th level is different from the previous 9 levels. Let's wait and see. The remaining Dark Ape Battle Tribe members, including Yuan Huan and Yuan Tsong, were curious. They stared at the stone pagoda, wondering how many levels Lu Ming could pass. Lu Ming did not know that his appearance on the 10th level would attract so many thoughts from the Dark Ape Battle Tribe. He was looking curiously at a ghost in front of him. It was a black-clothed swordsman, a headless black-clothed swordsman. Lu Ming saw the black-clothed swordsman as soon as he appeared on the 10th level. Sword gleams surged and the black sword was unsheathed, slashing toward Lu Ming. Half-step Divine King Realm. Lu Ming had just arrived on the 10th level and the first ghost he encountered was already a half-step Divine King Realm. It was obvious that the 10th level was not to be underestimated. Lu Ming waved his long spear and swept it across the black-clothed swordsman's sword. Chapter 3176. Lu Ming's spear destroyed the black-clothed swordsman's sword light. But in the next moment, Lu Ming's expression changed slightly. W? He felt a strange energy from the black-clothed swordsman's sword light. It followed Lu Ming's spear and directly rushed into Lu Ming's body. It surged towards his sea of consciousness and bombarded Lu Ming's soul. Lu Ming's soul trembled slightly as he felt a slight stabbing pain. Soul attack. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. This headless black-clothed swordsman could actually launch a soul attack. However, Lu Ming had obtained a lot of demonic night spring water back then. Over the years, he had already refined all of the demonic night spring water. His soul had also been tempered and was much stronger than cultivators of the same level. That move just now did not cause any substantial damage to Lu Ming, but it was enough to surprise Lu Ming. Soul attacks had always been extremely special. The reason why the people from the 9 Nether Heavenly King residents were terrifying was that they could use soul attacks. Often, it could greatly affect one's condition, and one would not be able to use 50% of one's strength. Clang. The sound of the sword rang out again. The headless black-clothed swordsman attacked Lu Ming again. At the same time, the sound of a sword rang out behind Lu Ming. Unknowingly, 5 black-clothed knights appeared behind Lu Ming. There were a total of 7 of them, and they attacked Lu Ming at the same time. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the black sword light formed a net of sword chi and attacked Lu Ming. Lu Ming shook his long spear and swept it out, extinguishing all the sword gleams. However, there was a strange energy in each sword light that rushed towards Lu Ming, attacking Lu Ming's soul. However, Lu Ming had the Jinyu painting. With a thought, the Jinyu painting surrounded Lu Ming's soul. When those attacks landed on the frightening feather painting, they were all blocked. Soul attacks were ineffective against Lu Ming. Lu Ming's spear swept out in all directions, crushing all of the headless black-robed swordsmen. However, after the headless swordsman's body exploded, it turned into black smoke and reformed not far away. Kill. At this time, fierce battle cries resounded. Not far away, several black lights soared into the sky from several mountains, and several black shadows rushed towards Lu Ming. These shadows were not headless swordsmen in black. Instead, they were ghosts wearing black armor and wielding giant swords. These ghosts were extremely fast. Their huge swords pierced through the air and slashed towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming blocked with his spear. Clang, clang. Lu Ming's long spear trembled as the giant sword chopped down on the long spear. The several black-armored swordsmen were shaken and sent flying. Pure power, interesting, Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He felt that these black-armored swordsmen were extremely powerful, surpassing the headless swordsmen in black. However, they did not have the ability of soul. The 10th floor was indeed different. Whoosh, whoosh. Golden light pierced through the air. The headless swordsman and black-armored swordsman attacked Lu Ming at the same time. Their sword net was like silk enveloping Lu Ming. Die. Lu Ming muttered. The divine power in his body surged crazily. His long spear trembled and streaks of spear light pierced out like meteors. The headless swordsman and black-armored swordsman all collapsed. This time, the headless swordsmen were unable to reform their bodies. As long as one's power was strong enough, they could completely destroy the headless swordsmen, making it difficult for them to reform. After defeating these headless swordsmen and black-armored swordsmen, Lu Ming's figure flashed and left this place. However, the 10th floor was filled with swordsmen and black-armored swordsmen. Lu Ming was besieged. Lu Ming killed his way through. Fortunately, this floor was the same as the 9th floor. There was a stone pillar at regular intervals. As soon as he stepped on the stone pillar, the swordsmen and black-armored swordsmen scattered as if they could not see Lu Ming. Lu Ming rested for a while before continuing to search for the 10th floor's king. The 10th floor's territory was even larger. Lu Ming went around in circles, fighting ghosts and honing various divine skills and secret arts while searching for the Ghost King. After 9 rounds of exploration, Lu Ming had some experience. Wherever the Ghost King was, there would be the most Ghost Kings. Lu Ming specifically went to the place with the most ghosts. This time, Lu Ming found the Ghost King's location in just over a year. Kill. Battle cries shook the sky. A large number of headless swordsmen and black-armored swordsmen had gathered on a mountain peak. At the peak of the mountain, there was a headless swordsman riding on a headless warhorse. His aura was threatening. Ghost King. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. This headless swordsman riding on a warhorse was definitely the Ghost King of this floor. His aura was at the Divine King realm. The Ghost King roared, and thousands of headless swordsmen and black-armored swordsmen charged towards Lu Ming. Thousands of half-step Divine King realm experts. Moreover, there were headless swordsmen and black-armored swordsmen who could attack souls. Their combined strength was terrifying. Even if ordinary sky prides could pass the 9th floor and reach the 10th floor, they would be at a disadvantage when faced with such soul attacks. If they were not careful, they would be defeated. However, soul attacks were ineffective against Lu Ming. Therefore, it was not difficult for Lu Ming this time. Lu Ming turned into a green-armored ancient god and charged into the group of black-armored swordsmen and black-armored swordsmen. Lu Ming did not set up any defense against the attacks of the black-armored swordsmen. He waved his spear, and wherever he passed, the black-armored swordsmen and black-armored swordsmen would explode. Soon, Lu Ming killed his way through and charged towards the Ghost King. Kill. A loud roar was heard. The headless swordsman Ghost King had no head. His voice came from nowhere. Then his warhorse galloped in the air and waved his battle sword, charging towards Lu Ming. Clang. The two exchanged a blow. Lu Ming's figure retreated slightly. First Divine King realm, but he has soul attacks. After exchanging a blow, Lu Ming had a rough idea of the strength of the headless swordsman riding on a warhorse. This Ghost King's strength was equivalent to an existence that had awakened the second godly power factor. It was similar to the golden-haired zombie king on the 9th floor. However, this Ghost King had soul attacks and was obviously more difficult to deal with than the zombie king. For other Sky Prides, the difficulty of the 10th floor might be several times higher than the 9th floor. However, for Lu Ming, the difficulty of the 10th floor was even lower than the 9th floor. The frightening feather painting blocked the soul attack. The soul attack did not affect him at all. Lu Ming held his spear and charged towards the Ghost King. After losing his trump card, the Ghost King's strength was not even comparable to the Zombie King. Lu Ming did not even need to use the Dominator's Gate to suppress him. Roar, roar, roar. Dragon roars shook the sky. 9-clawed dragon appeared one after another and pounced towards the Ghost King. At the same time, the ice chains were like long snakes that coiled towards the Ghost King. Lu Ming used the world-extinguishing 3 strikes and attacked the Ghost King. The two fought fiercely. After dozens of blows, Lu Ming began to gain the upper hand and forced the Ghost King to retreat. P.S. Readers, I am the Shepherd Boy Tingzhu. I recommend a free app that supports downloading, listening to books, 0 ads and multiple reading modes. Chapter 3177. Roar. Suddenly, a few more 9-clawed dragons appeared above Lu Ming's head. W? Ina? Come. During the battle, the Divine Dragon Aspect Art had a breakthrough and formed a few more dragons. In that case, Lu Ming could condense a total of 25 9-clawed Divine Dragons by condensing the Divine Dragon Aspect Art with all his might. With so many 9-clawed dragons attacking together, the power was extremely shocking as they crazily pounced on the Ghost King. Bam! The remaining warhorse of the headless black-clothed swordsman Ghost King was hit and one of its legs exploded. Moon slashing. Lu Ming seized the opportunity and struck the Ghost King with his spear, splitting its body into 2 halves. However, the Ghost King's body retreated, and the 2 halves of its body condensed once again. Exploding star. Lu Ming didn't give the other party a chance to reform. He used the exploding star and the destructive power enveloped the other party. At the same time, an ancient door appeared above Lu Ming's head. It was the Gate of Domination. The exploding star and the Gate of Domination bombarded down at the same time. The Ghost King let out a blood-curdling scream as his body exploded, never to recover again. With the death of the Ghost King, the other black-clothed swordsmen and black-armored swordsmen all dispersed. Are there any extreme treasures? Lu Ming's eyes were filled with anticipation as he walked towards the peak of the mountain. At the peak of the mountain, there were 2 trees that were filled with dense Qi, which attracted Lu Ming's attention. Building blocks, there really are 2 of them. Lu Ming was ecstatic. The Qi of these 2 building blocks was very dense. Each of them was about the same as the one on the 9th floor. As expected of the 10th floor of the 18 levels of hell, it was extraordinary. Without hesitation, Lu Ming took out his saber and cut off the 2 building blocks. Then he let the measure formula devour them. After collecting the building blocks, Lu Ming took a step forward and walked toward the door of the 11th level. He then arrived at the 11th level. The 11th and 10th levels were very similar. The ghosts were also black-robed swordsmen and black-armored swordsmen, but they were slightly stronger. For Lu Ming it was not difficult at all. After spending some time, Lu Ming found the Ghost King of this floor. The Ghost King of the 11th floor was also a black-clothed swordsman riding a warhorse. The only difference between this floor and the 10th floor was that the number of subordinates of this Ghost King was even greater, reaching 3,000. Among the 3,000 black-clothed and black-armored swordsmen, there was a first Sky of King God Realm warrior. They formed a great formation and attacked Lu Ming. With so many powerful specters forming a spell formation, the difficulty of dealing with them increased dramatically. Even Lu Ming had no choice but to take them seriously. He even resorted to using the Sovereign's Gate. After fighting for a while, the Ghost King charged in and worked with the ghostly army to attack Lu Ming. This Ghost King's strength was about the same as the one on the 10th floor. The main difficulty was that its subordinates knew how to use tactics. After fighting for a full hour, Lu Ming finally killed the Ghost King and passed the 11th floor. On this floor Lu Ming also obtained 2 building blocks. 12th floor. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. He didn't stop and entered the 12th floor. The Dark Ape Battle Tribe members outside were even more shocked. He entered the 12th floor. The Battle Ancestor entered the 12th floor. Amazing. Amazing. Many members of the Nether Ape fighting tribe gasped in amazement. Unknowingly, they had even changed the way they addressed Lu Ming. They now addressed him as Combat Ancestor. Clearly, they had completely acknowledged Lu Ming in their hearts. Lu Ming arrived at the 12th floor and discovered that it was different from the 11th floor. Apart from the black-clothed swordsman and black-armored swordsman, there were other specters such as zombies and skeletons. The specters that appeared in the previous floors were all here. The specter's strength was astonishing. Most of them were half-step god kings, and the weakest was a 9th-level heaven god. Occasionally there were even god king realm specters. Lu Ming killed his way through. Finally, Lu Ming found a specter army camp. That's right, it really was an army camp of ghosts. With a loud roar, a headless black-clothed swordsman rode out of the camp, leading the specter army. It's him again. Looks like he's the ghost king here. Lu Ming smiled. Then he charged over. Just like the 11th floor, the Ghost Kings here would also form a large formation to fight Lu Ming. At the same time, the Ghost Kings would also join the Spectre army to fight Lu Ming. The strength of the Ghost Kings here was similar to the Ghost Kings on the 11th and 10th floors. The main reason was that the Spectre army was difficult to deal with. While they were fighting fiercely, a loud roar came from another direction. Then another Spectre army appeared. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. Wasn't there already an Spectre army here? Why was there another one? Rumble. The ground shook as the Spectre army charged toward Lu Ming. This was an army made up entirely of zombies. The leader was a golden-furred zombie king. Nestle, it seems that there's more than one Spectre king on this floor. A thought flashed through Lu Ming's mind. Yuan Huan and the others only said that he had to kill the Spectre king on each floor to pass, but they didn't say that there was only one Spectre king on each floor. The two armies besieged Lu Ming. At the same time, the zombie king also charged toward Lu Ming. In this way, the pressure on Lu Ming multiplied. He used all his strength and all kinds of methods. The Gate of Domination was the main attack, and other attacks were constantly attacking the specters and the two Spectre Kings in all directions. Fortunately, Lu Ming was immune to soul attacks. If it were any other prodigy, even if they had Lu Ming's combat strength, they wouldn't be able to hold on and would have been defeated long ago. Battle Formula, Quintuple Combat Strength. During the battle, Lu Ming used all his strength to activate the battle formula to quintuple his combat strength. Lu Ming's chances of activating the battle formula quintuple combat strength was only 1 in 10, but under Lu Ming's continuous activation he finally succeeded. In an instant, Lu Ming's strength increased, and he felt his muscles bulging. He had an inexhaustible amount of energy. What power! My divine body almost couldn't hold on. Lu Ming thought. This was only the first time he had activated the battle formula quintuple combat strength. He immediately realized that quintupling combat strength put a huge burden on his divine body. With his current divine body he could barely hold on. Fortunately, he had the heart of the ancient god, which was constantly tempering his divine body, allowing it to slowly evolve into an ancient god. Otherwise, even if he comprehended the battle formula quintuple combat strength, he wouldn't be able to use it. After activating the battle formula quintuple combat strength, Lu Ming's strength also increased sharply. The battle formula and the Gate of Domination's power were even more terrifying. Boom. The Gate of Domination pressed down and bombarded the Zombie King's body. The Zombie King roared as its incomparably hard body was torn apart. It was killed in one move. At the same time, Lu Ming swept out with his spear, sending the black-clothed swordsman king flying. At the same time, he killed hundreds of black-clothed swordsmen and black-armored swordsmen. P.S. Readers, I'm Shepherd Boy Tingzhu. I recommend a free app that supports downloading, listening to books, 0 ads and multiple reading modes. Chapter 3178. After activating the battle character art, Lu Ming's strength skyrocketed. He was now completely above the Zombie King and the headless black-clothed swordsman king. The Gate of Domination killed the Zombie King in one move, and Lu Ming sent the black-clothed swordsman king flying with his spear. Then Lu Ming rushed toward the black-clothed swordsman king, and the Gate of Domination suppressed it. Boom. The black-clothed swordsman king followed in the footsteps of the zombie king and was blasted into pieces. However, the black-clothed swordsman king's vitality was even more tenacious. Its body wanted to reform, but how could Lu Ming give it the chance? The Gate of Domination suppressed it again, and the black-clothed swordsman king was completely killed. With the death of the two ghost kings, the rest of the ghosts fled without a trace. Huff huff. Lu Ming gasped for breath and hurriedly removed the 5 times battle strength state. Then his body shrunk and returned to normal. At the same time, he also put away the Gate of Domination. Lu Ming's killing moves all had high requirements on his body. The azure-armored ancient god used it for a long time, and the battle character art's 5 times battle strength had a high burden on the divine body. As for the Gate of Domination, it also consumed an astonishing amount of divine power. After putting it all away, Lu Ming felt weak. Fortunately, with the death of the Ghost Kings, the other ghosts all fled. In front of him, a pitch-black vortex appeared. Lu Ming ignored it and sat cross-legged, circulating his energy to adjust his breathing. After a while, Lu Ming recovered to his peak. Then Lu Ming walked toward the army camp. In the army camp, Lu Ming also found 2 Yin building blocks. There are 2 Ghost Kings here. The Zombie King should also have Yin building blocks. Lu Ming's heart moved. He didn't step into the pitch-black vortex to enter the 13th floor. Instead, he searched everywhere. Strangely enough, after the 2 Ghost Kings were killed by Lu Ming, the ghosts on this floor fled as soon as they saw Lu Ming. They didn't dare to fight with Lu Ming. Lu Ming's journey was unimpeded, and not long after he found another military camp. Naturally, it was the Zombie King's military camp. In the Zombie King's camp, Lu Ming also found 2 Yin building blocks. Ha, with so many Yin building blocks we can refine a lot of energy. Lu Ming was delighted. I wonder what the ghosts on the 13th floor are like. Let's continue. Lu Ming smiled and returned to the door leading to the 13th floor. He stepped through the door and arrived at the 13th floor. Outside, he's in. The Battle Ancestor has entered the 13th floor. The Battle Ancestor actually passed through the 12th floor and entered the 13th floor. He's only an 8th layer celestial god, too shocking. All the Dark Ape Battle Tribe elites were shocked beyond words. An 8th layer celestial god had reached the 13th floor. This had never happened before in the history of the Dark Ape Battle Tribe. Although the most difficult part of each floor was the Ghost Kings, the most difficult part of the 11th and 12th floors was the army of ordinary ghosts. They knew very well how difficult it was to coordinate with each other. The 13th floor. There were more types of ghosts on this floor. Lu Ming had only been in here for an hour, and he had already found 7 or 8 types of ghosts, all of which were stronger. Among the ghosts that Lu Ming had encountered, the lowest cultivation level was at the half-step Divine King realm. Moreover, the first heaven of the Divine King realm was also common. While fighting, he also searched for the Ghost Kings. This could be considered a good way to cultivate. Lu Ming's divine skills and secret techniques were constantly improving. Even his understanding of other divine-grade divine powers was slowly improving. In this way, Lu Ming fought for 3 years on the 13th floor and finally found the Ghost King. The Ghost King on the 13th floor had reached the 2nd layer King God realm. However, this Ghost King had not awakened its divine-grade divine power factor, so its strength was limited. The main difficulty was the army of ghosts under the Ghost King. In this army of ghosts, the number of King God realm cultivators had increased dramatically. There were more than 100 of them. The overall difficulty was slightly higher than the 12th floor. In the end, Lu Ming activated the battle character formula to increase his fighting strength by 5 times and used the Dominator's Stone Gate. After a fierce battle, he finally killed the Ghost King on this floor. On this floor, Lu Ming did not discover any Yin building blocks. Instead, he discovered a piece of black crystal. This piece of crystal was also an extreme Yin treasure. In fact, it was even more useful than the Yin building blocks. After the measure character formula swallowed the crystal, Lu Ming went to the 14th floor. On this floor, Lu Ming finally met with failure. The ordinary ghosts on this floor were all terrifyingly strong. Lu Ming finally found the Ghost King on this floor. He found that the Ghost King on this floor was in the 2nd layer King God realm, but it had awakened its divine-grade divine power factor. In the King God realm, the gap between each layer was huge, especially for those who had awakened their divine-grade divine power factor or had awakened it multiple times. The gap between each layer was even bigger. On this floor, the Ghost King and its army of ghosts worked together to defeat Lu Ming. Lu Ming coughed up blood and retreated. He was severely injured. Lu Ming retreated and successfully went to a stone pillar. All the ghosts retreated. Lu Ming sat down cross-legged. After a few days, his injuries were completely healed. However, Lu Ming did not leave the 18th floor of hell just yet. After all, there was still a long time before the opening of the Great Void Imperial Academy. Lu Ming planned to cultivate here for a while. After recovering to his peak condition, Lu Ming attacked the Ghost King again. Naturally, another fierce battle ensued. In the end, Lu Ming retreated with injuries. After Lu Ming recovered, he attacked again. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming had been on the 14th level for 10 years. After 10 years of fierce fighting, each time a battle of life and death, Lu Ming improved greatly in all aspects. First, several divine skills such as the 9 Heavens Garuda art and the 9-fold crimson gold armor broke through to the 9th layer. In this way, Lu Ming cultivated the Armageddon 3 strikes and the 9-fold crimson gold armor to the highest level. Lu Ming also began to cultivate the War God strike that he had obtained from Chu Baxing. In addition, his understanding of the other kinds of divine powers had also improved greatly. Many divine-grade divine powers had awakened to 50 or 60%. Lu Ming focused on cultivating the Overlord Spear Force. Therefore, the Overlord Spear Force had improved the most. After so many years, Lu Ming had been comprehending it. Now he had reached 99%. He was only one step away from fully awakening it. Of course, this step was extremely difficult. After 10 years, the quantum character formula finally refined a powerful energy under the effect of the extreme Yin treasure. Now, it was being transferred to Lu Ming to help Lu Ming break through to the 9th layer of the celestial god realm. On a stone pillar, Lu Ming sat cross-legged. His aura was surging. Now, his cultivation had reached the peak of the 8th layer of the celestial god realm, and he was about to break through to the 9th layer. Rumble. Divine power circulated in his body, producing loud rumbling sounds. 3 days later, a powerful aura exploded from Lu Ming's body. He had broken through to the 9th layer of the celestial god realm. Chapter 3179. Lu Ming had finally broken through to the 9th layer of the heavenly god realm. The ultimate Yin treasure is really useful. Otherwise, even with the energy of the stellar core, I would need at least a few hundred years to break through to the 9th layer of the heavenly god realm. Lu Ming thought to himself. He was eager to get more ultimate Yin treasures. Kill? Lu Ming stood up and murmured. Then he charged toward the ghost kings on this floor. Not long after, the battle began. However, now that Lu Ming had broken through to the 9th layer of the heavenly god realm and awakened various divine-grade divine force, his overall battle strength had skyrocketed. In addition, Lu Ming had activated the battle character formula to increase his battle strength by 5 times and used the Gate of Domination. Finally, he defeated the Ghost King army and killed the Ghost King on this floor. On this floor, Lu Ming obtained 2 crystals with ultimate Yin Qi. After the measure character formula swallowed the crystals, Lu Ming entered the 15th floor. Outside, the Dark Ape Fighting Tribe members who saw this scene were already numb. It was already a miracle that Lu Ming could come this far. Now they wanted to see what other miracles Lu Ming could create. The ghosts on the 15th floor were undoubtedly stronger, especially the Ghost Kings. They were in the 2nd layer of the King God realm, but their divine origin factor had awakened twice. Lu Ming was no match for them. After all, the difference between each layer of the heavenly god realm was not as great as the King God realm. Although his cultivation had increased by 1 layer, the increase was not as great as the King God realm. It was not as great as awakening the divine origin factor. In this battle, Lu Ming was injured. After a fierce battle, Lu Ming broke through the encirclement. If I want to defeat this Ghost King, I will have to make another breakthrough in my cultivation or awaken the divine origin factor with more divine origin factors. Lu Ming analyzed his situation. Along the way, the quantum formula absorbed a lot of Yin building blocks and a few pieces of those crystals. It fused with a part of the energy of the star core for Lu Ming to absorb. However, the Yin treasure was not completely refined. There was still some left that was constantly neutralizing the energy of the star core. However, to break through to the half-step Divine King realm, he needed a lot more energy. It wasn't easy to break through in a short time. Furthermore, the comprehension of divine power was not something that could be achieved overnight. Lu Ming had already made plans for long-term cultivation. Let's continue. After Lu Ming recovered to his peak, he charged towards the Ghost King. After a great battle, Lu Ming retreated. In the following days, Lu Ming wholeheartedly focused on cultivating, tempering himself, and fighting. Time passed day by day, year by year in the process of cultivation. In the blink of an eye, 120 years had passed since Lu Ming entered the 18 layers of hell. In total, it had been 120 years. There were less than 60 years left before the Great Void Imperial Family's holy court opened. On this day, Lu Ming, who was sitting cross-legged on a stone pillar, suddenly opened his eyes. His body was emitting a strong ancient aura. The Overlord Spear Force has finally awakened its divine power origin factor. Lu Ming smiled. After so many years of cultivation, the Overlord Spear Force had finally awakened its divine power origin factor. In this way, Lu Ming had a total of 3 types of divine power that had awakened their divine power origin factor. They were the Sovereign's God Force, the Undying Sword Force, and the Overlord Spear Force. Lu Ming controlled a total of 8 divine-grade divine powers, 1 saint-grade divine power, and 1 king-grade divine power. In addition to these 3 divine powers, the other 5 divine-grade divine powers had all awakened 99%. For more than 100 years, Lu Ming had spent it in constant fighting. During the fighting he had to constantly circulate his divine power. Therefore, his comprehension and utilization of divine power had improved very quickly. Therefore, Lu Ming could reach this level in 100 years. Whoosh! A long spear appeared in Lu Ming's hand. The long spear trembled and pierced forward. A ray of spear radiance burst forth and flew a few thousand miles in an instant, piercing through a divine king realm zombie. After the Overlord spear force awakened, the power of the long spear has increased by a lot. Lu Ming smiled. Using a long spear was the most compatible with the Overlord spear force. The power of the long spear could be unleashed better. Moreover, Lu Ming had not only improved his various divine powers in the past 100 years. For example, there were various secret techniques and divine skills. Firstly, the divine dragon aspect art had improved greatly. Now, Lu Ming could condense 36 nine-clawed dragons in one go. Moreover, Lu Ming's newly cultivated War God Strike had been cultivated to the peak of the 8th level. As long as Lu Ming broke through to the 9th level, its power would be comparable to the world-extinguishing 3 strikes. Most importantly, Lu Ming's cultivation had broken through again, reaching the half-step God King realm. In his body, the 10 divine flames had disappeared and were replaced by 10 divine power vortexes. The divine power of the 10 divine power vortexes had been condensed to the extreme. As long as the 10 divine power vortexes were completely crystallized and turned into star cores, he would officially enter the God King realm. Of course, this step was extremely difficult. Countless cultivators were stuck at this step, unable to advance further. After reaching the half-step God King realm, Lu Ming's strength had improved greatly. It could be said that his strength had reached the peak. However, Lu Ming was still not satisfied. He could still advance further because he had the divine power source bead in his hand. Lu Ming planned to use the divine power source bead on the Overlord Spear Force to awaken the origin secret technique from the Overlord Spear Force. With a thought, the divine power source bead appeared in Lu Ming's hand. Without the slightest hesitation, Lu Ming swallowed the divine power source bead into his mouth. The moment the divine power source bead entered Lu Ming's mouth, under Lu Ming's control, it flew towards Lu Ming's dantian and merged with the Overlord Spear Force's divine power vortexes. In an instant, the divine power source bead dissolved, turning into a strange energy that completely merged with the Overlord Spear Force. At this moment, Lu Ming seemed to have entered a special state. From the Overlord Spear Force he saw a shocking scene. A long spear pierced through the universe's starry sky. Wherever the long spear passed, stars exploded, and a terrifying crack was torn in the universe's starry sky. The experts that blocked the long spear were pierced through one by one and killed. Powerful, terrifying, and incomparably domineering. Lu Ming seemed to be able to touch this long spear. Lu Ming knew that this was the Overlord Spear Force's origin secret technique. Lu Ming's attention was highly focused as he quietly comprehended the experience at this moment. Time passed quickly and more than 10 days passed. Overlord Spear. Suddenly Lu Ming let out a low roar. Then his right hand grasped the void, and a long spear appeared in Lu Ming's hand. This seemed to be a stone spear, and it was filled with an ancient and desolate aura. It was filled with the traces of time as if it had crossed countless years. This spear was exactly the same as the long spear that Lu Ming had seen earlier that had traversed the universe. Origin Secret Technique. This was the Overlord Spear Force's origin secret technique. Kill. Lu Ming let out a low roar and stabbed forward with his spear. Chapter 3180. Lu Ming held the Overlord God's spear and thrust it forward. A terrifying spear light appeared between heaven and earth, thrusting forward. Bam, bam, bam. All the ghosts within 10,000 miles of the Overlord God's spear, regardless of their cultivation level, exploded and turned into ashes. In an instant, a 10,000-mile-long gap appeared between heaven and earth. Amazing! Lu Ming's eyes lit up. The power of the Overlord God's spear was no weaker than the Gate of Gods. However, one should not forget that Lu Ming's divine skill was a long spear-type divine skill. If Lu Ming used the Overlord God's spear and used the divine skill, its power would be even stronger than the Gate of Gods. Then let's pass this floor. Lu Ming was full of pride, revealing a confident expression. Swoosh! He leaped into the air and charged toward the ghostly creatures on this floor. When he arrived at the area of Ghost Kings, a large army of ghosts rushed toward Lu Ming. Ghost chi covered the sky and earth, pressing toward Lu Ming. At least half of this army of ghost kings were experts in the first heaven of the king god realm. Among them, there were even existences who had awakened their origin divine power. Lu Ming even saw the golden-haired zombie king and the headless swordsman king from the previous floors. These existences were only generals here, not kings. Therefore Lu Ming couldn't pass this floor. The strength of this army of ghosts was shocking. Divine dragon aspect kill. Lu Ming let out a long howl and punched out with both fists. In the sky, numerous 9-clawed divine dragons appeared. There was a total of 36 9-clawed divine dragons and they charged toward the ghost army. Given Lu Ming's half-step divine king cultivation, the prowess of the divine dragon aspect technique was naturally different from before. It was much stronger. Boom. Boom. 36 9-clawed dragons rushed forward, entangling a large number of ghosts. Lu Ming moved and charged toward the depths of the army of ghosts. Before he killed his way here, Lu Ming had already triggered the quintuple combat ability. His combat ability was at its peak. Boom. With a sweep of his spear, he hit a golden-haired zombie king. The zombie king with golden hair was the king of the first few floors. He had the first sky of king god realm cultivation base and had awakened the god original twice. He was as strong as Yuan Yu that year. However, when the spear swept past, the zombie king was unable to block it at all. Its body was blasted away like a cannonball. After killing hundreds of ghosts, its own body also exploded. One move, instant kill. At this moment, a heaven-shaking roar came from the depths of the army, and a huge monster appeared. At this moment, a bone dragon that was 10,000 meters long appeared. It was the ghost king of this level. His cultivation base was in the second king god realm, and his god force factor had awakened twice. The skeletal dragon twisted its body and charged towards Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming was not afraid of the bone dragon silk. His palm glowed and an ancient stone spear appeared. It was Lu Ming's other origin secret technique, the tyrant god spear. Moon slaying. Lu Ming shouted, and the tyrant god spear slashed towards the bone dragon. The bone dragon roared and a sharp claw reached out, grabbing at Lu Ming. Boom. The spear light and the dragon's claw collided. The dragon's claw was covered with the awakened god original god force factor, but it still could not block the spear light's attack. At the moment of impact, the dragon's claw shook violently, and then exploded, turning into bone fragments that scattered in all directions. One of the bone dragon's huge dragon claws exploded. The tyrant god spear's power was even more terrifying than a divine weapon. It was easy to use and it increased the power of Lu Ming's divine skill by 20%. Swoosh. Lu Ming swung his hand, and the tyrant god spear flew across the void, aiming at the bone dragon's head. The bone dragon roared, desperately trying to block. However, Lu Ming, who used the combination of the tyrant god spear and divine skill, his strength was simply explosive, and had completely surpassed the bone dragon. Although the bone dragon tried its best to block, it could only take a beating. Under Lu Ming's attack, the bone dragon retreated again and again, and its body was constantly hit by Lu Ming. Every time it was hit, a large piece of the bones on the bone dragon's body would explode. After more than 10 moves, Lu Ming finally struck the bone dragon's head with his spear. The bone dragon's head exploded, and it was completely killed by Lu Ming. After the bone dragon was killed, the other ghosts ran away and disappeared in the blink of an eye. 15th floor passed. On this floor, Lu Ming found 2 more crystals that contained extreme yin qi. Then a pitch-black vortex appeared in the air. This was the vortex that led to the 16th floor. The 18 levels of hell, every 3 levels of difficulty will increase greatly. I wonder how difficult the 16th floor will be. Let's go take a look. Lu Ming took a step forward, rushed through the door and entered the 16th floor. Outside the 18 levels of hell, the 16th floor of the stone pagoda lit up. All the experts of the Nether Ape fighting tribe opened their eyes wide, their eyes filled with shock. He has passed the 15th floor. The battle ancestor has passed the 15th floor. An 8th level heavenly god has passed the 15th floor. This is unbelievable, a miracle. A peerless genius, a peerless genius. Under the leadership of the battle ancestor, the Nether Ape fighting tribe will definitely rise. In the future, our name will spread throughout the Taishu dynasty. No, it will spread throughout the primitive universe. Some of the Nether Ape fighting tribe members couldn't help but shout, their faces flushed with excitement. They were all old monsters who had lived for countless years, and they had seen all kinds of things. However, they had never heard of someone as talented as Lu Ming. It was no wonder that they were so excited. Even Yuan Huan and Yuan Tsong's breaths became heavy. The 16th floor, What a terrifying ghost, Lu Ming was shocked. As soon as he arrived at the 16th floor, he was besieged by many ghosts. These ghosts were all in the first level of the King God realm. A large number of ghosts in the first level of the King God realm besieged Lu Ming. Fortunately, Lu Ming's cultivation had improved greatly over the years, so he was able to fend off these ghosts' attacks. If Lu Ming had just entered the 18 levels of hell, he wouldn't have been able to fend off these ghosts and would have been killed by them. He killed his way out of the encirclement and found a stone pillar to rest. After resting, he charged out again. In this way, Lu Ming spent a few years and finally found the Ghost King. After finding the Ghost King, Lu Ming turned around and left without hesitation. The main reason was that the Ghost King and his subordinates were too terrifying. Under the Ghost King's lead, thousands of ghosts swarmed toward Lu Ming. Judging from their auras, the Ghost King's cultivation had reached the 3rd level of the King God realm. Moreover, it was the kind of King God realm that had awakened the origin divine power factor twice. With this kind of strength, he could kill the Ghost King of the 15th floor in one move. Moreover, the ghosts under his command were all at the King God realm. There was no lack of existences like the Zombie King with golden fur. Among them, there were a few terrifying generals in the 2nd level of the King God realm that had awakened the origin divine power factor twice. This was equivalent to the Ghost King of the 15th floor. Although his subordinates were ghosts, they were already so terrifying. With so many of them rushing toward Lu Ming, it would be strange if he didn't run. Chapter 3181. The 16th floor's Ghost King and his army were too terrifying. With Lu Ming's current strength, if he was surrounded, he would die. Lu Ming executed the 9 heavens Garuda art and fled like a bolt of lightning. In the process of escaping, Lu Ming took out a jade talisman. He exerted force with his fingers and crushed the jade talisman. A powerful force shrouded Lu Ming. The next moment, Lu Ming disappeared from the 16th level of hell. This jade talisman was given to Lu Ming by Yuan Huan. As long as Lu Ming crushed it, he could be transported out of the 18th floor of hell at any time. Although there were still 50 years before the founding of the Taishu dynasty, Lu Ming didn't want to try anymore. If he wanted to defeat the 16th floor's Ghost King and his army, Lu Ming's combat strength would have to make another major breakthrough. For example, Lu Ming's cultivation had to break through to the God King realm. Or his sovereign God Force origin God Force had to awaken a second time. Or his other 5 divine grade God Force had to awaken their origin God Force. Only then would Lu Ming be able to pass the 16th floor. Otherwise there was no way. However, it was extremely difficult to achieve any of these conditions. Without a great opportunity, it wasn't something that could be achieved in a few decades. For example, breaking through to the God King realm. Breaking through to the God King realm was a huge hurdle. If an ordinary person wanted to break through, not only would they need a large amount of resources, they would also need to accumulate talent and opportunity. Not to mention that Lu Ming controlled 10 types of God Force. It would be even more difficult for him to break through. Moreover, the Yin building blocks and other treasures he had obtained before were almost used up. He only had 2 pieces of Yin crystals left, which weren't enough to support his breakthrough. Since he couldn't pass the 16th floor in a few decades, Lu Ming might as well leave. After all, he had cultivated here for many years. He was afraid that during the autumn moon, Blue Merchant and the others would be worried. A surge of energy carried Lu Ming, and in the next moment, Lu Ming found himself outside the 18th floor of hell. Looking around, he saw the Nether Ape Battle Tribe members staring at Lu Ming. "Greetings, Battle Ancestor." Then all of the Dark Ape Battle Tribe members bowed respectfully to Lu Ming, including Grand Elder Yuan Kong. "Everyone, there's no need for such formalities." Lu Ming hurriedly waved his hand. These Netherworld apes were all elites. Although he had become the new battle progenitor, he couldn't order them around. Who knew if they would ignore him? If you want others to be dead set on you, you have to have both ability and integrity. "Battle Ancestor, I was blind before. Please punish me." At this moment, the first elder walked over and bowed deeply towards Lu Ming. Now he was completely convinced by Lu Ming. He could already tell that Lu Ming's cultivation had already reached half-step Divine King. When Lu Ming entered the 18th floor of hell, he was only an 8th level heavenly god. He had never heard of anyone who could break through 2 levels in just 100 years in the 18th floor of hell. That speed of improvement was too fast. Moreover, Lu Ming had passed the 15th floor and entered the 16th. His talent was even higher than Jing Yu's. At this moment, he wholeheartedly supported Lu Ming as the new battle ancestor. He would fight anyone who disagreed. "You're too serious, Grand Elder. You're just thinking for the Nether Ape Battle Tribe. How can you punish me?" Lu Ming quickly helped Yuan Tsong up. Everyone in the Nether Ape Battle Tribe smiled. The new battle ancestor was not only talented, but also amiable and generous. This was undoubtedly the best for them. Battle ancestor, now that you've passed the test, let's return to the tribe and hold the ceremony so that all of the Nether Ape Battle Tribe members can recognize you. Yuan Huan walked over and said. Lu Ming nodded. After that, they returned to the Nether Ape Battle Tribe. Yuan Huan announced that the Battle Ancestor Succession Ceremony would be held. Countless Nether Apes gathered. On this day, Lu Ming officially became the Battle Ancestor of the Nether Ape Battle Tribe. In a large hall. Patriarch, how is the strength of the Nether Ape Battle Tribe now? How many experts are there in each level? Lu Ming asked. Battle Ancestor, there are detailed records in this bone talisman. Please take a look. Yuan Huan took out a bone talisman and handed it to Lu Ming. Lu Ming took the bone talisman and used his spiritual consciousness to check it. The bone talisman contained the names of the Nether Ape Battle Tribe members, followed by their corresponding cultivation level. Lu Ming's eyes widened and he was tongue-tied. He was truly shocked. The number of Nether Ape Battle Tribe members was far beyond his imagination. The most apex were naturally Divine Lord realm powerhouses. There were more than 100 Divine Lords in the Nether Ape Battle Tribe. Yes, there were more than 100 Divine Lords. This was the Divine Lords. Every one of them was an existence that could explode stars. There were more than 100 Divine Lords in the Nether Ape Battle Tribe. Did all the Divine Lords in the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Palace add up to 100? Not necessarily. In other words, if the Nether Ape Battle Tribe went all out, their strength might not be weaker than the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Palace. This was the Divine Lords. As for the number of Divine Kings, it was uncountable. And now this force was under Lu Ming's control. Lu Ming's heart suddenly thumped. Battle Tribe, this is all the strength of the Nether Ape Battle Tribe. We are at your disposal at any time. Yuan Huan said. Calm down, calm down. Lu Ming took a few deep breaths to calm himself down. Although the Nether Ape Battle Tribe was strong compared to the Taishu dynasty, it was probably much weaker. Therefore, even if he brought the Nether Ape Battle Tribe members to the Taishu Saint capital to investigate Jing Yu's death, it would not work. If others knew about the relationship between the Nether Ape Battle Tribe and Jing Yu, it would probably be quickly destroyed. One had to know that the Nether Ape Battle Tribe was not the only force under Jing Yu's control. There were other powerful forces, but they were all destroyed in the end. Therefore, now was not the time to mobilize the Nether Ape Battle Tribe. Clan leader, Senior Jing Yu was framed and killed. I will definitely investigate this matter thoroughly. When the time comes, I will definitely need the strength of the Nether Ape Battle Tribe. However, now is not the time. When I need your help, I will come to you. Lu Ming said. Then Lu Ming continued, now I am going to the Taishu Saint capital to do something important. Time is running out. I have to leave the Ghost region first. Clan leader, where is the other exit? Battle Ancestor, take this bone talisman. When you come to the Ghost region in the future, you can send me a message. I will bring you to the other exit. Yuan Huan said. Then Lu Ming followed Yuan Huan to a secret place. There was a large altar here. Yuan Huan told him that this was the other exit of the Ghost region. Normally, the Nether Ape Battle Tribe would seal this place to prevent outsiders from sensing it. Open. Yuan Huan let out a low growl. Rays of divine light emanated from his hands and entered the altar. The altar trembled slightly and radiance filled the air. Then a pitch-black vortex appeared. Chapter 3182. The exit of the Ghost Realm was opened. Farewell, clan leader. Lu Ming cupped his fists at Yuan Huan and stepped into the whirlpool. The light rays fell into darkness. However, not long after, the light rays lit up again and Lu Ming realized that he had appeared in a starry sky. From afar, there was a planet floating in front of him. That planet was the planet where they had entered the Ghost Realm. Obviously, the other entrance of the Ghost Realm was not on that planet but in the starry sky of the universe. Let's go back to the starry camp. Lu Ming's heart moved as he unleashed the Nine Heavens Kunpeng technique. Like a Kunpeng flying in the starry sky, he flew towards the Nine Heavens Heavenly King Mansion at an astonishing speed. The Nine Heavenly King Mansion was heavily guarded. However, when Lu Ming revealed his identity as a disciple of the Starry Camp, he easily entered the Nine Heavenly King Mansion and returned to the Starry Camp. After returning to the Starry Camp, Lu Ming first met Autumn Moon. Autumn Moon was naturally happy to see Lu Ming return. After all, Lu Ming had disappeared for more than 100 years and she was very worried about him. Although it was normal to cultivate for tens of thousands of years at their level, she could not help but be worried. After meeting Autumn Moon, Lu Ming found Wu Ming and Wu Yu to ask about Blue Maple. Wu Ming and Wu Yu told him that Blue Maple had left the Nine Heavenly King mansion more than 100 years ago and returned to the Taishu holy capital. Lu Ming nodded and headed towards Blue Merchant's residence. Blue Merchant was also very excited when he saw Lu Ming. After all, when Blue Maple came out of the Ghost Realm and the Nine Heavenly King mansion sealed the entrance, Blue Merchant was very worried. He was afraid that something had happened to Lu Ming. Now that he saw Lu Ming, he finally heaved a sigh of relief. Lu Ming, how is the Dark Ape fighting tribe? Did they submit to you? Blue Merchant asked. Success. Lu Ming nodded. Blue Merchant let out a long sigh and revealed a joyful expression. As Jing Yu's teacher, he knew very well how powerful the Dark Ape Battle Clan was. Now that Lu Ming had subdued the Dark Ape Battle Clan, he finally had some foundation to establish himself. Immediately, Lu Ming told Blue Merchant about the general situation of the demon ghost. You have broken through to the half-step Divine King realm? Blue Merchant's eyes shone brightly as he stared at Lu Ming, revealing a trace of pleasant surprise. His soul force was extremely powerful, and he immediately sensed Lu Ming's cultivation. Yes. Lu Ming nodded. Good. Come Lu Ming. Attack me with all your strength. Let me see how strong you are now. Blue Merchant said. Full power? Lu Ming said. That's right, go all out. Don't worry, with your strength you can't hurt me. Blue Merchant smiled faintly. Lu Ming naturally knew that he could not hurt Blue Merchant at all. Blue Merchant was someone who could defeat a peak Divine King. All right. Lu Ming nodded and then activated the battle symbol formula to increase his combat strength by 5 times. After so many years of cultivation, Lu Ming's chances of activating the battle symbol formula had increased from 1 in 50 to 1 in 30. After activating it a few times, Lu Ming successfully activated the battle symbol formula to increase his combat strength by 5 times. Divine Dragon Image. Lu Ming shouted as he waved his fists. 9-clawed dragon continued to condense in the sky. In the end, 36 9-clawed dragons were formed and pounced towards Blue Merchant. 36 dragons, not bad. Blue Merchant nodded. He still had his hands behind his back. The space between his eyebrows glowed and a powerful soul power rushed out like waves towards the 36 9-clawed dragons. Struck by this force, the 36 9-clawed divine dragons instantly collapsed, turning into energy and disappearing. It did not affect Lan Shang at all. However, at the same time that he used the divine dragon image formula, Lu Ming went all out and transformed into a green-armored ancient god. Then, the Gate of Domination appeared above his head. Lu Ming stretched out his hand, grabbed the Gate of Domination and blasted it towards Blue Merchant. Blue Merchant's expression did not change. He still had his hands behind his back. When the Gate of Domination was about to hit his head, he stretched out a palm and pushed it forward. Boom! The Gate of Domination shook violently. Lu Ming's body also shook, and then he retreated with the Gate of Domination. As for Blue Merchant, he was completely fine. Is that all you've got? Blue Merchant said lightly. Again? Lu Ming shouted. All the divine power in his body was mobilized and surged wildly. Buzz! The Gate of Domination trembled slightly, then pressed down on Lan Shang. At the same time, Lu Ming's hand glowed and an ancient stone spear appeared. It was the Overlord God's spear. Supernova! Lu Ming shouted and stabbed out with the spear. The combination of the Origin Secret Technique, the Overlord God's spear and the supernova, turned into a terrifying energy that rushed towards Blue Merchant. This was Lu Ming's strongest attack so far. The battle formula increased his combat strength by 5 times, and the green-armored ancient god. 2 Origin Secret Techniques. Lu Ming's divine power was instantly sucked dry. This is the second Origin Secret Technique? Blue Merchant's eyes lit up and then he struck out with his palm. Rumble. Blue Merchant struck out with his palm and heaven and earth shook violently. The terrifying palm energy rushed towards Lu Ming like an avalanche. The Gate of Domination was the first to bear the brunt of the impact. After shaking a few times, it quickly shrank and disappeared. Then Lu Ming's attack was completely defeated. The powerful impact hit Lu Ming. Lu Ming's body shook violently and he retreated until he was 10,000 meters away. I'm done fighting. Lu Ming took a few deep breaths and then his body shrank quickly. He had used all his strength and there was no need to continue fighting. This is your strongest combat strength? Blue Merchant asked. That's right. Lu Ming nodded. It's already shocking enough for you to have this kind of battle prowess at your level of cultivation. Blue Merchant said. Before Lu Ming could rejoice, Blue Merchant continued, but with your current strength, it's impossible for you to enter the top 10 when the Taishu Imperial Academy convenes. Impossible? Lu Ming's gaze froze. At first he was a little unconvinced, but when he thought of Blue Maple, his unconvinced heart disappeared without a trace. Blue Maple's strength was shocking. With his current strength he probably wouldn't be Blue Maple's match even if he attacked with all his strength. Then, how many people in the Taishu dynasty were comparable to Blue Maple, or even stronger than Blue Maple? Thinking of this, Lu Ming's expression turned serious. Although you're strong, you have a lot of weaknesses. First of all, the ancient god body consumes a lot of stamina. Also, your battle formula should have increased your combat strength by 5 times, but the triggering rate is too low. In a big battle, your opponent won't give you the time to trigger it successfully. Blue Merchant said. Lu Ming nodded. Indeed, the most suitable thing for him now was 4 times his combat strength, which had a 100% success rate. However, the triggering rate of 5 times his combat strength was too low. In a battle between geniuses, the slightest difference could lead to a huge difference. Who would give you time to trigger it? P.S. Readers, I'm the shepherd boy Tingzhu. I recommend a free app that supports downloading, listening to books, 0 ads and multiple reading modes. Chapter 3183. Therefore, if you want to enter the top 10 by the time the Great Void Imperial Family Holy Court opens, there are 2 areas that you must make a major breakthrough in. That is your cultivation and origin source divine force factor. You must make a breakthrough in one of these 2 areas for you to have the confidence. For example, your cultivation must reach the Divine King realm, or awaken your origin source divine force factor for the other divine grade divine forces, or the second awakening of your sovereign divine force. Blue Merchant said. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. The Great Void Imperial Family Holy Court was not far away. How could he make a breakthrough in these areas in such a short time? Any breakthrough would require a lot of time. It's less than 60 years before the Great Void Imperial Family Holy Court opens. To be precise, it's 56 years. Under normal circumstances, it's impossible to make a breakthrough in any aspect in 56 years. However, there are some supreme treasures that might allow you to make a breakthrough in a short time. Blue Merchant said. I'm afraid the price of such treasures is ridiculously high. It's not easy to get them. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. Just because the 9 Extinction Heavenly King residents doesn't mean that the Great Void Imperial family doesn't have them. In the Great Void Holy Capital, some of the major forces and aristocratic families have some treasures that can suppress their foundations. The effects are very heaven-defying and some of them can help you break through. Therefore, I plan to bring you to the Great Void Holy Capital first. After all, the Great Void Imperial Family Holy Court is about to start. Blue Merchant said. Going to the Great Void Imperial Family Holy Court? Lu Ming's eyes lit up with anticipation. If the 9 Extinction Heavenly King residence was so magnificent, how magnificent would the Great Void Imperial Family Holy Court be? Anyway, he would have to go to the Great Void Imperial Family Holy Court sooner or later. When I was in the Great Void Imperial Family Holy Court, I was doing pretty well. I have some friends who have gone through life and death situations with me. I'll ask them to let you use those treasures to make a breakthrough in your cultivation. Get ready. We'll set off in 2 days. Blue Merchant said. All right. By the way, Lan Shu, can I bring the others with me? Lu Ming asked. You want to bring the girl with you, right? Of course. Blue Merchant said. Thank you, Lan Shu. Lu Ming said. He was indeed going to bring Autumn Moon along. With Autumn Moon's talent, it shouldn't be difficult for her to enter the Great Void Imperial Academy. Only by cultivating in the Great Void Imperial Sacred Academy would he be able to improve faster by Autumn Moon. After returning to his residence, he told Chiu Autumn Moon about going to the Great Void Holy Capital. For the next 2 days they didn't cultivate. Instead they quietly enjoyed life. 2 days later, Lu Ming brought Autumn Moon to Blue Merchant's place. At the entrance of the Blue Merchant's courtyard, Lu Ming saw an ordinary-looking young woman. Who is this? Lu Ming was surprised. However, when Lu Ming saw the expression of the ordinary-looking woman, Lu Ming knew who she was. When the ordinary-looking woman saw Lu Ming, she harumphed coldly. Especially when she glanced at Autumn Moon, her gaze became even colder. Lan Ling. Needless to say, Lu Ming also knew that this woman was Lan Ling. Obviously, Lan Ling had disguised herself. Lu Ming knew that Lan Ling would definitely follow Blue Merchant to the Great Void Holy Capital. However, the son of the Grand Tutor Wu Fan had his eyes on Lan Ling. If Lan Ling went to the Great Void Holy Capital with her real appearance, she would definitely encounter unnecessary trouble. Blue Merchant walked out of the courtyard and said, "Everyone is here. Let's go." The 9 Extinction Heavenly King residence was very far away from the Great Void Holy Capital. They were separated by many galaxies. Even if they took the interstellar transmission formation, it still took them a few years to reach the Great Void Holy Capital. Is that the Great Void Holy Capital? Standing in the starry sky of the universe and looking ahead, Lu Ming and Qiu Yu were both dumbfounded. Even though they were mentally prepared, the Great Void Holy Capital was still beyond Lu Ming's imagination. In front of them, there was a huge city floating in the universe. Yes, it was a huge city. It was a pitch-black ancient city. It was so huge that it was even bigger than a planet of life. A city that was bigger than a planet of life. What kind of concept was that? Around this huge city, there were many planets of life that revolved around the huge city. Lu Ming counted. There were a total of 36 planets. 36 planets were revolving around a huge city. This scene was simply too shocking. Humph, you're really inexperienced. Seeing Lu Ming and Autumn Moon's dumbfounded expressions, Lan Ling took the opportunity to harumph. Of course, Lu Ming ignored Lan Ling's words. He was now completely immune to Lan Ling. Let's go. Lan Shang looked at the great illusionary Saint Capital with a complicated expression on his face. After which, he flew towards the huge city. Lu Ming and the rest followed behind. The closer they got to the huge city, the more they felt how majestic it was. In each direction of the huge city there were 8 city gates. On top of the city walls, there were all kinds of weapons that were extremely terrifying. Needless to say, there were definitely powerful people on top of the city walls. If they wanted to enter the Great Void Holy Capital, they could only enter through those city gates. Slowly they flew towards one of the city gates. What a huge city gate! Lu Ming exclaimed. Each city gate was extremely huge. It was more than 1,000,000 miles long and wide. Even huge races could easily pass through the city gates. From afar they could see countless living beings flying towards the city gates. Lu Ming and the rest lined up and followed the crowd as they flew towards the city gates. To enter the Great Void Holy Capital, they had to register their information and leave behind their life aura. This was very similar to entering the 9 Extinction Heavenly King residence. Soon it was Lu Ming and the rest's turn. Isn't that Blue Merchant? It's really Blue Merchant. He's back. Why is he back? Should we report this to the higher-ups? No need. His star core has been destroyed. He's just a useless person. There's no need to report this. The soldiers guarding the city clearly recognized Lan Shang and whispered to each other. Lan Ling was unhappy and wanted to throw a tantrum. However, she was stopped by Blue Merchant. Register our information. Blue Merchant said plainly. Ever since Jingyu died and his star core was destroyed, he had heard such mockery many times. Hee hee. The guards laughed contemptuously, and then registered Lan Shang and the others. After registering, they passed through the city gates and entered the Great Void Holy Capital. Walking through the city gates they saw countless buildings. There were all kinds of tall and ancient buildings. There was no end in sight. The wide streets were at least a few thousand miles wide. A large number of living beings walked on the streets. It was extremely bustling. Many of the living beings exuded terrifying auras. Lu Ming was shocked when he sensed it. God Kings, on the streets there were God Kings everywhere. The number of God Kings was more than those below the God King level. How many God Kings were there in the Great Void Holy Capital? Now that the Great Void Imperial Family's sacred courtyard is getting closer, experts from all over the world are gathering here. That's why there are so many God Kings on the streets. Otherwise, even in the Great Void Holy Capital, there wouldn't be so many God Kings. Blue Merchant explained. P.S. Readers, I'm the Shepherd Boy Tingzhu. I recommend a free app that supports downloading, listening to books, 0 advertisements and multiple reading modes. Chapter 3184. Lu Ming nodded his head. This was normal. However, even so, it was terrifying enough. A God King expert was considered a top expert in Qintian Star Field. But here they were nothing. There were too many of them and there were too many of them. Lu Ming felt a sense of urgency. With his current strength, he was definitely an overlord in Qintian Star Field. Lu Ming was confident that he could kill a God King 4th Heaven in Qintian Star Field. However, he was nothing in Great Void Sage Capital. There were too many people who could kill him. One could imagine how powerful the major forces in Great Void Sage Capital were. It would be difficult to overturn the case for Jingyu. Lu Ming had a long way to go. They followed Blue Merchant and walked around. Soon they arrived at a courtyard. This courtyard was relatively secluded, but it was also rather quiet. I bought this when I was in Great Void Sage Capital. As it is secluded and not big, it was not taken away. Let's stay here for the time being. Blue Merchant said. He then opened the door and walked in. The courtyard was not big, but it was well equipped. There were more than 10 rooms, which was enough for them to use. Everyone found their rooms and stayed in them. The next day, Lu Ming, I will bring you to an old friend of mine today, Blue Merchant said. All right. Lu Ming nodded his head. Lu Ming, in the Taishu sacred capital, you must not let others know that you are Jing Yu's successor. At the very least, before you are powerful enough, you must not let others know about it. Otherwise you will be killed. Blue Merchant warned. I understand. Lu Ming nodded his head. Also, Wu Fan, the son of the imperial tutor, has his eyes on Ling Er. Therefore I cannot treat you as my son-in-law. Otherwise Wu Fan will find trouble with you. Blue Merchant frowned and mumbled. Lu Ming couldn't wait for Blue Merchant to not treat him as a son-in-law. How about this? In the future, in front of outsiders, you can treat me as your disciple. In any case, I'm a cripple. Others shouldn't care too much if I accept a disciple. Blue Merchant said. The two of them walked out of the courtyard and headed north, chatting as they walked. My old friend is from a great family in Taishu's Saint capital, the Guanggu clan. They are not like the Jin clan and the Qin clan of the 9 extinction Heavenly King Mansion. They are much stronger than them. The patriarch of the Guanggu clan and I went through life and death together when we were young. There's a kind of divine pill in the Guanggu clan called the Nirvana pill. It's extremely effective. If a half-step divine king realm cultivator takes it, he or she will have a 50 to 60% chance of breaking through to the divine king realm. Even if a divine king cultivator takes it, he or she will have a great chance of breaking through to the divine king realm without any side effects. Blue Merchant said. It can allow a half-step divine king to have a 50 to 60% chance of breaking through to the divine king realm. This effect is truly heaven-defying. Lu Ming was taken aback. He was very shocked. It was extremely difficult to break through to the divine king realm. Countless experts were stuck in the half-step divine king realm. However, the Nirvana pill could allow a person to have a 50 to 60% chance of breaking through. This was already extremely heaven-defying. Moreover, if a divine king cultivator took it, he or she would have a great chance of breaking through to the next level. Most importantly, there were no side effects. Lu Ming knew of a kind of divine pill called the King Breakthrough Pill. It could also allow a divine king to break through to the next level. Back then, the Jin clan and the Qin clan had given the King Breakthrough Pill to the invincible Kenzo sect master of the Qin Tian Star Field, allowing them to break through to the 4th layer of the divine king realm. However, the King Breakthrough Pill had a great side effect. Once it was used, it would exhaust one's potential and it would be difficult to break through in the future. However, the Nirvana pill did not have any side effects. Its value was many times higher than the King Breakthrough Pill. However, the Nirvana pill can only be used once. It's only effective for the first time. The second time there's almost no effect. You haven't used it before. With your talent, you should have a great chance of breaking through to the divine king realm. Blue Merchant explained. Lu Ming sighed. The Great Void Sage capital was indeed the Great Void Sage capital. It even had such a divine pill. The two of them chatted as they walked. Along the way, Blue Merchant told Lu Ming many things about the Great Void Sage capital so that Lu Ming could better adapt to life in the Great Void Sage capital. Not long after, they arrived at a teleportation zone. They stepped onto a teleportation formation. Yes, it was a teleportation formation. The Great Void Sage capital was too big. It was bigger than a life planet. Its territory was vast and there were countless living beings living there. If everyone flew in the air, it would be a little messy. Therefore, many short-distance teleportation formations were set up in the Great Void Sage capital. It could be used to teleport people back and forth within the Great Void Sage capital. This way, it would be very convenient for one to go to a certain place. Not long after, Lu Ming and the rest arrived at the northern region. They came before a huge mansion. The mansion was huge and it occupied a vast area. This was the mansion of the Guanggu clan. Blue Merchant told them the reason for their visit. Naturally, someone went to inform them. Aha, Brother Lon, long time no see. What brings you here? Not long after, a middle-aged man walked out and laughed heartily. This man was the head of the Guanggu clan, Guanggu Jian. Brother Guanggu, how have you been? Blue Merchant clasped his fists. I'm still the same. Come, let's go in and have a drink. Guanggu Jian said. In a courtyard, Lu Ming, Blue Merchant, Guanggu Jian, and a young man sat at a table. They chatted as they drank. After chatting, they found out that the young man was Guanggu Jian's son, Guanggu Long. Guanggu Jian looked at Lu Ming curiously. Brother Guanggu, this is my new disciple. His name is Lu Ming. Blue Merchant introduced. Lu Ming greets Senior Guanggu. Lu Ming clasped his fists and bowed. Uncle Lan Shu, is this your new disciple? Guan Gulong sized Lu Ming up curiously. There was a hint of contempt in his eyes as he said, Uncle Lan, your cultivation was crippled back then. I didn't expect your judgment to deteriorate. You're not good at teaching disciples anymore. You're not even a divine king. The disdain in his words was very obvious. At this point, Guan Gulong's tone changed again. He said, Uncle Lan, you haven't come to look for my father for so many years. Could it be that you have something to ask my father for help this time? Blue Merchant's hand that was holding the cup stiffened. It would be strange if he felt good to be looked down upon by a junior. A cold light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. This Guan Gulong was asking for a beating. He had been mocking him since the beginning. Lang, what nonsense are you talking about? How can you talk to your Uncle Lan Shu like that? Guan Gujin reprimanded. However, his voice wasn't loud. Anyone could tell that Guan Gujin wasn't angry at all. He was just pretending to reprimand. Father, I'm wrong. Guan Gulong pretended to admit his mistake, but the contempt on his face was even thicker. P.S. Readers, I'm the shepherd boy Tingzhu. I recommend a free app that supports downloading, listening to books, 0 advertisements and multiple reading modes. Chapter 3185. Brother Lan, please don't mind the outspoken young man. Guan Gujin looked at Blue Merchant and said with a smile. When he said that Guan Gulong was frank and outspoken, it was obvious that he was only saying that Guan Gulong was frank and did not say that he was wrong. Blue Merchant smiled bitterly and said, Brother Guan Gujin, your nephew is right. I am here today to ask for a favor. Brother Lan, please speak your mind. Guan Gujin said without a change in expression. Brother Guan Gujin, I would like to borrow a nirvana pill. Lan Shang went straight to the point and stated the purpose of his visit. What? You want to borrow a nirvana pill? Before Guan Gujin could say anything, Guan Gulong shouted exaggeratedly. You came to my father with bad intentions. You want to borrow a nirvana pill? Do you know how much it costs to refine a nirvana pill? All kinds of rare divine herbs and 9 alchemists. It takes 99,000 years to refine one. Can you afford to borrow such a precious nirvana pill? You want to borrow the nirvana pill for this kid, right? Forgive me for being blunt, but this kid is still a half-step god king. Even if he breaks through, he is still a piece of trash. He won't be chosen by the Great Void Imperial Academy. You better give up. Guan Gujin shouted louder and louder. In the end, his face was full of disdain. Lu Ming and Blue Merchant frowned. Langer, that's enough. Cut it out. Guan Gujin scolded again. Guan Gulong smiled coldly and didn't say anything. Brother Lan, my son is outspoken, but he is right about one thing. It is not easy to refine a nirvana pill. Our Guan Gujin clan doesn't have many of them. Plus, we used almost all of them to prepare for the Great Void Imperial Academy. We really don't have any left. Guan Gujin smiled bitterly. You don't have any left? Blue Merchant's frown deepened. That's right. I don't have any left. How about this? If Brother Lan is really in trouble, just ask for a few tens of thousands of high-grade divine crystals. I can still afford it. Guan Gujin smiled faintly. Brother Guan Gujin, Blue Merchant still wanted to say something. Teacher, let's go. At this moment, Lu Ming stood up and turned around to leave. The other party clearly didn't want to give them the heavenly nirvana pills, and he even said several tens of thousands of high-grade divine crystals. Was he trying to dismiss beggars? Rather than continue to be humiliated by the other party, it was better to just leave. Blue Merchant sighed in his heart. He cupped his fists at Guan Gujin and left. Haha, you don't even want several tens of thousands of high-grade divine crystals? You're just a piece of trash, yet you still have some pride. There's also that Blue Merchant. A person whose star core has been destroyed. Does he still think that he's the Blue Merchant from back then? You want the heavenly nirvana pill the moment you open your mouth? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself in the mirror? Guan Gulong sneered. Guan Gujin smiled and didn't reprimand Guan Gujin. Instead he said, Lang, don't worry about these trivial matters. Your goal now is to cultivate well and try to enter the Taishu Imperial Academy. Do you understand? Father, don't worry. I'm 100% confident that I'll be able to enter the Great Void Imperial Academy. Guan Gulong's face was filled with confidence. Lu Ming and Blue Merchant walked side by side as they returned to their residence. Sigh, this world is just so realistic. Blue Merchant sighed on the way back. Back then, when his cultivation wasn't destroyed and he was at his peak, many people tried to curry favor with him. His relationship with Guan Gujin was also very good. But now he was only asking for a heavenly nirvana pill, Yet he was mocked and ridiculed by the other party. Lan Shu, don't worry about it. After all, there's still more than 50 years. I might be able to break through to the Divine King realm. Lu Ming comforted. It's fine. After so many years, I'm already used to it. Moreover, I have more than one friend in the holy capital. Blue Merchant said with a smile. Not long after, they returned to their residence. The next day, Blue Merchant went out again. It was obvious that he was going to ask for help from his other friends. However, this time he didn't bring Lu Ming with him. Not long after, Blue Merchant returned with a gloomy face. Needless to say, he didn't succeed again. For the next 10 days, Blue Merchant would go out every day. However, every time he went out with hope, he would return with disappointment. Time passed quickly. They had been in the Taishu holy capital for a month. During this month, Lu Ming cultivated peacefully. The cultivation environment in the Taishu holy capital was indeed extraordinary. Their residence was already considered remote, but the cultivation effect was no worse than the starry camp. On this day, Blue Merchant looked for Lu Ming with a joyful face. Lu Ming, your chance is here. Blue Merchant said happily. Lan Shu, what's so good that you're so happy? Lu Ming said with a smile. Lu Ming, you have a chance to cultivate in the heavenly jade annulus of the Bone Sword tribe. Blue Merchant said. The heavenly jade annulus of the Bone Sword tribe? Lu Ming was puzzled. That's right. The celestial jade annulus of the Bone Sword tribe is an extremely famous treasure even in the great illusionary divine realm. It's extremely helpful in comprehending the origin divine power factors of various types of divine powers. It can even help one awaken their origin secret techniques. Not long ago, the Bone Sword tribe released news that they're gathering people below the 3rd level of the King God realm to help them with something. As long as you complete it, you can cultivate under the heavenly jade annulus. Blue Merchant explained. What do you want me to do? Lu Ming asked. At the same time, he was looking forward to it. Lu Ming was very interested in something that could greatly help in cultivating the origin of divine powers. He now had 5 divine-grade divine powers and had awakened 99% of them. If he cultivated step by step, it would take a long time for him to break through. However, if he was lucky, he might be able to break through in a short period of time. Help the Bone Sword tribe enter a place and retrieve a material called sword bone. Blue Merchant immediately explained in more detail. The Bone Sword tribe used to be an extremely powerful tribe in the distant past. At their peak, they were even ranked in the prehistoric 10,000 tribes list. They were even stronger than the Taishu dynasty. However, they were now in decline. Compared to their peak, they were much weaker. They had become a tribe of the Taishu dynasty. However, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. The Bone Sword tribe's foundation was still deep. The heavenly jade annulus was one of the Bone Sword tribe's foundations. Cultivating under the heavenly jade annulus was extremely helpful to one's origin of divine powers. However, the Bone Sword tribe had a secret realm that contained a precious material called sword bone. It was extremely helpful to the Bone Sword tribe. However, this secret realm had a great restriction. Those above the 3rd level of the King God realm couldn't enter. Even the Bone Sword tribe couldn't enter. Therefore, every once in a while, the Bone Sword tribe would invite people below the 3rd level of the King God realm to enter the secret realm and collect sword bones for them. They would also give out rewards. There were all sorts of rewards and all of them were precious. However, they had never given out a reward for entering the heavenly jade annulus to cultivate. Therefore, when the news spread this time, it attracted many young geniuses to go. P.S. Readers, I am the Shepherd Boy Tingzhu. I recommend a free app that supports downloading, listening to books, no ads and many reading modes. Chapter 3186. After hearing Blue Merchant's explanation, Lu Ming understood. It was nothing more than someone helping the Bone Sword tribe obtain a sword bone and then exchanging it for a chance to cultivate under the sagely heaven jade annulus. This time I plan to let you Ling Er and Miss Autumn Moon go together. This is a good opportunity for all of you. Blue Merchant said. All right. Lu Ming nodded. The next day, Blue Merchant brought Lu Ming, Miss Autumn Moon and Lan Ling to the Bone Sword tribe. The Bone Sword tribe was a powerful force in the Taishu sacred capital. They had a deep foundation and magnificent buildings. They were far more powerful than the Guanggu clan. In front of them, buildings that looked like divine swords stood between heaven and earth. Looking from afar, they could feel waves of shocking sword chi soaring into the sky. Although the Bone Sword tribe was no longer as glorious as it used to be, it was still a force that ordinary forces in the Taishu sacred capital couldn't compare to. It was still one of the top forces in the Taishu sacred capital. Those who are participating in the hunt for the sword bone may enter. Others are not allowed. Lu Ming and the others were stopped in front of a huge gate. "We are here to hunt for the sword bone." Lu Ming stepped forward. "You may enter." The guard at the gate waved his hand. Lu Ming, Miss Autumn Moon and Lan Ling walked in. Blue Merchant waited outside. Behind the gate was a long corridor. After passing through the corridor, they arrived at a spacious training ground. Many people had already gathered here. Not all of them were young. There were many old and middle-aged people. The Bone Sword tribe only allowed those below the third layer of the King God realm to enter. There was no age restriction. Lu Ming, Miss Autumn Moon and Lan Ling waited at the side. "Ioyo, isn't this the trash who came to my house to ask for medicine?" At this moment, a discordant voice rang out. Then a few young men walked toward Lu Ming and the others. "Guan Gulong." Lu Ming's eyes flashed. One of the young men was Guan Gulong. "Brother Guan Gu, is this guy the disciple of that crippled blue merchant you mentioned? He's not even a god king, yet he's dreaming of going to the Guan Gu clan to ask for a nirvana pill?" Another young man at the side sneered. "What did you say?" Hearing this, Lan Ling couldn't stand it any longer and shouted angrily. "Oh my, did I say something wrong?" Guan Gulong curled his lips and glanced at Lan Ling with a mocking face. Then his eyes fell on Lu Ming as he sneered. "What? You didn't get the nirvana pill from my Guangu clan, and now you want the Bone Sword tribe to cultivate under the sacred heaven jade annulus. Ha ha ha, with your half-step divine king cultivation base, I guarantee that you won't even know how you died." The commotion here attracted the attention of others. Many people looked over in this direction. A half-step divine king also wants to join in the fun? He must be possessed. Although the Bone Sword tribe said that anyone below the third layer of the King God realm can enter, it's not a joke. It's dangerous. A half-step divine king is just courting death. They're not afraid of death. Why should we care? Many people were discussing. "Get lost." Lu Ming's expression was calm as he spat out a word. Guan Gulong's face fell and he said, "Kid, what did you say?" "Get lost as far as you can." Lu Ming waved his hand casually as if he was driving an ant away. "Kid, you're courting death." Guan Gulong shouted coldly, his eyes cold. Boom. A powerful aura burst out from his body. It was the aura of a second-layer divine king. At the same time, an ancient aura filled the air. A second-layer divine king who had awakened the origin divine force. "Kid, I will destroy your star core today. I will let you live like that crippled blue merchant." Guan Gulong shouted coldly. "Shut up." Lan Ling was enraged. She unsheathed her sword and turned it into a dazzling sword light, slashing towards Guan Gulong. "You're courting death." Guan Gulong took out a saber which was long and thin, looking extremely ugly. However, its power was extraordinary. When Guan Gulong slashed his saber, the saber light slashed Lan Ling's sword light. Lan Ling's sword light shook violently and then exploded. Lan Ling retreated quickly. Her face turned pale and she almost vomited blood. After years of cultivation, Lan Ling's cultivation base had reached the peak of the first-layer divine king. However, her origin divine force had only awakened once. She was one layer lower than Guan Gulong. She was no match for him. "Kid, it's your turn now." After Guan Gulong defeated Lan Ling, he looked at Lu Ming with cold eyes. "Young master, let me." When Lu Ming was about to attack and beat Guan Gulong up, Autumn Moon stepped forward and landed in front of Lu Ming. "Young master, let me do it this time." Chiu Yu added with a determined look. "All right." Lu Ming nodded. "Young master." Hearing Autumn Moon call Lu Ming young master, Guan Gulong's eyes turned red with envy. "Little girl, what's so good about following this trash? Come and follow me. I promise I will make you happy." Guan Gulong sneered. Swoosh. A snow-white saber light welcomed him. Autumn Moon attacked directly. She waved her hand and a saber light slashed towards Guan Gulong's mouth. Guan Gulong was a little surprised. He hurried to block with his saber. Clang. The two saber lights collided. However, Guan Gulong's body shook violently and he was pushed back. He almost lost his grip on his saber. Second-level King God Realm. The corners of Lu Ming's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a smile. Autumn Moon's cultivation had reached the second-level King God Realm, which was the same as Guan Gulong. However, Autumn Moon had cultivated the universe myriad Dao technique and could control many divine-grade divine powers. At the same time, Autumn Moon also had the god-killing light. Her combat strength was not something that Guan Gulong could compare with. Swoosh. After pushing Guan Gulong back, Autumn Moon followed up and continued to attack with her palm. "Quick, let's attack together and cripple this bitch." Guan Gulong shouted. Boom. Boom. The other young men beside Guan Gulong also made their moves. These young men were also very strong. Apparently, they were the supreme talents of the Taishu sacred capital. There were 4 of them in total and they attacked Autumn Moon together. God-killing light. Autumn Moon's heart skipped a beat. A god-killing light appeared and turned into a saber, sweeping in all directions. Boom, boom, boom. After 4 consecutive explosions, the 4 young men, including Guan Gulong, were sent flying like cannonballs. They coughed out blood and fell heavily on the ground. So strong. Where did such a beauty come from? Her cultivation is so strong. The Taishu imperial family's sacred courtyard is about to start. Many supreme talents from all over the world are gathering here. Now that the number of supreme talents in the Taishu sacred capital has skyrocketed, there are many hidden dragons and crouching tigers. That's right. I see a few supreme talents from the Heavenly King Mansion here. The others looked at Autumn Moon in shock. Chapter 3187. Guan Gulong and the other 3 young men were all in the second heaven of the King God realm and had awakened their origin divine force. In the entire Taishu Holy Court, although this level of strength could not be said to be at the top, it was definitely above average. However, the 4 of them were defeated by Autumn Moon. One could imagine how powerful Autumn Moon was. Bam! Chiao Yu followed up and stepped on Guan Gulong's mouth. Guan Gulong screamed in agony. His mouth was crushed and blood spurted out of his mouth. A mouthful of teeth flew out. Guan Gulong's face was completely deformed. Humph, let's see if you dare to scold the young master. Autumn Moon snorted. Then he moved back to Lu Ming's side. Amazing! Lu Ming exclaimed. Lu Ming, do you only know how to hide behind a woman? Without this woman, I can crush you with one finger. Guan Gulong struggled to get up and shouted. However, his teeth had not grown back yet as they had been knocked out. When he spoke, his mouth was full of air. Oh, is that so? You want to fight with me? Lu Ming's lips curled into a sneer. Just as he was about to step out, he suddenly felt a few cold, murderous intents landing on him. Lu Ming frowned and looked in the direction of the murderous intents. There were a few young men in black robes. Their faces were ghastly pale as they stared at Lu Ming coldly. It's him. He's from the abysmal Heavenly King Mansion. Lu Ming's heart stirred. Lu Ming recognized one of the young men in black robes. Previously, in Xingyue Ancient City, Lu Ming had met 3 supreme talents from the abysmal Heavenly King Mansion. 2 of them were killed by Lu Ming. Only one of them survived. The young man in front of him was the one he had met in Xingyue Ancient City. What a coincidence! Lu Ming muttered. If the other party was courting death, he would not mind sending him on his way. Alright, we have enough people. We can set off now. At this moment, a group of people walked over and spoke loudly. Their voices echoed throughout the area. This group of people was from the Bone Sword tribe. Is this the Bone Sword tribe? Lu Ming looked over and was surprised. The people of the Bone Sword tribe looked very strange. They looked similar to humans, but they were all as thin as firewood. They looked like skeletons. On their backs there was a sword hilt. Yes, they were hilts that protruded from the Bone Sword tribe. It was said that the spine of the Bone Sword race would naturally nurture a bone sword. Its power was unmatched and incomparably terrifying. The stronger the cultivation, the stronger the bone sword. This time, the sword bones they collected from the secret realm would be of great help to the cultivation of the Bone Sword race. Otherwise, the Bone Sword race wouldn't have offered such tempting conditions to ask for help. The abysmal Heavenly King used killing people heavenly heavens. The Bone Sword tribe's people tribes use. Heaven-esque Guan Gulong snorted. Killing intent flashed in his eyes as he thought of a sinister plan. Heavens, you Lu Ming, don't let me find you. Otherwise I'll see how you die. Guan Gulong gritted his teeth. Everyone, I believe all of you are aware of the specific situation. This time you will be entering a mystic realm. There are many desolate beasts living inside. These desolate beasts have a type of sword bone on their spines. Your goal is that sword bone. Those sword bones are divided into 3 colors, black, silver, and gold. The different colors will have different qualities. Black is the worst and gold is the best. The sword bones are based on weight. 1 gene of gold sword bones is equivalent to 10 gene of silver sword bones, which is equivalent to 100 gene of black sword bones. Once you obtain 1000 gene of black sword bones, you can cultivate under the sacred heaven jade annulus for a day. 2000 gene of black sword bones will be 2 days and so on. The Bone Sword tribe members explained. Everyone nodded. They had already known about this before. I'll say it again. The wild beasts in the secret realm are very dangerous and powerful. If you die in battle after entering, the Bone Sword tribe will not be responsible. If you want to withdraw now, you can do so now. The Bone Sword tribe members continued. Of course, no one withdrew. When they came, they already knew that killing wild beasts to obtain the sword bones would be dangerous. They were already mentally prepared. Alright, since no one wants to withdraw, you can sign your names on the life and death forms and enter the secret realm. The Bone Sword tribe members said as they took out a huge life and death forms. Every time someone came, there would be many geniuses. Many of them had great backgrounds. Obviously, the Bone Sword tribe members were afraid that if these geniuses died, the forces behind them would cause trouble for the Bone Sword tribe. If they signed the life and death forms, it meant that they were willing to join. Everyone lined up and signed the life and death forms one by one. Then they left under the lead of the Bone Sword tribe members. Not long after, they came to a wide platform. In front of the platform there was a mirror floating in the air. There was a stone bridge that extended from the platform to the mirror. Is the secret realm inside the mirror? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Sure enough, the Bone Sword tribe member said, the secret realm is inside this mirror. This mirror is an ancient treasure passed down by my Bone Sword tribe. The mirror is a world of its own, but my Bone Sword tribe members can't enter it. You can go in. You have 1 year and you can come out at any time within a year. After they finished saying those words, some old men and some middle-aged burly men began to walk toward the mirror along the stone bridge. Every once in a while, the Bone Sword tribe would open the mirror world and invite people to hunt for the sword bones inside. For some people, it wasn't their first time here, so they were familiar with the process. The closer they got to the mirror, the smaller their bodies became. When they got close to the mirror, their bodies became the size of a speck of dust and then disappeared into the mirror. The others followed and walked toward the mirror. Let's go too, Lu Ming said as he and Autumn Moon Lan Ling walked along the stone bridge toward the mirror. Strangely, the closer they got to the mirror, the larger it became. In the end, the mirror seemed to cover the sky. Buzz buzz. As soon as their bodies touched the mirror, it was as if they had passed through a layer of water. The next moment, Lu Ming and the others appeared on a flight of stairs. Behind them was also a mirror. They had entered the mirror world. Looking up, there was a boundless world in front of him. It stretched as far as the eye could see, with no end in sight. Brr. In the distance there was a roar. It's the sword bone beasts. Charge. Many people rose into the air and flew into the distance. Let's go. Those who came here through the mirror rose into the air and flew in all directions to hunt the sword bone beasts. Lu Ming saw Guan Gulong glancing at him coldly before flying into the distance with his companions. Chapter 3188. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Then he, Chiu Moon and Lan Ling chose a direction and flew forward. Soon they were tens of thousands of miles away. Brr, brr, boom, boom. While flying, Lu Ming saw many giant beasts fighting with some experts. These giant beasts were hundreds of meters tall and had wild auras. They were the sword bone beasts. These sword bone beasts didn't have high cultivation bases. Along the way they found that most of the sword bone beasts were in the King God realm. However, these sword bone beasts were being watched by others. There were too many people coming in. There were too many wolves and too little meat. The three of them had no choice but to fly further away. After flying for another tens of thousands of miles. Look, sword bone beasts. Chiu Moon pointed ahead and shouted. In front of them was a mountainous area. A few sword bone beasts were digging into the mountainous area, digging for metal to eat. Quick, let's do it. Lu Ming shouted. They had to hurry up. Otherwise, the sword bone beasts would be taken away again. The three of them turned into 3 streaks of light and flew toward the sword bone beasts. Brr, brr, brr. The sword bone beasts noticed Lu Ming's group. They roared and attacked Lu Ming's group. Pieces of bone flew out from the sword bone beasts and slashed toward Lu Ming's group like flying swords. However, these sword bone beasts were only in the King God realm. Not to mention Lu Ming and Chiu Moon, even Lan Ling could easily kill them. Bang, bang, bang. The attacks of the trio landed on the sword bone beast. Gravel flew everywhere on the sword bone beast's body and exploded. 3 sword bone beasts were killed in an instant. Lu Ming's group landed beside the sword bone beasts and started to look for the bones. The sword bone beasts had a strange structure. They weren't made of flesh and blood. They were made of rocks and metal. In the end, the 3 of them found a finger-sized black bone at the spine of the sword bone beast. The bone was in the shape of a sword, and it emitted an invisible sword pressure. They knew that this was the sword bone that the Bone Sword tribe needed. Lu Ming took a step forward and took the sword bone from the ground. About 5 kilograms. Lu Ming weighed it in his hand and felt rather speechless. The sword bone of a sword bone beast was only about 5 kilograms. Wouldn't that mean that he would have to kill 100 of these sword bone beasts in exchange for a day of cultivation under the sacred heaven jade annulus? It seemed like it wouldn't be easy to cultivate under the saintly heaven jade wall. After that, Chiu Autumn Moon and Lan Ling took off their sword bones. They were about the same as Lu Ming's, about 5 kilograms. Let's continue hunting. Immediately, the three of them soared into the sky and continued their hunt. However, there were too many people in the beginning. Lu Ming's group saw many people fighting over the sword bone beasts. There are many sword bone beasts in this world. There's no need to compete here. Let's go deeper first. Lu Ming suggested. The three of them didn't stay any longer. They sped up and flew into the depths of this world. As they went deeper, the crowd began to disperse. Finally, there weren't so many people. There's more ahead. Chiu Autumn Moon cried out in surprise. There were at least 5 or 6 sword bone beasts in front of them. The three of them flew forward and killed them. Then they continued to search. With fewer people, it was much easier to find sword bone beasts. Next, they found sword bone beasts from time to time. This kind of sword bone beast would not only be on the ground but also hide under the ground. Their bodies were like a mixture of rock and metal. For example, when they slept, they would hide underground. Sometimes, when they were defeated, they would hide underground. It was a troublesome thing. They had to sense carefully to find sword bone beasts. In this way, more than a day later, Lu Ming's group had each obtained about 500 gene of black sword bone beasts. It was enough for them to cultivate under the sacred heaven jade wall for about half a day. The three of them were searching for sword bone beasts in a barren mountain. Suddenly, a loud roar was heard. The gravel on the ground exploded. A sharp claw scratched toward Lan Ling. It was very powerful. Lan Ling was shocked. She quickly waved her sword to block it. Clang. The sharp claw hit Lan Ling's battle sword. Even with Lan Ling's cultivation, she couldn't block it. Her body shook violently and was blown away. Then a sword bone beast rushed out from the ground. This sword bone beast was different from the ones they had encountered before. It was much smaller. The sword bone beasts they had encountered before were about 100 meters tall. However, this one was only 20 meters tall. Third King God Realm. A light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. He could sense that this sword bone beast had the cultivation base of the third King God Realm. No wonder Lan Ling couldn't block it and was blown away. In the King God Realm, the higher the cultivation base, the stronger the warrior would be. It wasn't something that could be done with some simple secret techniques. Lan Ling's innate talent was high. Her divine techniques and secret techniques were powerful. Moreover, she had awakened the god power of the origin. Even so, she could subdue or kill an ordinary second sky of King God Realm warrior. Facing a third sky of King God Realm warrior, she couldn't resist at all. The sword bone beast roared and wanted to attack Lan Ling again. Lu Ming took a step forward and stood in front of the sword bone beast. He threw a punch. A 9-clawed dragon condensed and dashed toward the sword bone beast. It collided with the sword bone beast's sharp claw. After a dull explosion, the sword bone beast was blown away. Kill. Lu Ming bellowed and punched continuously with both fists. A total of 36 9-clawed divine dragons appeared, charging toward the sword bone beast. After a series of explosions, the sword bone beast was covered in wounds. It lay on the ground lifeless. With Lu Ming's current strength, it wasn't difficult to kill an ordinary third King God Realm warrior. He didn't even need to use the original secret technique. Of course, on the day of the Sacred Institute of the Great Void Imperial Family, his opponents wouldn't be ordinary King God Realm warriors. They would all be top geniuses. Humph, who needs your help? I can handle it myself. Lan Ling flew over and said stubbornly. Wipe the blood off your mouth first. Lu Ming smiled. Lan Ling harumphed and didn't say anything. Lu Ming stepped forward and took the sword bone beast's bone. Silver. Lu Ming was delighted. The sword bone beast was silver and it wasn't light. It weighed around 30 gene. 30 gene of silver sword bone beast was equal to 300 gene of black sword bone beast. Lu Ming took it without hesitation. He wouldn't discuss with Lan Ling about sharing it equally. If he wanted to share it equally, he would share it equally with Chiu Moon. After that, they moved more carefully. Since there was a third King God Realm sword bone beast here, there would be a second one, a third one. As expected, the level of the sword bone beasts increased a lot in this area. Not only the first King God Realm, but also the second and third King God Realm sword beast. Their collecting speed had increased a lot. In the blink of an eye, they had been here for a month. On this day, while they were flying to look for sword bone beasts, they suddenly stopped. Because some young men in front of them were blocking their way. Chapter 3189. There were 3 young men in black robes with gloomy faces. They were the 3 young men from the abysmal Heavenly King mansion. The young man in black robes in the middle stared at Lu Ming like a venomous snake. He did not hide his murderous intent at all. "What do you want?" Lan Ling asked coldly. She did not know about the grudge between Lu Ming and the abysmal Heavenly King mansion. "What do we want?" "Of course we want to kill you." The voice of the black-robed young man in the middle was extremely cold. As soon as he finished his words, he exuded a shocking aura that shrouded Lu Ming, Qiuyu and Lan Ling, third king god realm. Lan Ling exclaimed and her face turned pale. This young man had the cultivation base of the third king god realm. Moreover, he was a genius who had awakened the god origin. However, this was not beyond Lu Ming's expectations. The young man had seen Xiao Moon defeat Guan Gulong and the others. He was confident that he would be able to kill them. The other 2 young men from the abysmal Heavenly King mansion were much weaker. The young man they had met in Xingyue Ancient City had broken through to the first king god realm. The other young man was in the second king god realm, the same as Guan Gulong. They had awakened the divine origin gene. They were probably the top young men in the abysmal Heavenly King mansion. "Young master, leave it to me," Qiu Moon said. She took a step forward and a powerful aura burst out from her body. It was extremely sharp and she broke through the young man's aura. Her eyes revealed an eager expression. Lu Ming smiled. This girl was addicted to fighting. It made sense. Ever since Qiuyu received the inheritance of Lord of Heaven Xinyan, she had been cultivating in seclusion. She didn't have a good battle experience. After she had tortured Guan Gulong, she was very excited to fight. "Go," Lu Ming said with a smile. "You want her to fight alone?" Lan Ling was shocked. "Of course. It's just a few cats and dogs. How can we fight them together?" Lu Ming curled his lips in disdain. The 3 youths from the 9th Abyss Heavenly King's mansion almost died from anger. "The 3 of you die together?" The Sky Pride of the 9th Abyss Heavenly King residence in the middle roared and waved his hand. A few ghostly claws formed and grabbed at Qiu Autumn Moon, Lu Ming and Lan Ling. "Your opponent is me," Qiuyu shouted and waved her hand. 3 saber lights slashed out and split the 3 ghostly claws in half. Then he took a step forward and moved as fast as lightning. With a wave of his hand, saber light flashed and enveloped the 3 youths from the 9th Serenity Heavenly King mansion. "Kill this bitch." The strongest Heaven's Pride from the 9 Nether Heavenly King mansion roared. His figure flickered as he dodged Autumn Moon's saber light and rushed towards Autumn Moon. However, Autumn Moon's expression was calm. Her body was enveloped by divine power, and she looked like a peerless goddess. In the blink of an eye, saber lights shot out from Xiao Chen's fingers, enveloping his opponent from all directions, leaving him no room to retreat. Bam! The Sky Pride from the 9th Abyss Heavenly King mansion trembled and retreated. As for the other 2 Sky Prides from the 9th Abyss Heavenly King mansion, they had to use all their strength to avoid Autumn Moon's attack. "You're courting death. Ghostly fog kill." The leader of the 9 Nether Heavenly King Manor shouted. His body actually exploded with a bang and turned into a cloud of ghostly mist. At the same time, the other 2 Sky Prides from the 9th Abyss Heavenly King mansion exploded and turned into ghostly fog. The 3 ghostly fogs expanded rapidly and soon covered a radius of 1,000 miles. Qiu Autumn Moon was also shrouded in the ghostly fog. "Let's retreat." Lu Ming pulled Lan Ling and retreated quickly, leaving the area covered by the ghostly fog. "Why are you so confident in her?" Lan Ling asked. She had seen how Qiu Autumn Moon suppressed Guan Gulong. She was envious and jealous of her strength. However, the young man from the 9th Abyss Heavenly King mansion was at the 3rd heaven of the King God realm. He had awakened the origin divine force and was 1 level higher than Guan Gulong. He could defeat Guan Gulong in 1 blow. Qiu Autumn Moon was no match for him. "What's there to be worried about?" Lu Ming smiled faintly. It was indeed difficult for the top Sky Prides to fight someone who was at the King God realm. However, Qiu Autumn Moon could do it. Qiuyu had cultivated the myriad Tao art of the universe, mastered the god-slaying light, and had even awakened her origin source secret art. With all of these skills combined, even if her opponent was a top-notch prodigy, she wouldn't have any problems defeating him. Boom! Boom! The ghostly fog was filled with explosions and beams of divine light shot out from time to time. The battle was intense. Lu Ming and Lan Ling stood in the distance and watched. Suddenly, Lu Ming turned his head and looked behind him. He said calmly, "Why are you hiding there so sneakily? Come out." Lan Ling was shocked and quickly looked back. "Haha, your spiritual senses are quite sharp." A loud laugh was heard and 4 young men flew over. Lu Ming's lips curled into a creepy smile. The 4 young men were Guan Gulong and the other 3. In fact, before Qiu Yu and the people from the 9 Nether Heavenly King Mansion fought, Guan Gulong and the other 3 had already arrived nearby. They hid in the dark and watched from afar. When Qiu Yu and the people from the 9 Nether Heavenly King Mansion fought, Guan Gulong got agitated and was discovered by Lu Ming. Lu Ming, I didn't expect you to offend so many people despite your weak cultivation. You even offended the people from the 9th Abyss Heavenly King Mansion. Now that the woman is trapped by them, who can help you? Guan Gulong laughed heartily without restraint. He was only afraid of Qiu Autumn Moon. Now that Qiu Autumn Moon was blocked by the others, it would be easy for him to kill Lu Ming, a half-step divine king. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. At this time there was a sound coming from afar. More people had arrived. There were more than a dozen figures, both young and old. However, they did not get close but stood nearby to watch. Obviously, they were attracted by the battle between Qiu Autumn Moon and the people from the 9th Abyss Heavenly King Mansion. What a pity, Lu Ming sighed slightly at the sight of so many people. Originally he wanted to kill Guan Gulong and the others here. However, with so many people here, it would be difficult for him to kill Guan Gulong. After all, he had just arrived at the Taishu sacred capital and had no foundation. As for Blue Merchant, he was no longer the Blue Merchant of the past and had lost his influence. As for the Guanggu family, they were a big family in the Taishu sacred capital and were much more powerful than the Jin family and Qin family of the 9th Abyss Heavenly King Mansion. If he killed Guan Gulong, no one would be able to help him if Guan Gujin went crazy and wanted to kill him. Only when he entered the Taishu sacred capital and entered the top 10, he would be able to establish his own mansion and family. By then he would have no qualms about killing Guan Gulong. However, he had to be cautious now. I can only teach him a lesson. Lu Ming mumbled. Kid, no matter how much you mumble to yourself, it's useless. I will destroy your astral core and let you live like that useless Blue Merchant. Guan Gulong shouted. Chapter 3190. Shut up. Lan Ling was so angry that she was trembling. She shouted and was about to rush forward to fight Guan Gulong. However, a firm and powerful hand pressed down on Lan Ling's shoulder. An indifferent voice rang in her ears, "Let me do it." Subsequently, Lu Ming stepped forward and walked towards Guan Gulong. At this moment, Lu Ming's image in Lan Ling's eyes had unknowingly become taller. What am I thinking? How did this wretched and shameless guy become taller? Lan Ling hurriedly shook her head and tossed the unrealistic thought out of her mind. Looking at Lu Ming's showy face walking towards him, Guan Gulong was furious and shouted, "A half-step divine king trash still dares to act tough here. Kneel down and eat the soil." Guan Gulong slapped Lu Ming, his speed as fast as lightning. Slap. The crisp sound of a slap was heard. Then a figure retreated continuously. The person who retreated was naturally Guan Gulong. Although he made the first move, Lu Ming managed to land a slap on his face even though he made the first move. This slap was extremely heavy. Guan Gulong spurted out blood from his mouth and his teeth flew out. Guan Gulong roared like a pig being slaughtered. His lungs were about to explode from anger. Previously, his teeth were knocked out by Autumn Moon. During this period of time they had finally grown back. Now his teeth were knocked out again. He was so furious that he wanted to curse the heavens and the earth. Boom. Guan Gulong unleashed all the divine power in his body. He stared at Lu Ming with bloodshot eyes and shouted, "Brat, I'm going to chop you into 8 pieces." A slender saber appeared in his hand, and he slashed at Lu Ming with it. He was still full of confidence and believed that he could kill Lu Ming with his blade. Just now he was too careless. He thought that Lu Ming was just a half-step divine king. Therefore he did not take any precautions and was slapped by Lu Ming. Even if beaten to death, he did not believe that with his strength, he could not even beat a half-step divine king. The saber light pierced through the air, emitting a terrifying whistling sound as it charged towards Lu Ming. Divine Dragon Dharma form. Lu Ming muttered and waved his hands. 9-clawed dragon appeared and pounced at Guan Gulong. The 9-clawed dragon drowned Guan Gulong in an instant. Boom, boom. Continuous explosions were heard. When all the 9-clawed dragon disappeared, Guan Gulong was lying on the ground like a dead dog, twitching all over. The Godly Dragon Aspect technique allowed one to condense more Godly Dragon aspects, which increased the power of the technique. Now that he could condense 36 9-clawed dragons all at once, its power was astonishing. It wasn't much weaker than Lu Ming's Gate of Domination. If he could condense more than 100 9-clawed dragons in the future, its power would surpass that of the Gate of Domination. Of course, when Lu Ming awakened the origin source divine power of the Sovereign's divine power, the power of the Gate of Domination would increase tremendously. The three sky prides who were with Guan Gulong and the people who were watching from afar were stunned. This scene had exceeded everyone's expectations. In their expectations, Lu Ming would be the one who would be beaten to a pulp. However, in the end it was Guan Gulong who was beaten to a pulp. Lu Ming took a step forward and landed beside Guan Gulong. "Ah, let's attack together. Let's kill him together." Guan Gulong screamed in fear. "Attack!" The other three young men shouted and attacked together. 3 attacks were launched towards Lu Ming. Divine Dragon Aspect. Lu Ming roared and his divine power surged. All of his divine power was activated and the battle character art was activated. Brr, 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 brr. Another 36 nine-clawed dragons appeared in the sky and rushed towards the 3 young men. Each of the divine dragon aspects exploded when they collided with each other. They turned into terrifying energy and rushed towards their opponents. A series of explosions were heard and the 3 young men were sent flying. Each of them vomited blood and their faces were pale. Their eyes were filled with fear. They were all sky prides in the second heaven of the King God realm. However, the 3 of them were no match for Lu Ming. They were terrified. Gosh, a half-step divine king has such powerful combat strength? The people who were watching the battle from afar were dumbfounded. Where did he come from? He's too terrifying. Sure enough, every time the Taishu Imperial Family Holy Institute is held, there will be some monstrous geniuses who can't be measured by common sense. The gathering of sky prides, the gathering of the winds and clouds. Another great battle is about to happen. Some people exclaimed and looked forward to it. They were looking forward to the battle between the sky prides of the Taishu dynasty after the Taishu Imperial Family Holy Institute was held. How exciting would it be? At this moment, Guan Gulong was scared out of his wits and he was dumbfounded. "Kneel down and eat dirt." Lu Ming walked over and grabbed Guan Gulong. His divine force burst out and he caught Guan Gulong. "Lu Ming, let me go. Let me go. There are so many people here. If you kill me, my father will not let you go." Guan Gulong screamed in fear. He flailed his arms and legs like a tortoise whose shell had been caught. Bam! Lu Ming ignored him. He grabbed Guan Gulong and shoved his head into the ground. Guan Gulong's head was shoved into the ground and only his body was left struggling outside. He was really eating dirt this time. The other 3 young men were shocked and they retreated frantically. Lu Ming smiled faintly and ignored them. He came to Lan Ling and watched the battle between Autumn Moon and the residents of the 9 Nether Heavenly King. Lan Ling looked at Lu Ming with mixed feelings. Lu Ming's strength was getting more and more unfathomable. She knew that Lu Ming had awakened his secret skill of origin. He had suppressed Guan Gulong and the others without even using his secret skill of origin. She was still no match for Guan Gulong. "I can't lose to him. I can't." Lan Ling clenched her fists and gritted her teeth in her heart. Light of destruction. At this moment, a shout came from the area shrouded in the ghostly fog. Then, a beam of divine light shot into the sky. It was dazzling. Autumn Moon had finally used the light of destruction. As soon as the light of destruction was released, the thick ghostly fog was split into 2. 2 consecutive screams were heard. The ghostly fog dissipated and 2 figures fell to the ground. They were dead. They were 2 geniuses from the residence of the 9 Nether Heavenly King. One of them was in the first layer of the King God realm and the other was in the second layer of the King God realm. They had been killed by Autumn Moon's light of destruction. Only the 3rd layer of the King God realm genius was still alive. However, he was sent flying. There was a deep wound on his chest and blood was gushing out. "Damn it! Damn it!" The residents of the 9 Nether Heavenly King screamed in fear. He turned around and ran. "Kill?" Autumn Moon whispered. An ancient scimitar appeared in her hand. Autumn Moon waved her hand and the scimitar flew out. It was like a dazzling light that streaked across the sky at an unimaginable speed. In a flash, it caught up with the residents of the 9 Nether Heavenly King. Blood splattered everywhere. The residents of the 9 Nether Heavenly King was beheaded. Chapter 3191. Autumn Moon performed her origin source secret skill. Her machete flew out and killed the sky pride of the abysmal heavenly mansion. The scene was silent. Only the sound of the machete cutting through the air could be heard. Swoosh. The machete flew back to Autumn Moon's hand and disappeared. Origin source secret skill. That's the origin source secret skill. Someone exclaimed. It's the origin source secret skill. That's terrifying. I can't believe I saw a sky pride who has awakened the origin source secret skill. A half-step divine king is already terrifying. Now, there's another person who has awakened the origin source secret skill. Who are these people? Amazing. Everyone was amazed. Lan Ling's eyes were wide open. She stared at Autumn Moon with a complicated look in her eyes. She used to think that Autumn Moon was just an ordinary maid by Lu Ming's side. She didn't deserve to be by Lu Ming's side. But now, Autumn Moon's talent was terrifying. Not only was her cultivation higher than hers, but she had also awakened the origin source secret skill. Her combat strength was far above hers. Lan Ling, who had always been proud, suffered a serious blow to her self-esteem. She gritted her teeth and clenched her fists tightly. Run. At that moment, Guan Gulong's head was already out of the ground. Seeing this scene, he was so scared that he almost wet his pants. He didn't have time to say anything and ran away. In the blink of an eye, he was gone. Lu Ming couldn't be bothered to chase after him. Guan Gulong knew what was good for him. It was fine if he didn't cause trouble for him in the future. If he continued to cause trouble for him in the future, he would definitely kill him. Young master here. Autumn Moon took the storage rings of the sky prides of the abysmal heavenly mansion and handed them to Lu Ming. Take it. Let's go. Lu Ming smiled and flew forward. It was not a good place to stay. It was better to leave first. Soon, the three of them flew tens of thousands of miles away. They continued to look for and kill sword bones. Time passed quickly. Soon half a year had passed. In this half a year they had all gained a lot. Lu Ming and Xiao Yu had the greatest gains. The sword bones that they had collected were enough for them to cultivate under the sagely heaven jade wall for 10 days. Lan Ling's cultivation was relatively low, so her harvest was naturally much less. On this day they were flying in the air looking for sword bone beasts when they suddenly heard a roar, and then a few sword bone beasts rushed out from the ground. These sword bone beasts had the cultivation base of the second sky of King God Realm. However, they didn't attack Lu Ming's group. Instead, they ran wildly in one direction. Their figures flickered as they charged forward. The sword bone beasts at the second sky of King God Realm weren't their opponents. They were killed easily. But before they could retrieve the sword bones from the sword bone beast, another roar came from afar. One by one, the sword bone beasts appeared and ran in the same direction. These sword bone beasts were all running in the same direction. They hurried to retrieve the sword bones from the sword bone beasts and then chased after the sword bone beasts. After a while, they found that the sword bone beasts were everywhere. A large number of sword bone beasts gathered together like an army, running in the same direction. Of course, Lu Ming's group wasn't the only one chasing after the sword bone beasts. Lu Ming scanned the area and saw more than 100 people chasing after them. What's going on? Lu Ming's group was astonished. They didn't join the battle but followed the sword bone beasts from a distance to see what was going on. The others didn't join the battle either. Apparently they had the same idea. Along the way the number of sword bone beasts increased. In the end there were at least several thousand sword bone beasts. The sword bone beasts were gigantic. With several thousand sword bone beasts running together, the scene was terrifying. Boom boom boom. The ground shook unceasingly, rolling up a vast amount of dust and smoke. Just like that, Lu Ming's group had been following them for more than 10 days. Eventually, a giant mountain appeared in front of them. Roar roar roar. This giant mountain was full of sword bone beasts. Countless huge sword bone beasts gathered around the giant mountain, roaring toward the sky. Their aura was extremely terrifying. The thousands of sword bone beasts in front of Lu Ming's group also roared, and then all of them drilled into the ground and disappeared. Lu Ming saw a large number of sword bone beasts rushing from all directions of the giant mountain and then drilling into the ground. Behind these sword bone beasts, a large number of people were chasing after them. These people, like Lu Ming's group, came here to hunt sword bone beasts. There were about several thousand of them. So these sword bone beasts are gathered here. It's a bit troublesome to gather so many sword bone beasts. What's so troublesome about it? It's more fun to kill them. There's no need to look for them. Voices came from different directions. Some people with low cultivation had a dignified look in their eyes. Facing so many sword bone beasts they felt it was tricky. Some people who were confident in themselves were more happy. Boom boom boom. At this moment, the ground around the giant mountain shook violently, and then mountains rose from the ground. The sword bone beasts are controlling the earth. Retreat. Many people shouted and hurriedly retreated. Lu Ming, Qiu Moon and the others also retreated. Mountains rushed out from the place where they were standing just now. Originally, the majestic giant mountain in front of them was surrounded by a plain. At this moment, mountains rose from the ground like stars surrounding the moon, surrounding the giant mountain in the middle. In an instant, thousands or even tens of thousands of mountains appeared around the giant mountain. Each of them was tens of thousands of feet tall, making the terrain here complicated. From time to time, roars could be heard from the mountains, and the figures of sword-bone beasts could be seen. No wonder these sword-bone beasts are gathered here. They're gathering to resist us. The sword-bone beast's intelligence is so high. Didn't they say that sword-bone beasts have low intelligence? I don't understand. I've come to this secret realm to help the Bone Sword tribe collect sword bones several times, but I've never seen such a situation. An old man was puzzled. Who cares? If they gather together, it'll be easier to hunt. A burly young man was extremely confident. He stepped out and flew into the mountain. As soon as the young man flew into the mountain, he was attacked. The mountain shattered, and a giant sword-bone beast rushed out and attacked the burly young man. You're courting death. The burly young man shouted coldly and threw out a punch. Boom. The sword-bone beast's body exploded. Only a sword bone flew out and was caught by the young man. So strong. Many people's hearts jumped. The young man's cultivation had reached the third king god realm. More terrifyingly, his divine origin factor had awakened twice. This was an extremely terrifying genius. No wonder he was so confident. Crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Lu Ming exclaimed inwardly. Lu Ming was not confident that he could defeat such an existence. This kind of genius was extremely talented, and the secret techniques they mastered were also extremely terrifying. They might even have secret techniques similar to the ancient god body. Chapter 3192. Lu Ming would not underestimate any of the heroes in the world. The strength of these heroes and monsters could not be judged by their cultivation base. Take Lu Ming for example. Although his cultivation level was only at the half-step Divine King level, he was able to combine the battle formula, the quantum formula, the Universe 10,000 Tao Sutra, the green-armored ancient god, and the origin secret skill. With these skills, Lu Ming could explode with amazing combat strength. However, he had it, but that did not mean that others did not have it. The primitive universe was too big. After countless years, there were countless terrifying secret skills. The universe myriad Tao scripture had the miraculous ability to seize the fortune of heaven and earth, but was there no other technique that could be compared with it? Not necessarily. There must be some in the vast primitive universe. As for the origin ancient characters, there were not just one or two of them. From the quantifying character formula, there were quite a number of origin ancient characters. Others could also obtain them. As for secret skills like the ancient god technique, there were countless of them in the primitive universe. There might be monsters stronger than Lu Ming. What kind of monsters will we meet on the day of the Great Void Imperial Family's Sacred Institute? Lu Ming was looking forward to it. Boom. The young man killed several more sword-bone beasts and obtained the sword bones. Kill? Let's go. The others could not sit still and rushed into the mountains. People rushed in from all directions. Bang, bang. As the crowd rushed in, the ground cracked. More sword-bone beasts rushed out and pounced on the experts. Among the sword-bone beasts, some were weak, some were in the third layer of the king god realm, and some were even in the fourth layer of the king god realm. Many of the weaker cultivators were killed by the sword-bone beast. Fierce fighting broke out in the endless mountains. Lu Ming, Autumn Moon, and Lan Ling also rushed in. When they came to the vicinity of a huge mountain, the mountain rocks exploded. At least a dozen sword-bone beasts charged toward them. Some of them were weak and some were strong. They cooperated with each other and pounced on Lu Ming and the others. Lu Ming transformed into the green-armored ancient god realm, which was bigger than the sword-bone beasts. At the same time, his combat strength was quadrupled. Boom. The long spear lashed out and killed several sword-bone beasts, including a sword-bone beast of the third king god realm. At the same time, Autumn Moon also unleashed her light of god slaying. Divine light flashed and split several sword-bone beasts in half. Lan Ling didn't intervene. Not only that, he still needed Lu Ming and the others to take care of him. It was another blow to her self-esteem. Just at that moment, a terrifying roar rang out. A sword-bone beast charged at Qiuyu at an astonishing speed. A wild wind whistled and a terrifying gale swept up. Fourth layer of King God Realm. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed slightly. Clang. Autumn Moon turned around and slashed out, clashing with the sword-bone beast. The sword-bone beast's body trembled as it was sent flying. However, Autumn Moon was also sent flying. The fourth King God Realm was much stronger than the third King God Realm. Moreover, breaking through to the Divine King Realm was getting more and more difficult. It was especially difficult to break through to the fourth King God Realm. Normally, people with divine power could break through to the Divine King Realm if they were lucky enough. For example, many divine kings in the Qintian star area relied on divine power to break through to the divine king realm. However, after breaking through to the divine king realm, it was extremely difficult to continue breaking through. It was extremely difficult to break through to the next king god realm. Moreover, once one reached the third king god realm, it was the end of the road. If one wanted to break through to the fourth king god realm, it would be almost impossible unless they had a heaven-defying opportunity. Only by using the king-breaking pellet could one break through to the next level. Those who could break through to the fourth king god realm and above could control divine power. In other words, almost all the experts above the fourth king god realm could control divine power. The strength of such characters was extremely astonishing. For example, the genius from the 9 Serenities Heavenly King Mansion was in the third king god realm. He had awakened the divine power of the origin once. However, if he were to fight against a fourth king god realm expert, he wouldn't be able to defeat him. The higher one's cultivation level was, the harder it was to fight against someone with a higher cultivation level. The sword bone beast dashed toward Chiu Autumn Moon. God's blade. Chiu Autumn Moon muttered. The god's blade appeared in his hand again. The god-destroying light merged with the god's blade as he slashed at the sword bone beast. This slash was as easy as crushing dry weeds. The sword bone beast was cut in half and died on the spot. Chiu Autumn Moon stepped forward and took the sword bone. Golden sword bone. Chiu Autumn Moon exclaimed in surprise. Lu Ming also looked happy. This was the first time they had obtained a golden sword bone. It seemed like only sword bone beasts above the fourth king god realm could have golden sword bones. Let's continue. We'll go deeper. Lu Ming said. Lu Ming, you two go in. I'll hunt outside. Lan Ling said. You're not coming with us? Lu Ming asked. No, you two go in. Lan Ling shook her head. She was following Lu Ming and Chiu Autumn Moon, so she had no chance to interfere. All right, be careful. Lu Ming didn't force Lan Ling. Then he and Chiu Autumn Moon went deeper into the mountain. The deeper they went, the more sword bone beasts they encountered. They attacked them from time to time. After a while, another sword bone beast in the fourth tier of the king god realm dashed toward them. This time Lu Ming used the god's gate. The god's gate kept suppressing the fourth king god realm sword bone beast. After a few attacks, the sword bone beast finally fell apart. It was killed by Lu Ming. Fourth king god realm sword bone beast is really powerful. With my current strength, it's not difficult to kill it. However, I'm afraid I'm not a match for a fifth king god realm sword bone beast. Lu Ming sighed. It was an ordinary fifth king god realm sword bone beast. If it was a fifth king god realm sword bone beast that had awakened the divine origin gene, it would be a different story. Lu Ming still wasn't satisfied. If others knew what Lu Ming was thinking, they would be furious. It was the king god realm. It was difficult to fight against a higher level. Lu Ming was only a half-step king god realm sword bone beast, but he still wasn't satisfied. Lu Ming stepped forward and took the sword bone beast. A golden sword bone beast weighed 30 gene. A black sword bone beast weighed 3,000 gene. It was enough to cultivate under the sacred heaven jade wall for 3 days. The two of them continued to fight. A chaotic battle broke out in this area. Although many sword bone beasts were killed, many outsiders were killed as well. Those with insufficient cultivation base didn't dare to go deeper. They could only hunt in the outer area, which was relatively safer. However, this time many geniuses had come. Some of the geniuses were terrifying. They killed their way in. Lu Ming even found a few who were as strong as him and Autumn Moon. There are so many geniuses. Lu Ming exclaimed. There were still a few decades before the opening of the Great Void Imperial Family Academy. Obviously, many geniuses hadn't come yet. This was only a group of geniuses gathered by the Bone Sword tribe. There were so many terrifying geniuses among them. Lu Ming immediately felt the pressure. It wasn't easy to enter the top 10. Chapter 3193. It wasn't difficult for some powerful geniuses to kill cultivators in the fourth king god realm. Therefore, although the terrain was complicated and there were many sword bone beasts hiding underground, the geniuses couldn't stop them. These geniuses were killing the sword bone beasts at an astonishing speed. Half an hour later, Lu Ming and Chiu Moon had climbed over hundreds of mountains and killed hundreds of sword bone beasts. They had gained a lot. At this moment, a terrifying roar rang out from the peak of the mountain. A violent aura spread out in all directions. Lu Ming and the others saw a sword bone beast appear on the mountain in the middle. This sword bone beast was only 2 meters tall. Its whole body was golden like a battle sword. Bang! The sword bone beast stomped on the ground, shattering the rocks. The sword bone beast dashed out like a bolt of lightning. Its target was the tall and sturdy young man who had entered the mountain first. The golden divine light streaked across the sky and approached the young man in a flash. It was like a divine sword piercing the young man's forehead. Boom! The young man roared. Divine light filled the air as he threw out a punch. The fist and the golden sword light collided, and a violent boom erupted. The tall and sturdy young man was sent flying like a cannonball. He crashed into a mountain that was tens of thousands of meters high. The golden light disappeared and the sword-bone beast reappeared. Its eyes were cold. It roared and continued to attack the tall and sturdy young man. The tall and sturdy young man rushed out of the rubble. His face was pale and there was blood on the corner of his mouth. His body glowed and a suit of armor appeared. The armor covered the young man's body. There was a pair of wings on the armor like a big bird. The young man didn't fight the sword-bone beast. He turned around and ran away. The wings on the armor flapped and he quickly retreated to the outside of the mountain. The golden sword-bone beast saw that it couldn't catch up with him. It stopped and looked at the others coldly. Xiaomun, retreat. Lu Ming pulled Xiaomun and retreated quickly. The sword-bone beast was too powerful. The tall and sturdy young man was no weaker than any of them. He might even be stronger. However, he was still injured by the sword-bone beast in one move and had to retreat. Even if the two of them joined forces, they were no match for the sword-bone beast. Not only Lu Ming and the others, but some other terrifying prodigies also retreated. Brr! The golden sword-bone beast roared. Then, the mountain rocks exploded and a large number of sword-bone beasts crawled out from the ground. They formed an army of sword-bone beasts and charged in all directions. Rumble. A large number of sword-bone beasts gathered together and attacked together. The power was extremely terrifying. Immediately many people were killed. Lu Ming and the others quickly retreated and soon arrived at the periphery. They saw Lan Ling being surrounded by two sword-bone beasts. Lu Ming instantly killed the two sword-bone beasts. Go! Lu Ming shouted and rushed out of the mountain with Lan Ling. At this moment the others also rushed out of the mountain. When they rushed out of the mountain, the sword-bone beast stopped and didn't pursue them. Roar, roar! The golden sword-bone beast roared. The other sword-bone beasts adjusted their formation and prepared to defend. Everyone finally realized that the sword-bone beasts were under the command of the golden sword-bone beast. Everyone stopped in the air and watched from afar. What's that golden sword-bone beast? Its fighting strength is so terrifying. It's comparable to the fifth king god realm or even higher. Someone said with a solemn face. It should be the fifth king god realm. However, it's comparable to a fifth king god realm cultivator who has awakened the original divine power factor once. The tall and sturdy young man said. He had fought with the golden sword-bone beast before, so he knew how strong it was. What? That's terrifying. Many people sucked in a cold breath. This time the strongest one was in the third king god realm. How could a third king god realm cultivator fight against a fifth king god realm cultivator who had awakened the original divine power factor once? Lu Ming frowned. With his current strength, he wasn't a match for an ordinary fifth king god realm cultivator, let alone a fifth king god realm cultivator who had awakened the original divine power factor once. No wonder the tall and sturdy young man wasn't a match for the golden sword-bone beast. I've never seen a sword-bone beast like that before. Could it be a mutated one? An old man said. What should we do now? What can we do? Let's go back. We can't kill any more sword-bone beasts. The crowd was in a heated discussion. However, some of the stronger geniuses didn't want to give up. These geniuses were going to join the Great Void Imperial Family's Sacred Institute. They wanted to improve their strength before the Sacred Institute opened. Cultivating under the Saintly Heaven Jade Wall would undoubtedly increase one's combat strength faster. Every additional day of cultivation was a form of improvement. Why don't we team up? The tall and sturdy young man said, looking at Lu Ming, Autumn Moon, and the other strong geniuses. He looked at the geniuses who were at the same level as him. At least in terms of fighting strength, they were at the same level. Alright, I agree to team up. As long as we team up and kill this golden sword-bone beast, we can hunt the other sword-bone beasts. A few geniuses said, their eyes shining brightly. What about the rest of you? The tall and sturdy young man looked at Lu Ming and Autumn Moon. To be honest, Lu Ming and Autumn Moon's strength shocked them. They had awakened their origin source secret techniques. Lu Ming was only a half-step divine king, but he was already so terrifying. They regarded him as a great enemy. Geniuses at this level all wanted to enter the top 10. To put it bluntly, the other geniuses were their competitors. But now, cooperation was the only way to win. Alright, let's team up. Lu Ming nodded. This was a rare opportunity and he didn't want to retreat. Then let's kill them. Ah! The tall and sturdy young man was very forthright. He laughed loudly, and the aura on his body was as heavy as a mountain. He was like a violent dragon. Although he was injured earlier, his recovery speed was amazing and he was fine now. Swoosh, swoosh. Lu Ming and the others stepped forward toward the mountain in front of them. Together with Lu Ming and Autumn Moon, there were 7 geniuses in total. Each of them could kill a 4th-layer Divine King Realm expert. The 7 of them gathered together, and like a divine sword, they rushed toward the mountain. The others didn't follow. They just watched from afar. Brr, brr. The golden sword bone beast's roar shook the sky, as if it was giving an order. Then the other sword bone beasts went berserk. They rushed toward Lu Ming and the others in unison. The two sides collided. Dominator's Gate. Lu Ming used the Dominator's Gate. The huge Dominator's Gate emitted an ancient aura, and it pressed forward. Bang, bang. When the Dominator's Gate pressed down, a dozen sword bone beasts were crushed and died on the spot. Lu Ming waved his hand and put away the sword bone beasts of different colors. Chapter 3194. On the other side, Chiu Autumn Moon used her ruler's blade. The ancient scimitar combined with the god-destroying light made its power even more terrifying. Dozens of sword bone beasts were cut in half every time it flew by. The other 5 geniuses were also using their own techniques. The 5 geniuses were astonishingly strong. Although they hadn't awakened their original secret techniques, their cultivation bases were profound. Moreover, their original divine force factor had been awakened for the second time. Their fighting strength wasn't any weaker than Lu Ming's. In fact, they were even stronger than Lu Ming. With the 7 of them working together, they easily killed a large number of sword bone beasts. Even sword bone beasts of the 4th King God realm were killed in an instant. They kept rushing toward the golden sword bone beasts. Bang, bang. However, at this moment the ground cracked open. Several golden lights flashed and 3 golden sword bone beasts charged toward Lu Ming's group. The wind whistled and the 3 golden sword lights cut through the void. Lu Ming's group of 7 was shocked. They focused on defending themselves. Lu Ming controlled the ruler's gate to suppress one of the golden lights. At the same time, Chiu Autumn Moon waved her hand. Her scimitar flew out and cooperated with Lu Ming to slash at the golden light. The other 5 geniuses worked together to block the other 2 golden lights. Boom, boom. The ruler's gate hit the golden light and exploded with earth-shattering explosions. Sword chi spread out in all directions. The ruler's gate trembled and was sent flying back. At the same time, Chiu Autumn Moon's scimitar was also sent flying back. However, the golden light was finally blocked, revealing its true form. It was a golden sword bone beast. However, it was different from the previous one. This one was 10 meters tall and its aura was intimidating. 5th King God Realm. Lu Ming's face turned solemn. This golden sword bone beast was also in the 5th King God Realm. However, it hadn't awakened its original divine force factor. At the same time, the other 2 golden sword lights were blocked, revealing their true forms. They were also 10 meters tall golden sword bone beasts. 3 5th King God Realm sword bone beasts stood in front of the 7 geniuses. The 7 of them all had grave expressions on their faces. 3 sword bone beasts at the 5th King God Realm weren't easy to deal with. However, they were not afraid. If they were alone, none of them could defeat a sword bone beast. However, if the 7 of them joined hands, they might be able to defeat 3 sword bone beasts of the 5th King God layer. Brr, brr, brr. The 3 golden sword bone beasts roared and their bodies emitted golden light. They turned into 3 golden battle swords and slashed towards the 7 people. Kill. Lu Ming's group of 7 also launched their own attacks at the 3 sword bones. Both sides were engaged in a chaotic battle. Lu Ming did not use the Tyrant God Spear. It was not the time for the Great Void Imperial family's holy courtyard to be held yet, so he still had to save some trump cards. The whirlpool of god power in his body spun crazily. Endless god power poured into the God's Gate. The God's Gate emitted an ancient aura. There was a strong suction force acting on the sword bone beasts, affecting their movements. Then the God's Gate suppressed them with great force. However, the 5th King God Realm sword bone beast was indeed powerful. Its body turned into a battle sword. Every time it slashed at the God's Gate shook violently. Lu Ming felt the rebound force and was forced to retreat. If it weren't for Autumn Moon's help, he would have been defeated. Lu Ming and Autumn Moon joined hands to block the sword bone beast for the time being. The other 5 geniuses joined hands to fight against the 2 sword bone beasts. They had a slight advantage, but it was not easy to win. At the same time, the other sword bone beasts gathered around them. Sword lights flew out from their bodies and slashed towards Lu Ming's group of 7. They were in a hurry and were at a disadvantage. At the same time, the 2-meter-tall golden sword bone beast at the top of the mountain roared. It took a step forward and charged towards Lu Ming's group. Oh no! Lu Ming's group was shocked. They were already at a disadvantage. If the king of sword bone beasts joined the battle, they would be in danger. Back off! The burly young man shouted. He wanted to retreat. Clang! At the same time, a sword light flew towards them from outside the mountain. The sword light was white and dazzling. It was like a flying immortal. Wherever the sword light passed, the sword bone beasts were killed. In the blink of an eye, more than 100 sword bone beasts were killed. How terrifying! Everyone's heart trembled. The power of this sword light was simply astonishingly powerful. After killing more than 100 sword bone beasts, the sword light changed its direction and charged towards the 2-meter-tall king of sword bone beasts. The king of sword bone beasts roared. Its golden light shone brightly and turned into a golden sword light that soared into the sky. The two sword lights met in the air and collided, creating a brilliant light. It was as if a sun had appeared in the sky. Then rings of shockwaves spread out in all directions. Mountains were blasted apart by the shockwaves and turned into rubble. Buzz! The sword light vibrated. The king of sword bone beasts suddenly retreated and turned back into its original form. It retreated tens of thousands of meters and crashed into a mountain. It was repelled. The king of sword bone beasts was repelled. It was no match for the enemy. Everyone was shocked. What kind of existence was so terrifying? At the same time, the sword light in the sky finally dimmed, revealing a figure. It was a young man with silver hair. He was wearing a white robe and holding a 3-foot-long sword. His sword chi was soaring into the sky. The sword light just now was transformed by this young man. Kill? The young man said coldly. The sword light burst out and he became one with the sword. Once again he turned into a sword light and attacked the king of sword bone beasts. The king of sword bone beasts roared and pounced on the young man. Clang! Clang! The two sides continued to collide. However, the king of sword bone beasts was at a disadvantage and kept retreating. After more than 10 moves, the king of sword beasts roared unwillingly. The golden sword light collapsed and the king of sword bone beasts was revealed. The king of sword bone beasts looked unwilling. Then with a cracking sound its body split into 2 halves. It was dead. It was dead. The king of sword bone beasts had been killed. It had only been a dozen moves and the king of sword bone beasts had been killed. Everyone gasped and looked at the silver-haired young man in astonishment. His battle prowess was too terrifying. The 5th-layer godly king realm sword bone beast king, who had awakened the godly origin gene once, was killed in just a dozen moves. How strong! Lu Ming had a grave expression in his eyes. The highest cultivation level of the people who had come here was below the 3rd king god layer. In other words, the silver-haired young man was at the 3rd king god layer, but he could easily kill the king of sword bone beasts. His fighting strength was terrifying. Even if Autumn Moon had reached the 3rd king god layer, she might not have such fighting strength. The silver-haired young man gave Lu Ming a dangerous feeling. This was something that Lu Ming had never experienced before. Chapter 3195. Origin Ancient Character. It's the origin ancient character. At this moment in Lu Ming's sea of consciousness, the quantifying formula shouted in shock. What? Origin ancient character? Where is the origin ancient character? Lu Ming was also shocked. There's an origin ancient character on that silver-haired kid. The quantifying formula shouted. What? He actually has an origin ancient character on him? Lu Ming was shocked. According to the quantifying formula, the origin ancient character was extremely rare, and there were only a few dozen in the entire primitive universe. It was already a heaven-defying opportunity for him to get 2 origin ancient characters. Apart from him, he had never seen a second person with an origin ancient character. Now he saw it. The other party could actually get the origin ancient character. Needless to say, he was also a heaven-defying person. Which one of the origin ancient characters on him? Lu Ming asked. I don't know, I can only roughly sense the origin ancient character on him. The quantifying formula said. Since you can sense the origin ancient character on him, does that mean he can also sense the origin ancient character on me? Thinking of this, Lu Ming was shocked. The origin ancient character must not be leaked, otherwise he would be in big trouble. No, I can sense it because I'm the quantifying formula, which is extremely sensitive to all energy. Just now, when the silver-haired kid was fighting with the sword-bone beast king, he activated the origin ancient character, so I sensed a little. If he didn't activate it, I wouldn't be able to sense it either. As for the other origin ancient characters, they don't have this function. You can ask the battle ancient character if he can sense it. the quantifying formula said proudly. The battle ancient character was speechless. I see. Lu Ming heaved a sigh of relief and felt more at ease. At the same time, there was a trace of fire in his heart. The other party had the origin ancient character on him. If he could get it, wouldn't his strength be stronger? But thinking about it was just thinking about it. The other party's current strength was far above his, and now it was just a thought. Roar! The Swordbone Beast King was killed, and all the Swordbone Beasts at the scene roared and then rushed in all directions in a disorderly manner. As soon as the Swordbone Beast King died, all the Swordbone Beasts panicked and fled frantically. Including the 3 golden Swordbone Beasts that were fighting Lu Ming and the others, they plunged into the ground and disappeared. Clang! The silver-haired young turned into a sword light and began to hunt those Swordbone Beasts that fled in all directions. Kill. Next, Lu Ming and the rest also took action to hunt the Swordbone Beasts. Now was a good time. The number of Swordbone Beasts was very dense. It would be very fast to kill them. Kill. The others who were watching the battle from afar also rushed towards the Swordbone Beasts. In the beginning they hunted very quickly. Slowly many Swordbone Beasts scattered. Some burrowed into the ground and their hunting speed slowed down. Lu Ming, Mid-Autumn Moon, and Lan Ling regrouped and hunted in one direction. In the end it became the same as before. They slowly searched and hunted. Time flew, and in the blink of an eye, they had been in this secret realm for a year. A year was up and it was time for them to go out. The Bone Sword tribe only gave them a year. The reason why they only gave them a year and not longer was because they were afraid that too many Swordbone Beasts would be killed. Every once in a while, they would kill a portion of the Swordbone Beasts to give them enough time to reproduce and grow stronger. This way they would have an endless supply of Swordbones to use in the long run. Lu Ming and the others flew toward the exit and left the secret realm. Alright, almost all of you are out. Come with us to count the Swordbones and exchange them for time to cultivate in the sacred Heaven Jade Wall. An expert from the Bone Sword tribe said. Everyone followed the expert from the Bone Sword tribe to a spacious area. Then they lined up and went forward to count their Swordbones. You have a total of 3,000 gene of black Swordbones. You can cultivate under the sacred Heaven Jade Wall for 3 days. Take this Jade Talisman. It contains your cultivation time. An elder from the Bone Sword tribe handed a Jade Talisman to a young man after counting. Then he continued to count the Swordbones of the next person. You have a total of 1,500 gene of black Swordbones. You can cultivate under the sacred Heaven Jade Wall for 1.5 days. You have a total of 1,000 gene of black Swordbones. You can cultivate under the sacred Heaven Jade Wall for 1 day. One by one they began to count their Swordbones. Most people did not have many Swordbones. Not many could cultivate for a few days. Some could only cultivate for a few hours. As for those who could cultivate for more than 10 days, that was extremely rare. Soon, everyone's gaze fell on a silver-haired young man. This was the terrifying genius who had killed the king of Swordbone Beasts. When he took out all the Swordbones, the expert from the Bone Sword tribe who was in charge of counting the Swordbones was shocked. There were piles of Swordbones, black, silver, and golden. They were extremely dazzling. Count them. The silver-haired young man said lightly. Okay. The expert counted them and soon gave the specific data. A total of 100,000 gene of black Swordbones. You can cultivate under the sacred Heaven Jade Wall for 100 days. The elder from the Bone Sword tribe said. 100 days. Many people gasped and then looked at the silver-haired young man with envy. 100 days. Those who could only cultivate for a few hours were so depressed that they wanted to vomit blood. Comparisons were odious. This person's combat strength is terrifying. I wonder where he came from? He's definitely not a genius from around the holy capital. He should be a genius from one of the heavenly king's mansions. But with such terrifying combat strength, I think he can challenge the top 10 of the holy capital. Indeed. I wonder how many terrifying people will appear in the 27 heavenly king's mansions this time. Some people whispered. The silver-haired young man took the Jade Talisman and closed his eyes to rest. 100 days. Lu Ming was also speechless. Soon it was Lu Ming and the others' turn. Lu Ming and Autumn Moon also gained a lot. Autumn Moon obtained 36 days of cultivation time. As for Lu Ming, he obtained 35 days. Of course, compared to the silver-haired young man, it was not as dazzling. As for Lan Ling, it was much less. She followed Lu Ming and the others and obtained a lot of Swordbones. In the end, she obtained 12 days of cultivation time. It didn't take long for everyone to finish counting and obtain a Jade Talisman. Then, the Bone Sword tribe people led them to the sacred Heaven Jade Wall. The sacred Heaven Jade Wall was surrounded by layers of large formations. If not for the Bone Sword tribe experts leading the way, outsiders would not be able to enter. After passing through the layers of large formations, a huge jade wall appeared in front of them. This jade wall was incomparably huge. It was 100 feet tall and tens of thousands of meters long. All kinds of patterns appeared on it, and it looked incomparably ancient. Legend had it that the patterns on the sacred heaven jade wall were not carved by humans, but naturally. Chapter 3196. Alright, all of you can cultivate here. Activating the sagely heaven jade wall requires a vast amount of energy. Therefore, each of you should cultivate for as long as you need. When the time is up, your jade talismans will notify you. If anyone wants to take advantage of the situation and waste more time, don't blame the Bone Sword tribe for being impolite. An elite from the Bone Sword tribe said. Everyone nodded, then found a place to sit cross-legged under the sagely heaven jade wall and began to cultivate. Lu Ming, Chiao Moon, and Lan Ling also sat cross-legged under the sagely heaven jade wall. When they entered the state of cultivation, a mysterious energy enveloped them from the sagely heaven jade wall. At this moment they entered a state of emptiness. In this state their minds were extremely clear, and they were able to think and comprehend things much faster than usual. It's amazing. Lu Ming thought, then closed his eyes and began to comprehend the divine power of Moon. Immediately Lu Ming made a discovery. He realized that comprehending the divine power of Moon here was at least 100 times faster than usual. Yes, it was 100-fold. Lu Ming was shocked by this effect. It was no wonder that so many people wanted to cultivate under the sagely heaven jade wall. What Lu Ming didn't know was that the sagely heaven jade wall was also related to one's talent. The higher one's talent and the higher one's comprehension, the greater one's harvest and the better the effect of cultivating under the sagely heaven jade wall. The worse one's talent, the worse the effect. Lu Ming could achieve this effect because of his amazing talent. He thought that everyone would have this effect. The sagely heaven jade wall was too heaven-defying. Under this effect, Lu Ming's comprehension of the divine power of Moon increased rapidly. Moreover, as Lu Ming continued to deepen his comprehension, the speed of his comprehension actually increased. Time flew by quickly. Many people's cultivation time was up, and their bodies emitted a glow. This was to remind them that their time was up. These people were reluctant to leave and they really wanted to continue cultivating. However, after seeing the light in the eyes of the Bone Sword tribe's elites, they gave up on this idea and left reluctantly. Slowly there were fewer and fewer people under the sagely heaven jade wall. 6 days later Lu Ming's heart stirred and he suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were shining brightly. He had broken through. The divine power of Moon had broken through, and he had awakened the origin divine power factor. The Sun-Moon divine power had already been awakened to 99%. It was only one step away from awakening. Now, with the help of the sagely heaven jade wall, Lu Ming's comprehension speed had increased to an astonishing level. He was able to comprehend the crux of the matter and break through the bottleneck. However, Lu Ming tried his best to restrain himself and did not let the aura of the awakened origin divine power factor leak out. After all, there were still quite a few people around. If they knew that he controlled many kinds of divine powers, it would be bad. Very soon, Lu Ming stabilized himself and comprehended another type of divine power, the Sun divine power. Of his divine power of his power of time. It was worth it. This trip was really worth it. The speed of improvement was too fast. Every time he awakened a new type of divine power, his combat prowess would increase by a level. Lu Ming cultivated in peace. The others had also gained a lot. The sagely heaven jade wall was mainly used to comprehend divine power, such as the origin divine power factor or the origin secret technique. Lan Ling was also immersed in her cultivation. She could cultivate here for a total of 12 days. On the 10th day her body emitted a special aura. Then she seemed to see a beam of light, a beam of sword light. Origin secret technique. Lan Ling was overjoyed. She understood that she had touched upon the origin secret technique. Lan Ling's talent was extraordinary. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to awaken the origin divine power factor. With the guidance of Blue Merchant, her foundation was incomparably solid. Now, under the stimulation of the sagely heaven jade wall, she finally had a shocking breakthrough. This fluctuation, it's the origin secret technique. Nearby, the experts of the Bone Sword tribe also noticed the change in Lan Ling, and they were all surprised. The Great Void Imperial Family's Sacred Academy is convening. More and more geniuses are gathering in the holy capital. That's right. She can awaken the origin secret technique at the first level of the Divine King realm. She's a peerless talent. Several experts of the Bone Sword tribe nodded. As time passed, Lan Ling's understanding of the origin secret technique became clearer. On the 12th day she could finally control the origin secret technique. At this time her cultivation time was up. A ray of light shone from her body and Lan Ling woke up. Origin secret technique. I finally awakened the origin secret technique. I'll go back and get some guidance from father. It'll be completely stable soon. Lan Ling stood up. She couldn't help but look happy. During this period she saw that Lu Ming and Autumn Moon had both awakened the origin secret technique. As competitive as she was, she felt uncomfortable. Now that she had finally awakened the origin secret technique, she was naturally happy. After glancing at Lu Ming and Autumn Moon, who were cultivating, Lan Ling didn't stay. She left immediately. After leaving, she went straight to her residence. Ling, you're back. Why are you alone? Where's Lu Ming and the others? Blue Merchant asked in surprise when he saw that only Lan Ling had returned. They're still cultivating under the sacred heaven jade wall. It's time for me to cultivate. Father, let me show you the results of my cultivation. Lan Ling said eagerly. Then she circulated her divine power and a ray of divine light appeared. This ray of divine light was like a sword light. Lan Ling's mind moved. This ray of divine light turned into a shocking sword light and slashed out. Origin secret technique. Blue Merchant could tell at a glance that this was the origin secret technique. He was overjoyed. Father Ling has finally awakened the origin secret technique. However, my mastery is still low. I still need your guidance. Lan Ling said with a smile. Haha, of course. I'll teach you some of the tricks of cultivating the origin secret technique. Blue Merchant smiled. He had already taught these tricks to Lu Ming. The father and daughter began to cultivate here. As time passed, Lan Ling's mastery of the origin secret technique also became more and more proficient. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 days had passed. On this day, Lan Ling was cultivating in the courtyard. The door of their courtyard was opened and a group of people walked in. Third uncle, why didn't you tell me when you returned to the holy capital? I could have held a welcoming dinner for you. A young man chuckled. Blue Maple, why are you here? Blue Merchant's face darkened. This young man was Blue Maple. Third uncle, I'm here to see you. Why do you look so unhappy? You're making me sad. Blue Maple deliberately put on a sad expression. However, in the next moment he smiled and said, Third uncle, come, let me introduce you. Blue Maple pointed to a young man in luxurious clothes beside him and said, This is the son of the imperial tutor, Wu Fan. Chapter 3197. Wu Fan. Blue Merchant's heart sank. He had a bad premonition. Indeed, Blue Maple continued, the Lan family has already agreed to the imperial tutor's proposal. They want to marry cousin Lan Ling to brother Wu Fan. Today we are here to take cousin Lan Ling away. These words made Lan Ling tremble. Wu Fan, your son-in-law, greets father-in-law. Wu Fan stepped forward and clasped his fist at Blue Merchant. Blue Merchant waved his hand and a wave of soul power stopped Wu Fan from bowing. I did not agree to marry my daughter to you. I am not worthy of being called young Master Wu. Haha, father-in-law, you must be joking. Miss Lan Ling and I will be getting married soon. What's the harm in calling her a few days earlier? Wu Fan smiled. I have said that I did not agree to marry my daughter to you. Blue Merchant's face darkened. Third uncle, the higher-ups of the Lan family have already agreed to this marriage. You have to agree even if you don't want to. Blue Maple said coldly. Ah, what a joke. I was expelled from the Lan family long ago. I am no longer a member of the Lan family. What right does the Lan family have to decide my daughter's marriage? You can leave now. Forgive me for not sending you off. Blue Merchant waved his hand and ordered them to leave. Blue Merchant, you are the one who was expelled, not Lan Ling. Today, even if you don't agree, we will take Lan Ling away. Blue Maple's voice was cold. He had completely shed all pretense of cordiality. Ling heir will not come to the holy capital. Blue Merchant said. Haha, Blue Merchant, do you think we are stupid? Blue Maple burst into laughter. His gaze landed on Lan Ling as he said, Don't think that we can't tell just because you've changed your appearance. We've been monitoring your every move ever since you stepped into the holy capital. She is Lan Ling. Blue Maple pointed at Lan Ling. I am Lan Ling. So what? I will never marry Wu Fan. Get out of here. Lan Ling was unable to restrain her anger. She finally couldn't help but shout. How dare you speak to young Master Wu Fan like that? Blue Maple shouted. Scram. Blue Merchant shouted as well. His face was extremely cold. Blue Merchant, don't be so shameless. Young Master Wu Fan is the son of the Imperial Advisor. His talent is unparalleled, and he is one of the 10 heroes of the Holy Capital. When the Holy Courtyard of the Great Void Imperial family opens this time, he will definitely be able to enter the top 10 and obtain the right to establish his own family. For him to take a fancy to Lan Ling is her great fortune, do you understand? Blue Maple shouted. I don't need such good fortune. Lan Ling shouted. Hee, what a stubborn character. Wu Fan maintained a smile on his face. At this moment he said, however, I like this kind of character. I will tell you clearly that the woman that I, Wu Fan, have taken a fancy to must be mine. Today you have to leave even if you don't want to. Men, take her away. Wu Fan waved his hand. Behind him, a middle-aged man stepped out and walked towards Lan Ling. Blue Merchant took a step forward and came in front of Lan Ling. He shielded Lan Ling behind him. His glabella shone and a strong soul power surged out. It turned into a palm and blasted towards the man. The middle-aged man's body shook violently and he retreated. With me here today no one can take Ling Air away. Blue Merchant said. Do you still think you are the Blue Merchant of the past? Your star core has been destroyed. What's the use of having a little soul power? Attack, take them down. The smile on Wu Fan's face disappeared. It was replaced by a cold murderous intent. Boom. Behind him, another 2 burly men stepped out. Together with the previous one there were 3 of them. They rushed towards Blue Merchant. The 3 burly men exuded a violent aura. The 3 burly men were all at the 7th Heaven Divine King realm. Get lost. Don't force me to kill you. Blue Merchant shouted. Arrogant. Kill anyone who tries to stop you. Wu Fan ordered. Boom. 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 The 3 burly men exuded a terrifying aura. Their bodies were like mountains as they pounced towards Blue Merchant. Their violent aura surged towards Blue Merchant like stormy waves. Blue Merchant's glabella shone and a vast soul power appeared. It turned into a sword light and slashed out. The 3 burly men's attacks collapsed instantly. They retreated 100 meters away. There was a sword wound on each of their chests. Blood flowed out from it. How can your soul power be so strong? One of the burly men shouted in shock. Blue Merchant's star core had been destroyed but he still had such strong combat strength. Both Blue Maple and Wu Fan were astonished as well. Blue Merchant, how dare you hurt my men? You're courting death. Wuxia, take him down. If he resists, kill him. Wu Fan shouted coldly. Yes. Behind him, a man in a crimson robe rushed out. He waved his hand and waves of blood rolled out. It turned into a crimson saber and slashed towards Blue Merchant. This man was at the 9th Heaven Divine King realm. He was at the peak of the Divine King realm. His combat strength was terrifying. Kill. Blue Merchant shouted. He was enraged. His soul power turned into a sword and slashed out again. Boom. The sword light and the crimson saber collided. There was an earth-shattering explosion and the entire area shook violently. When the 2 of them collided, a pillar of light shot up into the sky and pierced through the clouds. Someone is fighting. What terrifying fluctuations. It's a fight between peak divine kings. Instantly the people in the area were alarmed. They flew over and hovered in the air, watching from afar. That seems to be the son of the Imperial Preceptor, Wu Fan. That's right. There's also Blue Maple from the Lan family. Who are they dealing with? Blue Merchant. It's Blue Merchant. Someone shouted as he recognized Blue Merchant. What? The one from back then? Was he the one who attacked just now? Wasn't his star core destroyed? How can he still have such combat strength? The people in the area started to discuss among themselves. When they recognized Blue Merchant they were even more shocked. The crimson-robed man trembled and took a step back. Kill. However, after the crimson-robed man retreated, he let out a roar and charged towards Lan Shang. His divine power surged like a tidal wave, and a star core could be vaguely seen burning in his dantian like the sun. The vast divine force turned into terrifying saber light and slashed towards Blue Merchant. The crimson-robed man's strength was definitely not weaker than the Jin family master and Qin family master of the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Mansion. The moment the crimson-robed man attacked, the 3 burly men moved as well. However, the 3 burly men did not charge towards Blue Merchant. Instead they charged towards Lan Ling. The 3 burly men were 7th-layer Divine King Realm cultivators. Their divine force was as strong as a mountain as they charged towards Lan Ling. Facing such experts, Lan Ling did not have the slightest strength to resist. Lan Ling was about to fall into the hands of the 3 burly men. You're courting death. Lan Shang was infuriated. His soul power surged and turned into a terrifying sword light, bursting forth. One of the sword lights blocked the crimson-robed man's attack while the others charged towards the three burly men. Blood splattered and the three burly men were slashed apart. Chapter 3198. Blood splashed everywhere. The three middle-aged men at the seventh King God realm were cut into halves by Lan Shang's soul sword. They died on the spot. Let's go. After killing the three middle-aged men, Blue Merchant took Lan Ling and soared into the sky. They wanted to leave this place. Don't let them escape. Wu Fan shouted. The bloody man soared into the sky and slashed out many blood-red saber lights. There were 7 saber lights in total. They attacked Blue Merchant from different directions. Even Lan Ling was surrounded by them. If Blue Merchant continued to run, Lan Ling would be hit by the blood-red saber lights. Lan Shang's figure suddenly stopped, and the killing intent on his body surged. His eyes shone like 2 stars. That was the result of his extremely condensed soul strength. His forehead glowed, and his surging soul strength condensed into a huge palm that slammed out behind him. Boom, boom, boom. The 7 blood-red saber lights couldn't withstand a single blow from the palm formed by Wu Fan's soul strength. They collapsed instantly. The palm didn't stop. It continued to hit the man in the blood-red robe. The man in the blood-red robe screamed in agony as he was blown away. He retreated for tens of thousands of meters before falling to the ground. Many people scanned the area with their spiritual consciousness. They realized that the man in the blood-red robe was no longer breathing. His soul strength had been destroyed. Many people gasped in shock. The man in the blood-red robe was an expert of the 9th King God realm. He was killed just like that. Didn't Blue Merchant have his stellar core destroyed? How could he still be so strong? Normally, once a person's stellar core was destroyed, his divine power would be depleted. Even if he still had a little soul strength, he wouldn't be able to do anything. However, Blue Merchant could kill a 9th King God realm expert with one blow. It went against common sense. After killing the man in the blood-red robe, Blue Merchant took Lan Ling and continued to fly. They wanted to leave this place. Stay. A cold voice resounded. There was an old man behind Wu Fan. He hadn't taken any action before. However, at that moment he made his move. He opened his mouth and roared. His divine power boiled, and like a long river, it soared into the sky and swept Lan Shang into it. Blue Merchant unleashed a palm strike with all his might, colliding with the river of divine power. Rumble. It was as if an earthquake had taken place, causing the void to tremble violently. Blue Merchant's body shook violently as he brought Lan Ling back tens of thousands of meters. Whoosh! The old man stepped forward. No one saw how he moved, but in the next moment, he appeared 100 meters away from Blue Merchant. His speed was unbelievable. Divine Lord. Blue Merchant said with a solemn expression. The others were shocked as well. This old man was a Divine Lord realm powerhouse. Wu Fan was indeed the only son of the Imperial Tutor. He had a Divine Lord by his side at all times. Blue Merchant, you dared to kill an expert from the Imperial Tutor's residence. No one can save you. Quan Lu attack. Break Blue Merchant's limbs and seal his soul. Bring Lan Ling back to the Imperial Tutor's residence. Today I want to make her my woman. Let's see who can stop me. Wu Fan said domineeringly. Blue Merchant had dared to kill an expert from the Imperial Tutor's residence. In Wu Fan's heart, he had already sentenced Blue Merchant to death. Boom. The old man was called Quan Lu. A terrifying aura emanated from his body. The vast aura turned into a terrifying pressure that pressed down on Blue Merchant. Ling, back off. Blue Merchant's glabella shone brightly. His soul power covered his body to resist the pressure. At the same time, he ordered Lan Ling father. Lan Ling was worried. The old man was a Divine Lord realm expert. Could Blue Merchant fight him? Back off. Blue Merchant repeated with a heavier tone. Lan Ling could only back off obediently. Let us go. Blue Merchant looked at Quan Lu. You still want to leave? Dream on. Today don't even think about leaving. Wu Fan's voice was extremely cold. You better not force me. Otherwise I'll destroy you all. Blue Merchant's eyes were filled with cold killing intent. Blue Merchant, don't try to intimidate others. Your star core has been destroyed. I don't believe you can still be a match for a Divine Lord. Lan Feng shouted. Quan Lu attack. Wu Fan ordered. Boom. Quan Lu attacked. His body burned like a star. His divine power surged and condensed into a giant python that pounced on Blue Merchant. The giant python streaked across the void. The space shook violently. The vast pressure caused the surrounding people to retreat in fear. Blue Merchant's eyes were solemn. His soul power condensed into a giant hand that grabbed forward. However, the giant python swung its tail and hit the giant hand. The giant hand shook violently and shattered. Blue Merchant's body retreated. A cripple wants to fight against a divine lord. You're courting death. Wu Fan sneered. After forcing Lan Shang to retreat, Quan Quan Fei's God Force continued to surge out, and the giant python once again attacked Lan Shang. Blue Merchant tried his best to resist. However, he was no match for Quan Lu. He was suppressed and was in a precarious situation. Blue Merchant is nothing to be afraid of. Brother Wu, I'll take Lan Ling down. Tonight you can train her well. Lan Feng laughed proudly. His body flashed and he charged towards Lan Ling. You get lost. Lan Ling saw Lan Feng approaching. She shouted angrily and slashed at Lan Feng with her sword. Lan Feng smashed Lan Ling's sword light with his palm, causing Lan Ling to retreat continuously. You think you can stop me? Surrender. Lan Feng placed one hand behind his back and strode towards Lan Ling. Lan Ling gritted her teeth and activated her divine power. A beam of divine light flew out from her divine power and merged with her combat sword. Swoosh. Lan Ling slashed at Lan Feng again. Sword Chi whistled. The power of this attack was several times stronger than before. Your secret technique of origin? Lan Feng roared in disbelief. A combat sword appeared in his hand. He unleashed his divine power and slashed. Clang. Their sword light collided. Lan Feng's cultivation and awakened divine power of origin were higher. Even though Lan Ling had awakened her secret technique of origin, she was still no match for Lan Feng. Her sword light dissipated and she retreated again. Blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. You actually awakened your secret technique of origin. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Lan Feng roared in his heart. He was extremely jealous. He had wholeheartedly wanted to awaken his secret technique of origin, but he couldn't. Back then he wanted to seize Lu Ming's divine power source bead to awaken his secret technique of origin, but he couldn't do so in the end. Now Lan Ling had awakened her secret technique of origin. He was envious, jealous and hateful. Interesting. The more talented a woman is, the more exciting it is to play with her. Wu Fan saw that Lan Ling had awakened her secret technique of origin. His eyes shone brightly and he became more and more interested. So what if you've awakened your secret technique of origin? Do you think you can stop me? Surrender now. Lan Feng roared and unleashed his full strength. Lan Feng's strength was indeed shocking. Lan Ling couldn't block his attack at all. Her body flew out and she vomited blood. She was severely injured. Then Lan Feng condensed a large hand and grabbed Lan Ling. He wanted to capture Lan Ling in his hand. Ling, I'm going to fight it out with you. Blue Merchant saw this scene and his eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. He roared in anger. His glabella shone brightly. Then a small person rushed out from his glabella. Chapter 3199. Blue Merchant's glabella shone brightly and a small person walked out from his glabella. This small person looked exactly like Blue Merchant. The small person emitted light and a vast soul power spread out in all directions. You're crazy. The Divine Lord Realm Old Man was shocked. Kill? Lan Shang let out a long howl. That tiny person actually transformed into a sword of light. Swoosh. The light sword cut through the void like a ray of immortal light and charged towards the Divine Lord Realm Old Man. The Divine Lord Realm Old Man shouted and set up 18 layers of defense in front of him. However, when the light sword slashed through, the 18 layers of defense were instantly pierced. The light sword did not stop and flew through the Divine Lord Realm Old Man's glabella. The Divine Lord Realm Old Man's body stiffened. His eyes widened, filled with shock and disbelief. Then his body fell straight to the ground. There was no longer any aura on his body. Dead. A Divine Lord Realm powerhouse was killed just like this. There weren't any wounds on the surface of his body, but his soul had already been thoroughly annihilated. No, impossible. Wu roared. Wu Fan let out a low growl in disbelief. That was a Divine Lord. Although he was only a first-level Divine Lord, Blue Merchant's star core was already destroyed. How could he kill a Divine Lord Realm expert? Swoosh. At this moment, a sword light flew out from the Divine Lord Realm Old Man's glabella. It was the sword light condensed by Blue Merchant's soul. However, this sword light was many times dimmer than before. If it was a star before, it was now a candle flame. It flew back to Blue Merchant's glabella. Blue Merchant's body trembled and he spat out a large mouthful of blood. Although he had killed the Divine Lord Realm Old Man, he had also suffered heavy injuries. That move just now was executed by Blue Merchant by burning his soul power. Although he had killed his opponent, his soul power had been exhausted at an alarming rate. Even his lifespan had been greatly reduced. Let go of Ling. After Blue Merchant killed the Divine Monarch Old Man, he charged towards Blue Maple and sent a palm strike towards Blue Maple. At this moment, Blue Merchant's killing intent was cold. He was completely enraged and wanted to kill Blue Maple. Since he had already killed a few people, he didn't mind killing Blue Maple. Blue Maple was already in a daze. He was so frightened that he even forgot to dodge. By the time he reacted, it was already too late. "Ah, save me, save me!" Blue Maple screamed hysterically. Just as Blue Merchant's palm was about to hit Blue Maple, a terrifying force suddenly came from afar. A saber light slashed toward them at a shocking speed. Boom! The blade light chopped down on Blue Merchant's big hand. The Blue Merchant spat out a mouthful of blood, and his figure retreated rapidly. Rumble! A terrifying tremor came from that direction. It was as if a magnificent army was charging over. The terrifying pressure made it difficult for everyone to breathe. Then everyone saw a group of soldiers in armor walking over in the air. There were only a dozen soldiers in this group. However, the aura that they exuded was extremely terrifying. Especially the few people walking at the front. Their auras were even more terrifying than the Divine Monarch Old Man. Divine Monarchs. Without a doubt, the few people walking at the front were all Divine Monarchs. They were even stronger than the first-level Divine Monarch Old Man. "It's the Imperial Guards," someone said in a hoarse voice. The Taishu dynasty had a vast territory. However, there were also many enemies. Hence, they had never stopped preparing their weapons. The number of soldiers was uncountable. They had many terrifying soldiers guarding all directions. However, among all the soldiers, the Imperial Guards were undoubtedly the strongest. They were in charge of guarding the Taishu holy capital. Those who could join the Imperial Guards were the strongest of the strongest. They had unlimited potential. Many famous people in the Taishu dynasty had come from the Imperial Guards. The speed of the Imperial Guards was very fast. In an instant they were close to Lan Shang. A strong pressure pressed down on Lan Shang, causing him to retreat continuously. "Captain Wu, it's you. That's great." When Wu Fan saw the Imperial Guards, he was elated. "Master Wu Fan, what's going on?" the leader of the Imperial Guards asked. Seeing this scene, Blue Merchant's heart sank. "Captain Wu, this Blue Merchant is lawless and his methods are vicious. He continuously killed people from the Preceptor's mansion. He even killed a Divine Monarch. We must take him down and punish him severely." Wu Fan roared. "What? He killed a Divine Monarch?" The Imperial Guards were shocked. They looked at Blue Merchant. They naturally knew Blue Merchant. However, wasn't Blue Merchant's star core destroyed? How could he kill a Divine Monarch? Captain Wu's eyes shined. He looked at Lan Shang and said, "So it was soul force. Lan Shang, your talent is truly admirable. But today you have killed people in the holy capital, and even killed a Divine Lord Realm powerhouse. This is a violation of the law. You must come with us." Sigh. Lan Shang sighed. He knew that he wouldn't be able to leave today. He had killed a Divine Lord powerhouse and had already exhausted all of his soul force. In fact, he had consumed a great deal of his soul force and was no longer able to fight. Moreover, the strongest people in the Imperial Guards were even stronger than the old man. Even if he didn't exhaust his soul power, he was no match for them. "I can go with you. However, this has nothing to do with my daughter. I hope you can let her go." Blue Merchant looked at Lan Ling and said, "No, father. You can't go with them." Lan Ling shouted. The prison of the Imperial Guards was one of the most terrifying places in the Taishu dynasty. Not many people could come out after entering. "Ling, leave quickly." Blue Merchant shouted. "Leave. Today none of you can leave." Wu Fan's cold voice sounded. "Captain Wu, take down Blue Merchant. I will deal with his daughter." After saying that, Wu Fan walked towards Lan Ling. "You dare." Blue Merchant was furious. He circulated his remaining soul power and was about to attack Wu Fan. However, Captain Wu waved his hand and a chain flew out, binding Blue Merchant. No matter how Blue Merchant struggled, it was useless. The difference in strength was too great. Captain Wu also sighed in his heart. As an Imperial Guard, he had his duty. Blue Merchant had killed people in the Saint Capital. Moreover, he had killed a monarch god. He had to take down Blue Merchant and bring him to the Imperial Guard's prison for investigation. Moreover, the Imperial Tutor had great power and influence over the Imperial Guards. If he disobeyed Wu Fan's orders, he wouldn't have an easy time in the future. "Haha, Blue Merchant, you still want to fight with me? Dream on. I will take good care of your daughter." Wu Fan sneered and walked towards Lan Ling. He waved his hand and tried to grab Lan Ling. Wu Fan was one of the Saint Capital's 10 heroes. He was stronger than Lan Feng. Lan Ling couldn't resist at all. After a few moves, she was enveloped by Wu Fan's hand. Lan Ling was about to fall into Wu Fan's hands. Chapter 3200. Wu Fan used his god power to form a giant hand and surrounded Lan Ling. It looked like it was about to grab Lan Ling. Blue Merchant's eyes were filled with despair. Back in the day, he was unparalleled and his name shook the holy capital. Even Wu Fan's father, the current imperial tutor, had to greet him with a smile. But now even a few juniors could bully him. What was even more tragic was that he couldn't even protect his own daughter. A tiger would be bullied by a dog. At this moment, a gust of wind blew over. This gust of wind was extremely strange. It was like a spring breeze and had no power. However, when it blew against the giant hand that Wu Fan had formed, his hand immediately dissipated. On the other hand, Lan Ling was pulled back by a force. She kept moving away from Wu Fan, Blue Maple and the rest. "Who is it?" Wu Fan shouted angrily. His eyes were like lightning as he scanned the surroundings. "Young man, don't go too far. Where it's possible to let people off, let them off." An old voice rang out. Following which, an old man walked out from the crowd. This old man looked very old. His beard and hair were snowy white. His face was full of wrinkles and his eyes were cloudy. He slowly walked out. He looked like he was walking slowly, but his speed was shocking. Before anyone could react, he had already arrived beside Lan Ling. "Old man, was it you who attacked just now? How dare you meddle in my affairs? I think you must be tired of living at your age." Wu Fan shouted. "Young man, you have a big temper. Let me calm you down," the old man said plainly. Then he slapped across the air. No one saw how the old man attacked. They only saw the old man wave his hand. Then a crisp slap resounded through the crowd. Wu Fan screamed in pain as his body flew out. He spun a few hundred rounds in the air before coming to a stop. Everyone realized that half of his face was swollen like a pig's head. His teeth were flying everywhere. It was a horrible sight. "Ah, old man, how dare you hit me? Captain Wu, attack and cripple this old man. I want to feed him to the dogs." Wu Fan screamed hysterically. However, he didn't notice that Captain Wu's face was very serious, and even had a trace of shock. Captain Wu took a few steps forward, then bowed and cupped his fists towards the old man. "Senior, are you the Thousand Saint Old Heavenly King?" As soon as he said this, everyone was shocked. Everyone who had heard of this name widened their eyes and stared blankly at the old man. In the entire Taishu dynasty, there was only one person who could be called this, and that was the previous Heavenly King of the Thousand Saints' Heavenly King residence, one of the 27 Heavenly King's residences. Among the 27 Heavenly King's palaces, there were some who were strong and some who were weak. The difference in strength between the strong and the weak was huge. As for the Thousand Saints' Heavenly King residence, it was ranked in the top 3 among the 27 Heavenly King residences. Holy Thousand Old Heavenly King was the grandfather of the current Holy Thousand Heavenly King. He was a legendary figure who had lived for countless years. No one could tell how old he was. However, there was one thing that was universally acknowledged, and that was the strength of the Thousand Holy Old Heavenly King. He was one of the top existences in the Taishu dynasty, and was one of the few people who stood at the peak. Some people said that if the Thousand Holy Old Heavenly King residence was still in charge of the Thousand Saints Heavenly King residence, then the Thousand Saints Heavenly King residence would not be in the top 3 but first. However, the Thousand Holy Old Heavenly King had not appeared for countless years, and many people thought that he had fallen. Could he have appeared again? Blue Maple's and Wu Fan's eyes widened as they revealed astonished looks. "Oh, I didn't expect that after not appearing for so many years, there would still be people who remember an old man like me." The old man smiled slightly, which meant that he agreed with Captain Wu's words. "I was fortunate enough to meet the old Heavenly King once in the past, and I have never dared to forget it. I didn't expect to see the old Heavenly King again today. It is truly a blessing of 3 lifetimes." Captain Wu said respectfully. The old Heavenly King smiled and looked at Blue Merchant. "I didn't expect that the hero of the generation back then would end up like this. How sad." The Thousand Holy Old Heavenly King sighed. "Old Heavenly King, long time no see. How have you been? It's a pity that I can't salute you now," Blue Merchant said. Everyone's eyes flashed. Obviously, Blue Merchant and the Thousand Holy Old Heavenly King knew each other. No need to be so polite. The Thousand Holy Old Heavenly King waved his hand casually and sighed. "Back then, one was you and the other was Jingyu. You were the 2 people I thought the most highly of. But now, one has fallen and the other has been crippled. How sad, Everyone was shocked and didn't dare to interrupt. Jingyu was a taboo in the Taishu dynasty, especially in the Taishu sacred capital. No one dared to mention him. Only people like the Thousand Holy Old Heavenly King dared to say that. Blue Merchant lowered his head and didn't say anything. The few of you Lan Shang has met me once before. Can you let him go? The Thousand Holy Old Heavenly King looked at Captain Wu. This? Captain Wu hesitated. No. At this moment Wu Fan shouted again. He cupped his fists at the Thousand Holy Old Heavenly King and said, Old Heavenly King, I respect you because you are my senior. I didn't dare to say anything when you reprimanded me, but Wu Fan pointed at Blue Merchant and said, Blue Merchant killed a few experts from the Imperial Preceptor's residence in the Saint Capital, including a Divine Lord. He has already violated the rules. This rule was set by the previous Saint Emperors. In the Saint Capital, unless it is under certain circumstances, no one is allowed to kill. Senior, although you have a high status, you can't violate the rules of the Saint Emperors, right? There was a rule in the Taishu sacred capital that no one was allowed to kill. However, it was okay to fight with each other. It was okay to injure or cripple the other party, but no one was allowed to kill. If one wanted to kill someone, they would have to do it under certain circumstances, such as entering the life and death arena. This rule was set by an ancient Saint Emperor many years ago, and it had been in use for so many years. Thousand Holy Old Heavenly King's eyes flashed. Wu Fan was shocked and retreated until he was behind Captain Wu. Thousand Holy Old Heavenly King was too famous. Even his father, the Imperial Preceptor, had to be polite to him. He was afraid that Thousand Holy Old Heavenly King would kill him in a fit of anger. The rules of the Saint Emperors were useful to ordinary people, but they were useless to people like Thousand Holy Old Heavenly King. Old Heavenly King, I have a duty to fulfill. Please don't make things difficult for me. Captain Wu cupped his fists again. He had no intention of letting Blue Merchant go. Old Heavenly King, you don't have to make things difficult for me. Let them take me away. I just want to ask Old Heavenly King to save my daughter. Don't let her fall into their hands. Blue Merchant said. He naturally knew that Thousand Holy Old Heavenly King was not afraid of the rules of the Saint Emperors. However, he still had a bunch of disciples and grand disciples. If Thousand Holy Old Heavenly King forced his way in, he would implicate the Thousand Holy Heavenly King residents. Don't worry. Your daughter will be fine. Thousand Holy Old Heavenly King sighed. Indeed, he had to worry about the safety of the Thousand Holy Heavenly King residents. Chapter 3201. No, I have to take Lan Ling away too. Wu Fan shouted. What law did that girl break? You want to take her away? Holy Old Heavenly King asked. She's my fiancée. Of course I have to take her away. Wu Fan bit the bullet and said. Bullshit, since when did Ling Er become your fiancée? The matter between you and the Lan family has nothing to do with me and Ling Er. I've had nothing to do with the Lan family for a long time. Blue Merchant shouted. Oh, so you're forcing a deal? How dare you? Holy Old Heavenly King's eyes flashed and a terrifying aura spread out. Even though he was hiding behind Captain Wu, Wu Fan sat down in midair and almost peed his pants when he was suppressed by the aura. He had a feeling that Holy Old Heavenly King could kill him with just one look. Captain Wu's body trembled and he took a few steps back. His eyes were filled with horror. It was just an aura, but it made him feel like he could not bear it. He knew that the gap between him and Holy Old Heavenly King was too big. Also, what do you plan to do with Blue Merchant after taking him away? Holy Old Heavenly King looked at Captain Wu. Captain Wu swallowed his saliva and said respectfully, I'll handle it impartially. I'll report it to the Holy Emperor and await his punishment. You better do that. I don't want anyone to interfere with the Imperial Guards. Otherwise, I'll go to the Holy Emperor and ask him. Holy Old Heavenly King glanced at Wu Fan. His meaning was obvious. He hoped that the Imperial Guards would handle the matter impartially and did not want the Imperial Tutor's residence to interfere with Blue Merchant. Don't worry, Holy Old Heavenly King. This will not happen. Captain Wu said hurriedly. His back was drenched in cold sweat. He knew that if he did not handle this matter well, his future would be bleak. Wu Fan's face turned ugly. He had planned to use some underhanded means to kill Blue Merchant. However, it seemed that Captain Wu would not let him do so. Senior, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Captain Wu cupped his fists and gave his subordinates a look. Then he led Blue Merchant away. Wu Fan glared fiercely at Lan Ling before he left with Blue Maple. Senior, please save my father. Lan Ling begged the Old Heavenly King with tears in her eyes. Don't worry. The Holy Academy of the Great Void Imperial Family is about to open. In the 100 years before and after the opening of the Holy Academy of the Great Void Imperial family, the Imperial Guards in the Holy Emperor Palace generally won't touch prisoners. I'll think of a way after a while. Let's go. After the old Heavenly King finished speaking, he waved his hand and brought Lan Ling back to the place where the Blue Merchant and the others originally lived. Lu Ming naturally had no idea what was happening outside. He wholeheartedly cultivated under the sacred heaven jade annulus, comprehending all kinds of divine powers. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, he had cultivated for 35 days under the sagely heaven jade wall. His time was up. Lu Ming opened his eyes and ended his cultivation. There was a hint of joy in his eyes. After 35 days of cultivation he had gained a lot. Originally he had a total of 3 kinds of divine powers. After awakening the origin divine power factor, he still had 5 kinds of divine powers that were 99% awakened. However, after 35 days of cultivation, the other 5 kinds of divine powers had all broken through and awakened the origin divine power factor. In this way, his 8 kinds of divine powers had all awakened the origin divine power factor, causing his strength to soar. This sacred heaven jade wall is really amazing. It can steal the fortune of heaven and earth. Wouldn't the geniuses of the Bone Sword tribe be super terrifying? Lu Ming thought to himself. If they cultivated under the sacred heaven jade wall every day, wouldn't the people of the Bone Sword tribe be super powerful? However, on second thought that might not be the case. This was because the sacred heaven jade wall required a large amount of energy to maintain this effect. Also, not everyone would have the same effect as Lu Ming when cultivating under the sacred heaven jade wall. The more talented one was, the better the effect. If one's talent was poor, the effect would naturally be poor. Also, Lu Ming speculated that if the origin divine power factor was awakened too many times, for example, after awakening it twice, the effect would be greatly reduced. Lu Ming had personally verified this point. After awakening all 5 types of divine grade God Force, Huang Xiaolong still had 2 days left. In these 2 days he spent his time comprehending the Sovereign's God Force. He hoped that he could take another step forward and awaken his origin God Force twice. However, the improvement of the Sovereign Divine Power was not particularly shocking. The reason why the other 5 kinds of divine powers improved so much was that they had not been awakened before. Once they were awakened, the effect of comprehending them would be greatly reduced. Otherwise, the sacred heaven jade wall would be too heaven-defying. No matter how strong the Bone Sword tribe was, they would not be able to keep it. Mid-Autumn Moon had 1 more day than Lu Ming. Lu Ming waited quietly. A day passed quickly and Mid-Autumn Moon also finished cultivating. After Mid-Autumn Moon finished cultivating, the 2 did not stay and left the Bone Sword tribe. On the way, Mid-Autumn Moon, how's your cultivation? Lu Ming asked. My other divine powers have awakened the origin divine power factor. Young master, how about you? Mid-Autumn Moon blinked and asked. All awakened? Good. Lu Ming was overjoyed. Mid-Autumn Moon's divine powers were almost the same as his. This meant that Mid-Autumn Moon's other divine powers had also awakened the origin divine power factor. Same for me. Lu Ming smiled. The 2 chatted as they walked towards their residence. When they returned to their residence, they saw Lan Ling in a daze. Miss Lan, where's Lan's shoe? Lu Ming asked. Father, he. After being asked by Lu Ming, Lan Ling's big eyes were filled with mist and tears almost fell out. What's wrong with Lan's shoe? Lu Ming's heart trembled. He had a bad feeling. Father, he was taken away by the Imperial Guards. Lan Ling said. As she spoke, tears rolled down her cheeks. At this moment, Lan Ling was no longer the arrogant Lan Ling, but a helpless and weak girl. Taken away by the Imperial Guards? What happened? Lu Ming hurriedly asked. Immediately, Lan Ling told him what happened that day. Blue Maple Wu Fan, damn it. Lu Ming growled, emitting a cold murderous intent. All these years, although he called Blue Merchant Lan Shu in his heart, he had already regarded him as his teacher. Now, Blue Merchant had encountered such injustice. He was furious and wanted to kill his way to the Imperial Guards and save Blue Merchant. Lu Ming took a few deep breaths to calm himself down. With his current cultivation, if he killed his way to the Imperial Guards, any Imperial Guard would be able to kill him with a slap. Where's the holy old heavenly king? Where is he? I'll pay him a visit. Lu Ming continued to ask. Little guy, are you looking for me? A voice suddenly sounded behind Lu Ming. It was very close. Lu Ming was shocked. There was someone behind him, but he didn't feel it at all. He hurriedly turned around and saw an old man smiling at him. Chapter 3202. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He immediately understood that this was the old heavenly king. Greetings, Senior Heavenly King. Lu Ming cupped his fists and bowed. Qiu Moon also bowed together with Lu Ming. No need to be so polite. The old Heavenly King waved his hand, and a gentle force lifted Lu Ming. Then the old Heavenly King stared at Lu Ming with bright eyes and nodded. Not bad, not bad, not bad at all. Lu Ming was a little confused for a moment. Senior, may I know how to save Lan Shu? If there's anything you need, I'll do my best. Lu Ming asked. There is a way to save Blue Merchant. The old Heavenly King said. There is a way. What is it? Lu Ming, Lan Ling, and Qiu Moon's eyes lit up. Only you three can do it. The old Heavenly King said. Lu Ming and the other two were puzzled. The three of them were just juniors. Their cultivation base was not high. Compared to the colossus of the Taishu dynasty, they were not worth mentioning. How could they save Blue Merchant? The opportunity to save Blue Merchant is when the Taishu Imperial Sacred Courtyard is held. The old Heavenly King continued to explain, every time the Taishu Imperial Sacred Courtyard is held, those who enter the top 10 will be qualified to establish their own family. However, those who enter the top 3 will not only be qualified to establish their own family, but also can make a request to the Heavenly King. As long as the request is not too harsh, the Heavenly King will usually agree to it. So, as long as one of you enters the top 3 when the Taishu Imperial Sacred Courtyard is held, you can propose to the Heavenly King to release Blue Merchant. This condition is not too harsh. I believe the Heavenly King will agree to it. Enter the top 3. Lu Ming and the other two's eyes lit up but then dimmed. During this period they had already seen some terrifying geniuses. There were too many experts. Not to mention the top 3, even if it was the top 10, Lu Ming would feel a lot of pressure. He was not confident. The top 3 were many times more difficult. Lan Ling in particular clenched her fists and trembled. She knew very well that even if she had awakened her origin source secret technique with her strength, she had no hope of entering the top 10, let alone the top 3. She felt hopeless. To be honest, with your current strength, not to mention the top 3, you might not even be able to enter the top 10. The old Heavenly King attacked mercilessly. Top 3, what should we do? There's only a few decades left. Unless I can break through to the Divine King realm in a few decades, I'll have a chance. But how can I do that in a few decades? Lu Ming's mind raced. If he were to cultivate step by step, he would definitely not be able to break through. What should he do? For a moment, Lu Ming had no idea what to do. This old man can give you a chance. At this moment, the old Heavenly King spoke again. What opportunity? Lu Ming and the other two showed a glimmer of hope. A jade bottle appeared in the old Heavenly King's hand and said, inside this jade bottle, there's a large formation that this old man has set up. It's very beneficial for the cultivation of the Divine King realm. Go in and cultivate. As for how much you can gain, it depends on your own fortune. Lu Ming and the other two naturally agreed without hesitation. The old Heavenly King's cultivation was unfathomable. The formation that he set up must be extraordinary. However, this old man reminds you that you will have to face extreme pain when you enter the jade bottle. You must be mentally prepared. The old Heavenly King said. It's okay, a little pain is nothing. Lan Ling clenched her fists. Lu Ming and Qiu Yu had determined looks in their eyes. If you want to gain, you naturally have to pay a price. A little pain was nothing. Senior, let the two of them go in first. I still have something to do, I'll go in later. At this moment, Lu Ming spoke. According to the old Heavenly King's words, his cultivation might break through if he entered the jade bottle to cultivate. If Lu Ming continued to break through, he would reach the Divine King realm. However, Lu Ming still had 2 types of divine force in his Dantian, the Golden Dragon Divine Force and the Multi-Eyed Divine Force. These 2 types of divine force were not divine-grade divine force. Lu Ming wanted to break through to the Divine King realm with all of his divine-grade divine force. Otherwise, it would be best to disperse these 2 types of divine force. Once they formed a star nucleus, it would be difficult to change them after breaking through to the Divine King realm. For example, Autumn Moon used to have 2 types of divine force that were not divine-grade divine force. Before she broke through to the Divine King realm, she had dispersed them. In any case, after breaking through, he could cultivate other divine-grade divine powers. However, if he broke through with a divine-grade divine power before breaking through to the God King realm, it would be very difficult for him to find a divine-grade divine power with similar attributes to his own. Lu Ming had 2 paths in front of him. One was to disperse the Multi-Eyed Divine Force and the Golden Dragon Divine Force. The other was to find a divine-grade divine force that corresponded to the 2 types of divine force. After cultivating for so long, it would be a pity to disperse them. Lu Ming planned to find a divine-grade divine force with similar attributes to the two types of divine force. Lu Ming did not find any in the 9-Ju Heavenly King residence. However, this was the Great Void Holy Capital. There should be a divine-grade divine force with similar attributes. Alright, the two of them can go in first. The old Heavenly King nodded his head in satisfaction. He then pulled out the cap of the jade bottle. From the opening of the jade bottle, a faint divine light spread out. At the same time, a suction force enveloped Autumn Moon and Lan Ling. Autumn Moon and Lan Ling's bodies involuntarily flew towards the opening of the jade bottle. Their bodies became smaller and smaller until they disappeared into the opening of the jade bottle. How much you can gain will depend on yourselves. This is all I can do to help. The old Heavenly King said softly as he closed the jade bottle. Senior, I'll be heading out for a while. I'll be back soon. Lu Ming cupped his fists at the old Heavenly King. He then left his residence and headed towards the largest market in the Great Void Holy Capital. Since the Great Void Holy Capital was so prosperous, the market was also bustling. There were all sorts of treasures available. Lu Ming specifically looked for shops that sold all sorts of divine skills, secret techniques and divine skills. After inquiring about a few clans, Lu Ming finally found two kinds of mystical techniques. One of them was called the Divine Eye Heaven Incantation, which was a divine-grade divine power similar to the multi-eyed divine power. The second one was called the Primordial Dragon Mantra. The Primordial Dragon Force that was cultivated was also of the divine grade, similar to the Golden Dragon Force. After finding the two types of divine skills, Lu Ming was overjoyed. After flipping through them, Lu Ming memorized the two types of divine skills and returned to his residence. Senior, I'm ready, Lu Ming said. Alright, go in. The old Heavenly King took out the jade bottle and pointed it at Lu Ming. Lu Ming felt a suction force acting on him as his body flew towards the opening of the jade bottle. After Lu Ming entered the jade bottle, he felt a strong force pulling him downwards. Soon he landed at the bottom. He looked around and did not see Autumn Moon and Lan Ling. Presumably, they were scattered and not in the same place. Chapter 3203. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Suddenly a gust of wind blew and divine light filled the air, sweeping toward Lu Ming. Divine lights from all directions shrouded Lu Ming in an instant, forming a terrifying wind pressure. Bam! Lu Ming almost fell to his knees from the wind pressure. Bang! Instantly Lu Ming felt a tearing pain all over his body. His skin, muscles, and bones felt like they were about to be torn apart by the wind. Endless pain drowned him. Block it, block it! Lu Ming roared and circulated his divine power with all his might. The 10 divine power vortexes in his body spun rapidly. 10 types of divine power gushed out and covered his body, resisting the wind pressure from the outside world. However, the divine power vibrated and was constantly being worn down. Lu Ming then used the 9 layers of crimson gold armor and ice chains, but they were all useless. They were completely worn down. The wind pressure continued to act on him. Endless pain came. Lu Ming growled. He could only stabilize his mind and resist the endless pain. But in the next moment, Lu Ming made a discovery. As he resisted, there was a strange energy in the surroundings that seeped into his body and merged with his divine power. It made his divine body and divine power slowly strengthen. The wind pressure formed by the divine light could even seep into the depths of his divine power and temper his cyclone. As a result, the divine power in the cyclone continued to condense, becoming more and more solid. The cyclone was slowly approaching the star core. Although this kind of improvement was not very fast, it was many times faster than cultivating step by step outside. Moreover, it was improving all the time. This kind of improvement could be seen and felt. Over time, the rate of improvement would be astonishing. Just like that, Lu Ming endured it and tempered himself in this kind of pain. The jade bottle was a furnace and Lu Ming was like a weapon being tempered. Not only him, but Lan Ling was also going through the same thing in the autumn moon. Day after day, time flew by quickly. Later, Lu Ming found that not only could his divine body and divine power be tempered, but even his soul was being tempered. Although the improvement was far less than the divine body and divine power. However, every bit of improvement in the soul was rare and precious. First, I'll cultivate the Divine Eye Heaven Art and the Archean Dragon Mantra. Lu Ming's heart moved. He used these 2 divine techniques to cultivate these 2 divine powers with the help of the external tempering. Lu Ming only needed to cultivate the first level. Lu Ming was very familiar with the cultivation of divine techniques. Not long after, he cultivated the divine power of 2 types of divine-grade divine techniques. After a while, Lu Ming ignited the divine fire and integrated the multi-eyed divine power and the golden dragon divine power into the divine fire. After the fusion, the two divine powers began to strengthen these two divine powers. In such an environment, these two divine powers improved very quickly. After a few years, these two divine powers grew to the half-step God-King realm. They were the same as other divine powers, but they did not awaken their divine power origin factor. When these two divine powers reached the half-step God-King realm, the next step was to break through to the God-King realm. Just like that, day after day, year after year passed. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming had cultivated here for 30 years. Over the past 30 years, Lu Ming cultivated day and night, enduring the pain all the time. His body, including his soul, seemed to have been reforged and looked brand new. 30 years of perseverance, day after day, was exchanged for great gains. In his dantian, the 10 divine power vortexes were condensed to the extreme. They emitted a sparkling light like 10 suns. Boom. Suddenly, the 10 divine power vortexes let out a rumbling sound, and then a powerful energy burst out, forming circular shockwaves that rushed out in all directions. Lu Ming's body surged with a powerful aura. This was the aura of a god-king. He broke through. After 30 years of arduous cultivation, the 10 types of divine powers in Lu Ming's dantian had finally transformed from divine power vortexes into star cores. The 10 star cores floated in his dantian, shining brightly. At the same time, from all directions, waves of powerful energy converged towards Lu Ming. In this jade bottle, other than the array, there was an endless stream of energy. These energies poured into Lu Ming's body and were refined, turning into divine power. In his dantian, the 10 star cores became more solid. Lu Ming's realm also slowly stabilized. Lu Ming did not stop. He continued to cultivate. Time passed year after year. After an unknown amount of time, a suction force suddenly acted on Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming involuntarily flew upwards. In the next moment, the surroundings changed. Lu Ming looked around and found that he had returned to the courtyard where Blue Merchant had lived. Beside him, Autumn Moon and Lan Ling were also there. The two of them were also looking around. Alright, there are still 3 months before the Great Void Imperial Academy opens. You should familiarize yourselves with your current realms. An old voice sounded. It was old Heavenly King Qian Sheng. Thank you, Holy Thousand King. Lu Ming cupped his fists in gratitude. This time he had gained a lot. The 10 divine grade divine powers in his body had all transformed into star cores. He had entered the God King realm. Moreover, his cultivation had reached the peak of the first heaven of the God King realm. Compared to before his breakthrough, his divine power was much stronger. His strength had skyrocketed. You're welcome. Familiarize yourselves with your new realms. Holy Thousand King waved his hand and kept the jade bottle. In the next moment he disappeared. He was really elusive. How's your progress? Lu Ming looked at Autumn Moon and Lan Ling. Young master, I've broken through. Autumn Moon's crisp voice sounded. Then a powerful aura spread out from her body. Third heaven of the God King realm. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Autumn Moon's progress was amazing. Before entering the jade bottle, Autumn Moon's cultivation base had just reached the second heaven of the God King realm. Now she had reached the third heaven of the God King realm. She was not far from the fourth heaven of the God King realm. One should know that Autumn Moon had mastered 8 divine grade divine powers. It would be difficult for her to improve. This was definitely a big gain. In addition, Autumn Moon had mastered the God-killing light and the God's blade. This time, when the Great Void Imperial Academy opened, she would definitely give everyone a big surprise. Boom. On the other side, Lan Ling's body also emitted a powerful aura. Third heaven of the God King realm. Lan Ling had also broken through to the third heaven of the God King realm. She had been in the first heaven of the God King realm before, but now she had broken through twice. However, it was normal. Lan Ling had only cultivated one type of divine power. It was much easier for her to break through compared to Lu Ming and Autumn Moon. It was normal for her to break through to the third heaven of the God King realm. Lu Ming, come. Let's exchange some pointers. This time I will defeat you. Lan Ling's eyes were bright as she looked at Lu Ming. Her cultivation base had reached the third heaven of the God King realm, and she had awakened the origin secret technique. This had boosted Lan Ling's confidence. Alright, let's exchange some pointers. Lu Ming smiled. Chapter 3204. This time, the three of them had experienced a surge in their cultivation, but they didn't have the time to experience it properly. It was inevitable that they wouldn't be able to use it smoothly. That was why Holy Old Heavenly King had released them a few months earlier to let them experience it properly. Sparring with each other would undoubtedly allow them to control their own strength better and faster. Lan Ling's body emitted a powerful aura as she fully released her third-layer Divine King Realm cultivation. Clang. The sound of a sword rang out as Lan Ling drew her sword. A dazzling sword light slashed towards Lu Ming. Its speed and power were shocking. A long spear appeared in Lu Ming's hand as he circulated the 10 types of divine power in his body. It surged towards the long spear like floodwaters. At the same time, Lu Ming activated the battle character's secret art to quadruple his fighting strength and swept out his spear. Clang. The long spear and the sword light collided, causing a violent explosion. Then Lan Ling's sword light shook violently as her body was pushed back. How is your strength so strong? Lan Ling was shocked. In the Divine King realm, the gap between each layer was huge. She was 2 layers higher than Lu Ming, but Lu Ming didn't use his origin secret technique. In a head-on clash, she was no match for him. You're not strong enough. Lu Ming shook his head. Take this. Lan Ling snorted. A ray of divine light appeared in her hand, emitting an ancient fluctuation. It merged with the battle sword in her hand. Origin secret technique. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He didn't expect Lan Ling to have also awakened her origin secret technique. Whoosh. Lan Ling thrust her sword towards Lu Ming again. After using her origin secret technique, the power of Lan Ling's sword soared. The God's Gate appeared above Lu Ming's head and suppressed Lan Ling. The God's Gate collided with Lan Ling's sword light. The result was the same as before. Lan Ling was pushed back by Lu Ming. Again? Lan Ling gritted her teeth and charged towards Lu Ming again. The two of them exchanged a few moves. Lan Ling was completely at a disadvantage. She wasn't Lu Ming's opponent. Although Lan Ling was at the 3rd layer Divine King realm, she had only awakened her origin divine powers origin secret technique. On the other hand, Lu Ming had mastered 10 types of divine powers. 8 of them had awakened the origin divine power factor. In addition, he had triggered the Battle Word Sutra to increase his combat power by 4 times. Although the difference between the Divine King realm and King realm Divine King Secret King realms Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming could make use of these advantages to close the gap of 2 cultivation levels. Of course, if Lan Ling's divine power factor had been awakened twice, it would be difficult for Lu Ming to equalize the difference. He might have to use the ancient god body. All in all, Lan Ling's strength had increased a lot. With her current fighting strength, she could kill an ordinary 4th layer Divine King realm warrior. If it was before Lu Ming had broken through to the King realm, it would have been difficult for him to deal with her. But now it was easy for him. After a dozen moves, Lan Ling's origin secret technique had exhausted her origin secret technique. She stopped the fight. Then Lu Ming and Chiao Moon exchanged moves. Chiao Moon had reached the 3rd layer Divine King realm. She was truly terrifying. The two of them had exchanged dozens of moves, but there was no clear winner. Of course, the two of them were holding back. They didn't use their trump cards. Lu Ming was surprised by Chiao Moon's strength. He estimated that even if he used his trump cards, he wouldn't be able to defeat Chiao Moon. Then the 3 of them took turns to exchange moves. Soon, they were able to control their origin secret technique and their origin secret technique. At this time, there was still a month before the opening of the Great Void Imperial Academy. At this time, Lu Ming had another great breakthrough. Lu Ming had awakened the origin secret technique of the Sovereign Secret Technique. The origin secret technique had awakened a second time. Originally, the origin secret technique of the Sovereign Secret Technique had been at the peak of the first awakening for many years. This time, Lu Ming's cultivation had increased sharply. He had entered the King realm, and his understanding of the various origin secret techniques had increased by a large margin. In addition, he had become more familiar with the usage of his origin secret technique. Naturally, the Sovereign Secret Technique had awakened a second time. All of this happened naturally. The second awakening of the Sovereign Secret Technique had undoubtedly raised Lu Ming's fighting strength to another level. Top 3. Lu Ming clenched his fists. His gaze was resolute. This time he had to enter the top 3 and rescue Blue Merchant. On this day, the 3 of them did not continue to spar. Instead, they left their residence and went out for a walk. They wanted to find out more about the current situation. Of course, the main point was to find out which origin secret technique of the current origin secret technique had the most potential to enter the top 10. Know yourself and know your enemy and you will be victorious. As soon as they went out, they realized that the Great Void Holy City had become even more lively. The Great Void Holy City was vast and its surface area was shocking. However, walking on the streets still felt like there was a sea of people. Various races walked on the streets. It was very lively. Soon they heard a lot of useful information. This was because countless people were guessing which origin secret technique of the sovereign secret technique would enter the top 10 this time. This time, the origin secret technique of the sovereign secret technique has gathered. However, the ones most likely to enter the top 10 are still the 10 talents of the Holy Capital. That's right. In the past, the 10 talents of the Holy Capital had the highest chance of entering the top 10. Of course, there are exceptions. This time, there are definitely exceptions. This is because the various Heavenly King palaces have also produced many terrifying origin secret techniques. For example, the Holy Maiden of the Thousand Saints Heavenly King Palace, Qian Xingxian. She is extremely talented and her combat strength is shocking. She has a chance of entering the top 10. There is also the Unparalleled Heavenly King Palace, which is ranked first among the 27 Heavenly King Palaces. They have also produced a terrifying origin secret technique. He is definitely not weaker than Qian Xingxian. What is even more shocking is that he is from the Great Zhou Heavenly King Palace. Haven't you heard of the unparalleled swordsman Di Jinni? This person was born in a small world. However, he killed his way up and displayed his unparalleled talent. It is said that in that small world, this person is known as the Shocking Sword Emperor. This shows how powerful he is. Don't forget about another person. That is the War God family of the Nine Blades Heavenly King Palace. It is said that this generation of the War God family has produced a terrifying person. He is said to be the most talented person in the history of the War God family. He is known as the reincarnation of the War God family. He is going to lead the War God family to its former glory. He is extremely terrifying. Lu Ming and the other two walked around and heard information about the terrifying origin secret technique of the talents of the Heavenly King Palace. Di Jinni? Lu Ming's eyes flashed. Among all the origin secret techniques, he was the most interested in this person. This was because, like him, Di Jinni had also killed his way out of a small world. I wonder which one of them is the white-haired youth that we met back then? Lu Ming thought of the white-haired youth that he had met in the Bone Sword Tribe's secret realm. That white-haired youth had terrifying combat strength. Moreover, he had mastered the origin source ancient characters. His strength was unfathomable and he was definitely someone who could enter the top 10. The three of them walked around and collected the records of the origin secret techniques of the talents that people thought highly of. They planned to study them.